it every lap. Track It gives teams real-time insight from the garage to the grid.
Mike Live. And welcome back, everyone. This is the start of the undoubted race of the day, the EnduroKA 24 hours from here on Anglesey. And these Ford cars with just 69 brake horsepower from the EnduroKA engines going around the circuit for the first time. And I've just had a quick look at the just a reminder of the number of minutes of this race on the TSL grid sheet, 1,440 minutes. So strap yourselves in then for what will be fantastic action between 20 to 4 now and then 20 to 4 tomorrow. Undoubtedly there will be heartbreak, hard work in between. Well, what a fantastic event yet again that EnduroKA have put on, with absolutely fabulous weather here at Anglesey today. So just to take you through the starting grid then, so Milne Racing, so that is the George and Jack Wright car, and George and Jack Wright have just been racing, of course, in the MSVT Championship. They are on pole from the Kahuna's race team, number 333. It's Caston Martin, some of these names are absolutely genius, by the way, that's in third place overall, with Kachow, number 95, in fourth position. Lee Taylor, by the way, has raced in most cars this weekend, is in the Kachow car. But let's go on to row 3. And row 3 consists of the number 22 AFK Cash Strap Racing car with the number 65 Autotech Motorsport car on the third row. Now in the fourth row we've got number 180, the Team Shine car, with number 1 the Burton Power Racing car. Burton Power, of course, sponsors of a number of these race series. Then Autotech Motorsport, again another one of their cars, number 64 in the fifth row with Project 297, which has got Paul O'Neill on board. And then you've got the LDR Performance Tuning and Starsky and Clutch cars on row 6, Orca Sport and MSVT Racing on row 7, NJM Racing and Emax, the Citroen C1 on row 8, and Scuderia Boron on row 9. And here we go, getting ready for the start of the race then, with the 16 Ford KAs and the 1 Citroen C1 Interloper. Getting ready for 24 hours of racing here at Track Morn. Waiting for the cars to get going again, so waiting for, we'll see if it's George or Jack Wright that's in the car. I believe it's Jack Wright in the Ford car, and it takes the start then, so Jack Wright leads the start of this race. Will anyone be a hero, Jack, on the first lap of this 24-hour race?
It's always the worry. We're 3 wide already before we've even arrived at turn 2, so it's typical EnduroKA racing, close as ever.
And Jack has done extremely well, by the way, to make his way back to the start of this race. Anyway, so the Ford KAs make their way now. In fact, the C1 right at the back of the grid has already made 3 places up the Ugga Dugga car, the number 115. So the Citroen C1 Interloper. But rounding it, Jack Wright already has a 1 second lead then. And it looks as though it is the Kahuna's car that's in second place. So the Kahuna's car, that's Ian Perkins, Philip Truman, Costa Karitis and Adam Bessel are sharing that car this weekend. There's the 4th and 5th cars all over the circuit as they come in. Look at that, the sheer amount of tyre squeal and tyre smoke that comes up as they come round the Rocket corner for the first time. We thought it was a 15-minute race. Calm down, boys. It's a 1,440-minute race. Instead, it's 900 laps of racing in these cars. And look at the amount of understeer that Jack Wright's taking as these Ford cars squeal away around the rest of the circuit. There's the Caston Martin car in third place. But, yeah, an absolutely eventful start, as it always is during these EnduroKA races. And, of course, you've commentated on these EnduroKA races before, Jack.
I was looking at the calendar the other night, and I don't think there is... I mean, granted, I've not commentated on every single EnduroKA race that has ever been, but every iteration as the Citroen C1 runs very, very wide indeed. Every iteration of the Citroen C1 races, or the EnduroKA races, I have covered. So the 6 hours at Snetterton, the rounds at Cadwell Park, Donington Park, Alton Park, Brands Hatch, every iteration of a round I've covered now. But one thing I learned from last year, commentating on the 24 hours of EnduroKA, don't go too hard too early when commentating, because you need your voice come the end of the race, because it all gets very close.
I think you're absolutely right. And by the way, I think that of all the cars that have got the right idea, the number 30 Scuderia Boron car, which is right at the tail end of the field. That's the black and red cars. Got the right idea. They're taking it very, very steady, which says to me there's going to be very, very steady on the tyres and brake pads, which are obviously the two main consumables throughout this 24-hour race. So the Ford car's making their way around. The C1 is still only third from last, by the way, the Ynys Motorsport car. But it is Jack Wright that retains the lead then, the number 46 Milner Racing Ford KA, followed by Kahuna's Racing and the Aston Martin car. So they're making their way down to the corkscrew then for the second time of Askins. I think they've got another 898 laps or so doing this throughout the rest of this race weekend anyway. So the top three are getting away from the rest of the field, undoubtedly. And that was the story of qualifying, actually. So in fourth position is the number 297 Project 297 KA. So that's the one that Paul O'Neill is driving for. Paul O'Neill, of course, British touring car race winner, Widnes's finest resident. He's sharing this car with...
How low is the bar in Widnes then?
Well, I'm from Warrington now, so it's pretty low bar. Alex Miller, Carl Garnett and Jonathan Moore, all, as you were saying earlier, Jack, very, very quick drivers in their own right.
Yeah, quick team there. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do. There was one main story that came out of the previous Anglesey 24-hour with EnduroKA. Rear left wheel bearings, not a big fan around here, because they get loaded up so much you end up with some very noisy ones and some eventually failing.
Yeah, absolutely right. And having owned a Ford Fiesta with the same Duratec engine for the same period as these cars, and rear wheel bearings regularly go on these cars, so you're quite right. Something else to throw into the mix then, as the poor mechanics have to look out for these cars over the next 24 hours.
Yeah, as soon as we finish, circa 9 p.m, I then get to go and do a bit of spectating, which is a real rarity at an event I'm working at. So it means I get to get out there, do a lap of the circuit, the external sort of walkway, and have a bit of a wander around up and down the pit lane as well. Spend a bit of time chatting to teams and mechanics, and then we get to have a look. You queried whether it was Jack or George. You were correct. It was Jack in the car, having spoken to George down at the podium. So 3 podiums later, having to sprint back up here with in a bit of a rush. Managed to catch the start of the race. Milner Racing 3.5 seconds clear already. Aston Martin in second place. Beautiful livery on that car. They've not sort of just tried it, they have done it. It looks really, really good. But of course, in this heat, these cars will get hot, or the engines will get hot, the drivers will get hot. What the trick is to turn the heater all the way on, and just because it pulls all the hot air away from the engine, you gain a few horsepower. It's marginal, but it really does work. And Milner Racing have been very innovative in their approach to that as well. So it is it's nice to see that all teams will be trying to work together for at least a bit, where you're just sat trying to bump off each other and work your way through the order. Obviously, we've got to try and pick a favourite livery. LDR Performance Tuning is a solid one. Late on the brakes, diving up the inside is the 296 car once again. So desperately trying to carve their way up through the order with Moore's behind the wheel at the moment. That being, I'm assuming it means Jonathan Moore behind the wheel. But we've got to pick a favourite livery. LDR Performance Tuning Car 49. It's a Slotus Cartina with sponsors to match, all with a variation on car or KA or whatever it may be. They've got loads of different sponsors to try and match up with the Slotus Cartina. There's so many cool liveries out there, and it is actually in the regulations. They are expected to be presented in a racing livery. We've seen loads of liveries over the years, some that have stayed since the very start, but some which have unfortunately started to disappear. I've noticed Team Shine out there. That presumably used to be Auto Shine, where a story that came out of Donington Park a couple of years ago, it might have even been last year, it rolled down at the old hairpin on Friday. The shell was completely ruined, so they thought, okay, do we go home? And the team went, no, let's just go and buy a standard KA. So they bought it, took it to the circuit and built an enduro car in their garage through Friday night, through Saturday. Race started on Sunday, and they were still putting the stickers on Sunday morning, and then got the car out and just thought, yeah, we'll start from the back because we can't qualify.
Now that is the kind of fantastic commitment that you need in a race like this. What a fantastic by Team Shine. There's a couple of other things, though. Of course, you reminded me that about the liveries, that the best turned out car wins the Dagenham Dustbin.
They do. As voted for by the marshals, I think it is every weekend,
just look at the number of marshals out there today. So, yes, indeed, and various other people.
Yeah, so, we mentioned a taster day. Of which I think it looks like they're a taster day all on the wall. Don't forget that the orange high-vis is used by the mechanics as well, so they're not all marshals. But it does look like the monster of all taster days has arrived at Anglesey.
And that means the monster of all votes as to which one of these cars is the best one. In fact, the Jägermeister one is one of my favourites, the number 44 MSVT Racing. So we were talking about drinks earlier. You might be having a dose of Jägermeister tonight, Jack. We'll have to see anyway.
4 nights on that.
The Ka-Chow car. So that's the Lee so it's Taylor that's on board the Ka-Chow now. So that's either Lee or Clive that's on board. It's Clive Taylor that started the Ka-Chow car. That was 4th on the grid, and it slips dangerously back. So 15th, so taking it very steady. But of course, it's a marathon, not a sprint, as we're regularly told at school, and that's particularly relevant in this case. But despite that, Jack Wright's thought, sod my front tyres, I'm going to go for it anyway. So the Milne Ford KA has got a 3.7 second lead at the front of this race. But I mean, he must be a bit tired, Jack. I mean, he's done 2 qualifying sessions and 2 races already, and look at the amount of understeer through this car. I mean, Ford KAs, of course, never intended to be driven like this on the road. When Ford initially marketed them as one of the first mini hatchbacks, it was more a case of practicality, jump around the city, get around town very, very easily. You can put your shopping in the back. They weren't meant to be driven quite like this.
I'd say it's an improvement. I'd say it's an improvement.
You think so?
Yeah, definitely. I think it was all along this was the theory. You did mention the Ka-Chow car with Lee Taylor. That their qualifying time was set by Henry Wright, and I'm assuming that is Henry Wright of Club Racer UK, who are the Track Day Trophy Championship champions from last season, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover. I'm hoping that's the same Henry Wright. Actually, it'd be good to see what they're doing this season. Of course, not out in their golf this weekend. But in terms of the order, nothing much has changed over the previous couple of laps. There's not even been that many improvements. You see those quick laps, and we will wake up to a very quick lap in the morning when the track temperature is as low as possible, which means the air temperature is as low as possible as well. The air's really dense, so the cars are really, really economical. And it's towards the end of a stint when the car's really light. Maybe just a fresh set of boots on it as well in the previous hour or so. Very low tank of fuel, really dense air, which makes you think, well, it's thicker to drive through. Yeah, but the engines love dense air. It means the air is nice and rich, and you produce a bit more power. And of course, with cooler tracks, it means potentially maybe a slight grip advantage as well.
What are you thinking from last season then? Tyre change every 2 hours, potentially?
Maybe front left corner every 2 hours, maybe. But even that, I think, is somewhat optimistic. It all depends on the driver as well. So if you've got somebody in that's particularly aggressive, you will be taking what's left of the carcass of the tyre off the car, whereas someone maybe slightly smoother or maybe rotates the car in a very different way, because that's all about, obviously, EnduroKA, it's all about momentum. What you're trying to do is maximise the minimum speed you're at for the duration of a lap. So what you'll be trying to do is, rather than braking, it can be sort of more effective and cost you less speed, just being slightly aggressive initially on the turn-in, scrub the speed with the rear axle, and then you can effectively stay on the throttle the entire way. So naturally the engine is under load already, and you can, for lack of a better term, fire your way out of a corner, but that's never been said about an EnduroKA.
No, that's right. But 100% right, it's a case of getting the car straight for the apex and then straight onto the power, and then hang on for dear life, as in the Citroen C1 series. And you will spot a Citroen C1, the number 115 E-Max Motorsport with Ugga Dugga Racing, the Manchester-based C1 team, who I regularly race against. Well done, fellas, for getting on the grid. They are currently 16th overall, 4.5 seconds behind the Ka-Chow car. It was just interesting about the lap times anyway, because, I mean, Jack Wright, who obviously was pretty aggressive in the early part of this race, already lapping 1:30.266. I wonder, as you were talking about early morning pace setting, and then, you know, drivers getting a bit more comfortable and with new sets of tyres, if people are going to break the 29 mark. But we'll keep an eye on that anyway. But number 46 making solid progress at the front of this field, regular lapping in the 1:31s, and that's with a 3.5 second advantage over Caston Martin. Caston Martin, by the way, in terms of their squad, number 23 is Luke Thomas. It's Luke Thomas that's in the car at the moment. He's sharing with Mike Weberstadt, Matt Tordoff and Dan Hawksreed in a very, very racy lineup. In third position is the Kahuna's race team, number 333, and that's Costa Kiritis that's currently on board. And Costa sharing with Ian Perkins, Philip Truman and Adam Bessel. Yeah,
Costa, if you ever get the opportunity to speak to Costa, please go and speak to him. Costa Kriatsis is he's gained the nickname the Greek god of speed, because, I mean, he races, you know, the supercars where you wear motorbike leathers, but you're sat half an inch off the floor doing what seems like Mach 4 around most of the UK circuits. He loves a supercar and he's very quick in anything he gets, and he's raced the Citroen C1s and Enduro cars as well. And very quick is the Greek god of speed. So keep an eye on Costa Kriatsis throughout the remainder of this race. But like I say, go and find him if you do. He's such a nice chap, great to chat to, but very potent when he gets behind the wheel of a race car.
Yeah, it looks it, because he's third overall, and with the fabulously named Kahuna's Racing, I can't possibly think what he's referring to. Number 333, currently third overall. But let's just go through some of the runners and riders anyway. We talked about the top three. Fourth overall is the Autotech Motorsport car, currently being piloted by Taylor Norton. And Taylor sharing with Garrett O'Connor, Tom Menem-Weiss, Max Papworth and Sam Cunliffe this weekend. And then in fifth place is the aforementioned Project 29.7KA team, with Alex Miller, Carl Garnett, Paul O'Neill, Jonathan Moore. Not John Langridge. John Langridge is in the programme as down, but he was a deletion before the start of this race. Sixth is the number 64 car, the Autotech Motorsport car. And aboard that we have Gary Mitchell with four other drivers: Mark Witherington, Stuart Addison, Richard Harwood, and it's Ian Mitchell. And then the Burton Power Racing, of course. Burton Power, you'll have seen sponsor Ford Focuses, and Andy Burton being involved in Ford Focuses and Ford Fiestas, changing it for a Ford KA this weekend. Currently aboard the number one car is Tom Valentine, sharing with Andy Burton, Stephen Gilbert and Ashley Davis. Number 180, the Team Shine car, can't be faulted for determination. Currently on board that as part of the first stint is Nathan Brown, sharing with Colin French, Adrian Wood and Michael Robinson. And then ninth, one of the best named teams, AFK Cash Strat Racing, which is number 22, which got Nick Berg on board. He's sharing with Nick Creed, Natalie Knowles, Alex Tentori and Ben Smith. And then in 10th place is number 74 Orca Sport car, which is currently being piloted by Roger Hassan. He's sharing with Gary Wilkinson, Peter Child and Michael Davis. The remaining seven runners of the 17 field, number 49, the LDR Performance Tuning car, number 49, has currently got I think there's a driver change there, so it's Davey who's currently on board, Jack, on that one. But in the programme, we've got 49ers being shared with David Bywater, Daniel Welling and Carl Reid.
It's Lawrence. Lawrence Davies.
It is Lawrence that's out there.
Yeah.
So team owner is out there. So yes, so Lawrence is starting his own car. Good to see. And then we have the number 2, the NJM Racing Limited car. Justin Irvin has started that. He's sharing with David Murphy, who was just in the Ford Fiesta, of course, in the previous race. Marcus Buckle, who's in the VW Golf in the previous race. And Phil Hart, who was also in the previous race. So quite a few people that have taken part in the MSVT, deciding to change one lot of tyre squealing for another in this race. We've then got Skarsky and Clutch. Yeah, that is my favourite team name, I have to say. Skarsky and Clutch, for all you older viewers. And then we've currently got Luke Pollen-Brooks, who started with Lyndon Arnold, Dean Pollen and Martin Westbury. Then MSVT, the number 44 car. and that is Stephen Docker, Ben Taylor, Henry Wright and Kevin Glover, and it's Kevin Glover that started that car. Then you have Kachow that we mentioned earlier, which has got the Taylors on board, Clive Taylor and Lee Taylor, the hardest working man in show business, sharing with Ross Folds. Then the single C1, so well done to Ugga Dugga and Emax, who I regularly race against, and aboard for them in the Citroen C1 is Glenn Finn, Aaron Grizzly, Ashley Aspin and James Taylor. And finally the one at the rear of the field, who's taken it very, very steady indeed, but quite rightly in my opinion, Scuderia Bullrun, who've obviously got a different strategy, and that is Mike Heath on board, that one, and it's the Bowrons that are sharing that car, Lee, Ryan and Lewis. So they are your runners and riders for this version of the 24-hour race. Not that many changes on track, of course. The one change that has taken place is a regular battle between the Orca Sport car of the number 74 Roger Hassan and then Lawrence Davey, who we mentioned earlier, regularly passing each other out on circuit. But remarkably incident free then, Jack, in the first 18 minutes of this race.
Yeah, the good thing is everyone somewhat respects that they are here for 24 hours. It is a very, very long time. Milnair Racing are here to defend their crown of this event, so they'll just be looking to build a bit of a margin. It seems like, as you say, that was very, very close indeed between the number 2 NJM Racing car and the LDR Performance Tuning car. That is for 11th and 12th respectively. But it seems like Jack Wright, he's built the margin and gone, right, okay, that's three and some change. Let's just hold it there. There's no point pushing on because it's 24 hours, anything can happen. One safety car undoes all of my hard work anyway. So why don't we just build a bit of breathing space and then just control the race, because you can back yourself off a little bit, and if anything, it's nicer to the car, it's nicer to you. So longevity-wise, you're doing everything you need to.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that was Justin Irving, by the way, that was trying to make the most of the early time and trying to get through at the back end of the circuit and ruining his rear tyres in the process. And also really, really pushing, by the way, is the number 74 car, the Orca Sport car, Roger Hassan, we were talking about earlier, trying to make good his escape from Lawrence Davey, who's currently in 11th place. He was very, very squirrely coming out of the corkscrew anyway. So the C1 just coming through now. Beautiful understeering as usual from the C1. I wonder what tyre pressures they're running. The tyre pressures that we normally run, 30 PSI, 45 rears.
Yeah, they're probably pretty close to that. Is that presumably cold pressures?
Yes.
Yeah. I was going to say on my on the road going C1, I have previously put 30 in the rears, and even that's a little bit skittish. But of course, these guys will be on somewhat semi-slick tyres, so you've got a bit more of contact patch, and it's all in aid of rotation of the car. That's what you've got to do. Get as much on the nose as possible, but not too much to the point where it almost feels rear-wheel drive going into a corner. You hit the brakes and you end up going sideways in.
That's right, and someone who wasn't sideways in then with a very determined pass was Nick Berg in the AFK Castrap Racing car. So again, as they were heading towards Rocket, he sent it up the inside and deciding that, do you know what, I don't care if there's 23 hours, 39 minutes, 47 seconds left, I'm going to try and take 8th position. And that's exactly what he did. I'm
going to say thank you to Scott Thompson, owner of Pro-Am Racing, not here this weekend. We were asking the question about tyres. Front left every stint, front right every 2 stints, and then rear left every 4 stints.
Great. Cheers, Scott.
So rear right, for obvious reasons, don't touch it, don't fix it if it ain't broken. If you've still got plenty there. But then of course you need to keep an eye on wheel bearings. The only time you really tell is by the noise, and that can be difficult to listen out for, especially if you're not the only one in a train. We've had exhausts go before, but other than that, tyres are the main enemy of this circuit, it would seem. But as you say, you just got to keep an eye on brakes as well as the race wears on. I thought it was worth maybe just popping up the YouTube chat, as we understand we're not only here to commentate to everybody that's here at the circuit, but also with everybody that's at home as well. How many people do we have watching at the moment? 54 people we have watching. What else would you want to do with your Saturday afternoon?
I'd like to thank Mr. and Mrs. Thompson for clearly tuning into Second Son's commentary anyway. So yes, but obviously we have several other people watching out on track who are listening to mine and Jack's exhortation. So thank you everyone for staying after the other races to watch the Enduro cars go around. And look at that fantastic line from the Jägermeister number 44 car. So that's one of the MSVT entries. Currently piloting that is just having a quick look now. It is Kevin Glover that's in the car. So took a fabulous line then through the corkscrew anyway. But obviously one of the key things, of course, we'll run through later during the broadcast, Jack, is clearly the one thing that the teams have to be mindful of clearly being within the limitations they need to follow. So making sure that the pits are towards the right standard, that they obviously don't exceed speed limits in the pit lane, for example. Just the little things that could cause big issues in terms of penalties. Yeah,
when you say big issues in penalties, that's not an over-exaggeration. You can get 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 lap penalties. Even the little things of spilling fuel. If the fuel spill can't be covered by an A5 piece of paper, is classified as a spill, and as such you get the penalty that is linked to that as well. So there's some weird and wonderful rules as to how we measure them, but everyone runs by the same rules. And we saw quite a number of people getting them for spilling fuel, and a number of cars getting penalties for exceeding pit limits as well. But drive time is always abided by as well, which is it's a unique one. So everyone's rushing around, but everyone's still all the right time of their drive time, so it's fine. Lead gap has been cut down by around about a third, so 2.5 seconds now the gap between Milner Racing and Aston Martin, of which, of all the cars to be chased by, it's not an awful one, Jack, right?
I think we've had a spin, by the way. That looks like the Bowrun car.
Odd place for a spin.
And that's pulled off.
It has, so that is the number 30 machine off the road. So Scuderia Bowrun off and pulled over, potentially in a place of danger.
That looks engine related, so just seeing the quite a lot of smoke emanating from the front bonnet of the car that was at the back of the field. Now we're saying it was taking its time. Maybe there was a pre-race issue with that car, which is why it was lapping relatively slowly. But unfortunately, the Mike Heath, Lee Bowrun, Ryan Bowrun, and
Lee Bowrun,
Lee Bowrun car, unfortunately, is stuck towards the rear of the circuit. Yeah,
so the safety car is out. It's a family affair at Scuderia Bowrun. Lee, Ryan and Lewis. Unfortunately, it's the non-family member in the car. It's Mike Heath, who may be a family member. I will correct myself on that. But the non-Bowrun behind the wheel. Unfortunately, something hasn't quite gone to plan with that car. As you say, it just didn't quite seem on pace for where we somewhat expected it to be, or we knew it could be in this race. The 297 car has popped into the pit lane, so I'm half tempted to leave everybody with you, Ian, as I have a very quick run downstairs and figure out what's going on with the car.
Feel free. We'll see what happens under safety car conditions. One thing we will run through is all the list of penalties that will happen during the pit stops. We'll check that later. We'll go through the regulations, because that's what we commentators like doing. Into the pits, by the way, for a very, very early pit stop is the number 143 car. So that's Skarsky and Clutch. That is a very, very early pit stop. I wasn't expecting anybody in so early, but yeah, the Pollen Brooks is in. And we'll see if anything's actually taking place on that Ford KA. So it comes into position with it, and they've said, go back out, don't come in under the safety car. So straight back out goes the Pollen Brooks, Skarsky and Clutch car. And has only lost a few positions anyway, with taking the aborted pit stop anyway. It comes out in front of the Emax Motorsport Citroen C1 anyway. So the safety car in place while the Scuderia Bowrun Ford KA is removed. And yeah, there's a lot of smoke still coming out of the that Ford KA. So the Land Rover just coming out onto circuit now, and yeah, that'll need to be towed away. So I suspect we'll be behind the safety car for at least 2 or 3 laps here. And so we'll see what happens. But there you see the familiar open helmet of Jack Wright, the white car. The white helmet, apologies, who retains the lead of this race. he'll have thought, I may have been able to extend it 2 or 3 seconds and get away from Aston Martin, but unfortunately was unable to. So it's been completely nullified by the BMW 5 Series safety car coming out on circuit. Land Rover just making its way towards the Ford KA, the Bowrun Ford KA, and the tow rope will be coming out and we'll be moving that car. Just waiting for the others to join the rest of this gaggle of 14 Ford KAs at the front. There's a further 2 to come, and then the Citroen C1. So number 143 crosses the line, and number 1 so Skarsky and Clutch is back out in front of the number 95 Kachow car, which Lee Taylor's piloting. Lee Taylor, who I think there's only one race he's not taken part in this weekend, and that is the Seat Super Cup, which is over, but now just finally getting the tow rope onto the 4K. Hopefully they'll be able to get that back to the garage and see what's wrong with the engine, and hopefully they'll be able to rejoin the race, albeit several laps down. So we'll see how that Ford KA gets on.
I can only assume the 297 Project 297 car with Jonathan Moore, of course, from Porsche Carrera Cup GB.
Yep.
He has had a bit of contact out there somewhere, because as I went down, they were taking the door off and putting a new one on. And that's not something I've seen before. But like we say, it is a car which should go very, very well indeed, because it's got Alex Miller, of course, from Miata Trophy and Brit Car. It's got Carl Garnett behind the wheel, Brit Car, Jonathan Moore, Porsche Carrera Cup GB, Paul O'Neill, and Steve Andrew as well. It's just quick drivers all round. So hopefully they can get that all sorted and get the car back out there. But of course, the hemorrhaging time at the moment, they are 3 laps down. But in the grand scheme of a 24-hour, it's not that much.
No, it's not at all. So hopefully we'll be able to both teams get back out there and sorted. So the Scuderia Bowrun car now making its way limply, has to be said, towards the corkscrew, but hopefully the team will be able to get that car back out as soon as possible. The remaining 15 combatants then remain behind the safety car. Hopefully when the Land Rover comes into the pit lane, we'll be back under green flag conditions, but we're still waiting for the safety car light to confirm that or not. But I've got to say that this is making me want to race. I'll be honest.
I mean, same here, because there's a number of cars out there which I know Werrell Senior has raced with varied success. So it is one of those. It's got to happen at some point, a father and son KA combo, much like the one that's in Mulnair Racing.
Just having a quick look. Someone's written some big lads with big muscles in Widnes on the chat. Yeah, well aware of that. Don't worry, being from up the road in Warrington. Anyway, that's the last I'll say about Widnes. Anyway, Jack Wright then leads the cars around. So the safety car light did come out. So we're back underway here at Trackmont, and could see the C1 still out and about. I think that's the C1 tyre squeal you can hear actually going through the first corner, but Jack Wright gets a great restart.
Yeah, so the safety car has brought itself into the pit lane, which is very handy, meaning that we can go back racing once again. I've spotted that Scott Thompson of Pro-Am Racing's been trying to sell seats in the live stream chat, so anything to keep himself busy on a Saturday on a non-racing weekend. Busy weekend last weekend at Thruxton. I'm sure he's probably up at Knockhill next weekend potentially, so it's a busy weekend. Yet more tyre squeal. That was all KAs on that occasion. A bit of door-to-door contact, it would seem, and yet more contact up at the top. That's the LDR Performance tuning car alongside the Orca Sport car. Also involved is Team Shine. It was all getting rather close up there.
It was getting rather hot and bothered towards the top of the circuit, but no harm done anyway, and no panels damaged anyway. So the Team Shine car continues on. Back out onto the circuit is the Project 297 KA team, albeit 4 laps down, but 4 laps have gone 4 laps is nothing really over the course of a 900 lap race. That can be made up, of course, and we'll see how that star-studded team gets on. We'll have to just keep an eye on the Scuderia Bowron car, how quickly the engine can be fixed in that machine. But yeah, that you mentioned about Scott Thompson. Yeah, I'm interested in the drive at Donington on the 30th of August, Scott, if you want to get in touch with me.
Or you get in touch with him.
Or get in touch with him, either way around. I suspect it'll be him getting in touch with me, but we'll see if he's offering drives now. But we'll see. So the Jägermeister car then, number 44, now going through. Where is the Jägermeister car? And that is currently in 11th place overall. And having a lovely, some fantastic battles all the way across this circuit. You wouldn't guess this was a 24-hour race with the way that some of these drivers are absolutely attacking this first stint, and that goes for that car you can see in front of you. So that is the Team Shine car, number 180, and the inside the Team Shine car at the moment is Nathan Brown is in the car. Number 49 though, he's saying absolutely no chance of you coming past me. The 49 car, the LDR Performance, so it's Lawrence Davey that's still in that car anyway. Actually got the novice flag at the back of the 49 car. It's certainly not for Lawrence, but for one of the other drivers anyway. And that's pretty hard racing, given we've only half an hour through this race, Jack.
Yeah, I've finally found a page which helps us with names and team names and numbers and everything, so it's very handy to have up here. 32 minutes of the race have elapsed, so drivers will continue on. And what you try to do in that situation, you'd be waving frantically of, let's just work together. How about you lead 5 laps, then I lead the next 5, or whatever works, just to minimise your time loss, because all of a sudden they've really fallen away from the Motorsport car, for which they were battling with just a lap ago. So it shows how much time you can lose. But yeah, at least in that position, I'd be waving around frantically going, come on, let's just work together. I have noticed on the 180 Team Shine car with Nathan Brown behind the wheel, their headlights are very IMSA-esque with the yellow sort of tint to them. I can't wait to see what that looks like. And of course this race changes complexion completely at night, not only from a driver's perspective but from our perspective, because it's going to be so difficult to pick between the cars. They do have endurance LED lights across various body panels of the car to help us identify them, but if we weren't here yesterday evening we wouldn't know what they look like in the night, so we're figuring that out as we go. There will be a safety car period after 2.5 hours into the race at some point. Any safety car we see before 2.5 hours, there is a reason for it. After that, we will ask the question, because naturally the marshals that are out there and they're in the circuit, it's its own little island with live racing circuit all around it. So naturally they need to gather refreshments. Once again, Nathan Brown is trying to get through and past Lawrence Davey. Lawrence Davey not massively happy that that's happening. I have noticed it looks effectively like cut rear arches on that LDR Performance Tuning car. I'm not sure how much air can get stuck in the rear bumper, but anything to get all of that air to escape could help, I guess. I didn't think there'd be that much air that gets stuck in a rear bumper of an Enduro car, but you never know.
Is that a pre or post race modification? I suggest it's pre.
That is somebody's accidentally hit the rear of my car and that piece of bodywork happened to be fragile and has broken away. That's, I'd imagine, the conversation that's about to happen with Lawrence Davey.
Could be. But anyway, what can't be disputed is the fact that the number 49, number 180 battling for 9th position as though it is a sprint race. And that also goes to the number 2 car. So no one's told Justin Irvin that he's got to be managing the tyres on his Ford KA, because he is locked up pretty regularly going up to Rocket several times in previous laps. So just in terms of number of laps completed, by the way, we're already on to our 22nd lap of this 900 lap odyssey. And in the lead remains Jack Wright, who takes a fantastic line towards the top of the circuit. Back out on circuit, by the way, and he's great to watch, is Jonathan Moore. Absolutely sensational through there. I mean, he looked like a downhill skier the way he came down the downhill section then. So Jonathan, great to watch anyway. We'll see how they get on given their 4 laps down. But yeah, so Jack Wright then continues to lead then from the Aston Martin car with Thomas aboard. I'm just looking back at years gone by.
So in 2024, 895 laps completed. Milner's leading or race winning gap, 12 laps. between themselves and Autotech, who in turn were 4 laps clear of Kahuna's race team, who in turn were 6 laps clear. I was looking as well in terms of teams which unfortunately aren't with us. 11 Tenths Racing, Johnny Elia or Jean-Luca Elia, Byron Crawford, Paul Pearson, Paul Stout. I think they all own Porsches, and that's how they met each other. Unfortunately, then I hear, of course, Pro-Am Racing aren't here. That year they had Scott Parkin, Nicole Drought, obviously prominent Irish racer who's now racing over in Europe. Ollie Fernell, Chris Dunster and Lucas Staccini. Semprini racing here this weekend. No, Semprini even aren't here, which is a real shame. But there's quite a healthy list of cars that unfortunately aren't with us this weekend, in comparison to previous years, like I say. So it is a shame, but I'm hoping we do see a lot of them return for future 24 hours.
Just bringing up the NJM Racing Limited car, which has been the subject of quite a lot of track activity already, with the number of lock-in tyres, particularly the lock-in left front tyre anyway, as they went up towards Rocket anyway. So Justin Irvine currently 12th overall and holding back the Skarsky and Clutch car, which there we go, having a quick look again, the Kagermeister car, the MSVT car, unable to get past the Team Shine car for 10th position. But the Milner Racing, so Jack Wright continuing to make good progress at the front. He remains the fastest car on circuit. The 130.266 was towards the start of the stint, and actually quite a lot of the cars have now settled back into the 131, 132, 133s, which hopefully, providing all the cars hold up over the next 23 hours and 20 minutes, is the sort of times I expect from the rest of the field.
Another team I've just spotted as well, it was more the driver that made me think of it. Traditionally number 3, Wingat Racing, Leon Bidgeway, Martin Weymouth, Mike Moraes, all in that team. That car was a very, very quick car and have had multiple podiums over the years, so it's a real shame to not see them here. Graves Motorsport, they normally bring someone from the GT world into EnduroKA, and it's a shame that they've not got anybody of that calibre, I don't think, with them this weekend, albeit they have brought some very quick guys with them. So there's plenty still to try and dig through in this race. At the moment, Milner Racing losing time to Aston Martin, but if you're Aston Martin now, you know that you're also, I would say, it's Milner losing time to the field, because Kahuna's race team are closing in on them as well. So if I were one of those two, I would be thinking, right, if I'm Aston Martin, let's get on the rear bumper of Milner Racing and just work together. Let's sit there bumping each other around the circuit, because we can build a gap, we can potentially save a bit of fuel. If we take it in turns, in an hour, 2 hours time, we'll potentially be in the same position, but now 20 seconds clear of everyone behind.
Yeah, I completely agree, because these front three are based upon lap times, the class of the field, so they are the only ones in the low 31s. The next set of cars, which are the Autotech cars, of course, they're in the high 31s, so they're very, very close together. And then the following cars, the next gaggle of cars, which is led by the AFK Castrap Racing car, which has currently got Nick Berg at the wheel. They're in the 132, so you're quite right. There's no point themselves putting under pressure. They may as well just work together. And yeah, if I was Jack Wright, I'd be saying, right, well, I've got fastest lap now. If you fancy a lead at the start of this race and fancy giving me a tow around the circuit rather than you getting it from me, then feel free.
Yeah. There's like you say, it raises the level of risk in an endurance race. If you can do anything in your power to minimise said risk, it is absolutely the way to go. The Citroen C1 Interloper is still out there and circulating. Glenn Finn behind the wheel of the Emax Motorsport car, 15th overall. And I understand that they are slightly more lively than an Enduro car. When you hit the brakes, they do like a little wander from left to right. And braking in a straight line in a Citroen C1 is the aim, but never the result.
Correct. Yeah. Absolutely right, yeah. So my team, JFR, we are always mucking about with brakes and tyre pressures, and you're quite right, it pitches violently left, which then you require to then just chuck it immediately right to throw it into a corner. Absolutely great fun at Redgate, for example, at Donington, which we were racing at a couple of weeks ago. But no, they're great fun. They're great fun to drive, and very, very cheap way, a bit like the EnduroKA, very cheap way of entering motor racing for not much money. and with great camaraderie that goes with it, and that includes the EnduroKA and Emax lads that are running the number 115 Citroen C1, the Interloper. So they've already won the guest one. Look at that! I mean, pained faces in the commentary box. There's the way the Aston Martin car attempted to go through Jack Wright. Listen to that tyre squeal. Goodness
so
me.
late on the brakes. So unbelievably late on the brakes from the Aston Martin car. The gap was there, but naturally it's the outside. And if you go to the outside in an enduro car, it's very rare that you make the overtake stick because you've not got the power to pull you round the outside and pull you out of the corner. So Milner Racing still in the lead for now. Still being hunted down by Aston Martin and Kahuna's race team. The Autotech Motorsport cars in flying formation. The silver, maybe not arrows, but yeah, silver arrows will do.
Yeah, that's right. If anyone's got a better epithet for what we've just mentioned, then obviously pop it in the chat if you're...
the knife and fork.
Could be knife and fork. Obviously, if you're out on circuit, then feel free to come to the commentary box and give us a suggestion. As the Burton Power Racing car, that's looked very, very lively, actually. So, the Burton Power Racing car, which has got Tom Valentine on board. Tom Valentine, I think he drives Fiestas, I think Tom races for Burton Power. Yeah. Anyway, he's right behind the number 22 Nick Berg cash strap racing cars. They've been circulating in close order now from the start of this race.
He's Andy Burton's son-in-law.
Okay,
Tommy Valentine. Yeah, races normally in
Tommy. Yes,
Track Day Trophy or Track Day Championship in his Ford Fiesta, whilst Andy's out in the Ford Focus Mark III. Unfortunately, isn't here this weekend, which is a shame. Autotech Motorsport supposed to be working together. That looks suspiciously like they're racing each other, but they're racing drivers, and that's what they do.
Huge squeal of tyres again, which is obligatory, by the way. You can see a little bit of damage actually from the front already of the number 65 car. So that is the Norton O'Connor Monhemius Papworth Cunliffe car. And we'll just confirm again who the starting driver was on that number 65 car. It is it's Norton that's taken the wheel there. So it is Taylor Norton that started, and it is Mitchell. So it's either Gary or Ian that's in the 64 car. I suspect it's Gary, but we'll wait to confirm on that one. Anyway,
yeah, it's great to have Taylor Norton back in the Enduro car. He's been away racing, I believe it's Renault Clios, with plenty of success. Taylor, a very quick driver. I'm going to do another trip downstairs. We may as well do it in our shifts to figure out why people are in and what they're doing. Lawrence Davey in the pit lane, he was going well.
He was, wasn't he? And he was 9th overall, but yeah, and we've got to do this, of course, because otherwise we'd go stir crazy with commentating for 24 hours. In fact, just to confirm, we'll be commentating on air and on circuit till 9 o'clock this evening, and then we'll be back out on comms at 9 a.m. Being able to then complete the rest of the what will be 8 hours and 40 minutes when we return to circuit. So just coming past is the EnduroKA Emax C1, which we can see. I'm just seeing the rest of the cars now going round, and you can see the silver arrows, as Jack euphemistically described them, coming into... goodness me, is there going to be any front tyre left of the 65 car? They really are pushing each other. I mean, given it's only, we're only 45 minutes into this race, or the Autotech car anyway. So we'll wait to see how they get on. Looks very over-enthusiastic to my eye anyway, the number 64 and 65 cars. Now, just give you an idea where they are out on circuit, by the way. They're only 9 seconds behind the first, second and third cars. The first and second cars clearly working together, so that is Jack Wright with Luke Thomas, as I mentioned earlier, and then Costa Kiritis in the number 333 car, only 2 seconds behind him. They're about to lap Jonathan Moore in his number 297 Ford K8. So that is 4 laps, 3 laps down, maybe 4 laps down when Jack is able to pass Jonathan anyway. I expect to see better things through the race from the number 297 car. Just wait and see what happens as well. I mean, we've got Jack checking what's going on with the Bowron car as well as the Lawrence Davey car, which has been running well, but that's currently in the pits. So I'll wait to see what happens. And again, look at those fantastic front lights anyway, which will come into the Rhone, of course, when it goes to dark here at Track 1. So Jack Wright makes his way safely past Jonathan Moore. Does Jonathan Moore give space to Luke Thomas? The answer is, well, no. and Jonathan Moore goes straight in front of Luke Thomas as they're now going towards Peel and the back end of the circuit prior to then dropping down and then towards the corkscrew at the end of what will be the 29th lap. So only another 850 or so to go. So yeah, Jack Wright then in the yellow and purple Ford KA takes a great line through there. You can tell it's Jack behind the wheel because of that obvious Russell Brooks type helmet that he has, and he's managed to eke out a little bit more of advantage over the Aston Martin car because of the traffic to what will be approaching over a second actually, and then Costa Caritas behind. So just to give you a quick rundown of the top 10, in 4th position and 5th position remain the Autotech twins. So it's a 65 car that's in 4th position, the Taylor Norton car, and then it's either Gary or Ian Mitchell and the number 64 car. In 6th place, just passing us now, is the Castrol Racing car. There's got Nick Berg on board with Tommy Valentine just behind in the Burton Power car, and then Roger Hassan remains in 8th position in the Orca Sport car, number 74, and then Team Shine in 9th position, number 180 with Nathan Brown aboard, and then 10th overall is the Jägermeister car. That's the number 44 orange car, currently being driven by Kevin Glover. No, apologies, that is not the Jägermeister car, but Kevin Glover is in 10th place overall. So there we are. It's actually Skarsky and Clutch is moving the way forward, by the way, after that non-pit stop that they had earlier. So that is Paul and Brooks, and they are currently in the 11th position, making the way up through the field. And here we are, the Autotech twins, and yeah, that battle continues, the internecine battle there between the two. 64 decides, you know what, I'm going to have a quick run in front of you actually, and back up into 4th position then. So it's going down the corkscrew then, being able to balance on the edge of adhesion within these Ford KAs, and the Autotech twins make the way through the final corner, and they have, it still remains a pretty solid 10-second gap then to Costa Caritas further up the road. Fastest car on the circuit, by the way, is the man in 2nd position, Luke Thomas, in the Aston Martin Ford KA. His last lap, a very, very competitive 1:30.932. Well, I'll tell you, if Aston Martin can do that through most of the 24 hours, they will have a good shout at being in the top 3 come the end of this race. So there is a 4-car length advantage then for Jack Wright down the back end of the circuit, going towards the Rocket for the 31st time. Jack Wright takes a very, very defensive line. You'd think they'd be working together. They're not, because it looks though they're very much battling, Jack.
Costa Caritas will be watching this from a distance thinking, well, wait up, I want to go. Plenty of information from the pit lane.
Excellent.
The Project 29.7 KA had the passenger side door window had shattered. I did suspect there was a bit of contact, and that's why they were changing the door. That was part of the pit procedure. They were also requested to come to the pit lane as the brake lights weren't working, just due to a little switch. So they've managed to solve that, get that car back out. As we mentioned, that Costa Caritas manages to work his way through and past Jonathan Moore, who is still behind the wheel. Obviously, we spotted the LDR Performance tuning car of Lawrence Davey pop into the pit lane. That was due to something relating to the fuel, whether that was a fuel leak, fueling issue, fuel surge, not enough yet to be decided. And obviously Mike Heath, we saw the Scuderia Bowen car pop into the pit lane. The engine has failed, so they haven't brought a spare one with them. Obviously, teams around the paddock may bring a spare one, and as much as they would love to help, giving a spare engine is quite a big ask this early into a race. So they've done the only logical thing when you're a team running on a budget, and that's drive to Crewe and pick up a new engine. So they will soon be back with us with a new engine that they've picked up from Crewe, and come back, fit it, and hopefully get the car back out there. But as you'll be aware, in Citroen C1s, you can effectively do a full engine change in about 40-45 minutes.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, how long ago did they leave for Crewe?
I think when they got the car back and went, ooh, and that was it. The ooh was all they needed, and out the circuit they went, and set off to Crewe. Are you going to figure out how long it takes to drive to Crewe and back?
You know what?
So
we haven't worked together before, but that's surprising because we've actually had the same thoughts. So we're going to just check that for you anyway.
We will figure out how long it takes them to get to and from crew. We'll give them 20 minutes leeway to pick the thing up and throw it in the back of presumably a 4x4, and then add 40 minutes on top of that to fit it. So we'll have to add an hour onto whatever the time is, at least, that it says. But a quick chat with Alex Miller as well. Apparently the brake lights can be a bit of a common fault on these cars as well. It's just a small switch which doesn't quite have the longevity. He says he does have an idea on how he can increase the longevity of the switch. You potentially have some news. 1 hour 35, so that's going to be 3 hours 10. It's going to be, let's call it 4.5, because they're not obviously the biggest team, but 4.5 hours they will give up. It happened sort of half an hour into the race, so it's going to be sort of 19 hours to go. We should hopefully see them back out, for which we will still be up here, so we could see them return to the circuit.
So I might have to rethink my hero of the weekend anyway, which I need to nominate anyway. So I mean, if the boys are able to get back from crew with an engine and then refit it within 5 hours, so they're out on circuit come 9:30, I will be both amazed and absolutely delighted. So best of luck then to the Scuderia Bowrun team, who you will see them 17th overall at the moment, plus 14 laps. They will remain 17th throughout the rest of our transmission the rest of the day, Joe.
Yeah, I had a quick chat with Jamie Moore as well from NJM Racing. So he's out this weekend with the NJM Racing Limited car, but of course he's ran other cars in Track Day Trophy, Track Day Championship, etc. as well, so he's had a busy weekend, as have the rest of the team. It's a long weekend for NJM Racing. But they are still out there and circulating. Currently 12th overall, with Justin Irvine behind the wheel. Jack Wright has fallen to second place now, so it is Luke Thomas just following suit, following in the wheel tracks of where Jack Wright was a few laps ago, and he's now the one punching the hole in the air. And I think Jack Wright has gone, that's fine, you've wasted all that time, all of that energy trying to get past me, so I can just sit behind you. And yeah, not massively aggressive, it would seem. All the tyre squealing is that inside rear. Initially, you get the tyre squeal, and then the front axle is just screaming out for some sort of help, but that it will never receive. But Jack Wright just following in the wheel tracks, maybe saving a bit of fuel. You've got to be careful because of overheating, but there's not massive amounts of dirty air which comes off these cars. I have just noticed the roof scoop on the Aston Martin car. There's not another car with that, but it makes it look weirdly sporty. Next time it comes by, have a little look.
Yes, remarkable.
Small change.
Yeah. How would it take them to put that little roof scoop in? Definitely not a Ford additional extra when the Ford car was originally manufactured in the UK. Or rather, I should say, imported into the UK. But yes, that's a remarkable thing. I mean, what advantage do you think that gives to the car, except as obviously talking about? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's right. Might slow you down a bit more. Or 69 brake horsepower. But as you quite rightly say, so Luke Thomas now takes charge of this race, and Jack Wright will be able to get a tow, which he is doing down the back end of the circuit. And I'm sure Jack Wright, being a racer, even though he's supposed to take your time, it's a 24-hour race, will at some point think, do you know what, I'm just going to throw it down the inside.
Lull him into a false sense of security. Is he going to have a look? Yes, he is. Oh, there was a little look there. He was definitely trying to fill the mirror. He's just keeping the pressure on, because he's thinking, I can do this all day. We're saving a bit of fuel, but I would desperately be trying to go, let's just point and work together, because with 23 hours to go, we're 5 minutes away from an hourly rundown where we get to have a first look at where everybody is. Granted, you can see it all on your timing tower, but it's in a little bit more information and visualised slightly better. Obviously, it means we're a little closer to a very brief natural break, just so we can run to get some refreshments as and when, because we are still here for quite some time. 9 o'clock this evening we'll be signing off for 12 hours before we jump back in again at circa 9 a.m, of which the complexion of this race will have done one of two things: remained exactly the same or changed drastically.
Absolutely right. And of course, as we say, the Kahuna car, Costa Kiritis, is catching these two as these two continue to battle all the way through. So he's a further 2 seconds back at the moment. The Autotech cars haven't caused each other problems yet. So Norton and Mitchell continuing to go round, only about 10 seconds behind Costa, actually, 4th and 5th. And then Berg and Valentine, they've been stuck together. So that's the Castrop car in 6th place, number 22. And then Tommy Valentine, the Burton Power Racing car, they've been locked together. There's only been 0.3 of a second between them for the last 20 laps. And, they remain in 6th and 7th. So almost come to the end of the first hour. Has been an intriguing first hour, particularly for unfortunately, the Scuderia Boveren team. Real shame that. And the Project 29-7 car, obviously with the door issue now resolved and the brake lights now working, now circulating in 16th position. But there is so much to go in this race. This is just the mere amuse-bouche before the rest of the starters, main course, dessert, and several courses that we're going to be enjoying today. Is that
appetizer, entree,
all of the above.
Yes. So plenty still to look forward to is effectively the message that should be sent. Plenty to look forward to indeed. Caston Martin still leading the way from Milner Racing. The Silver Arrows, I'm going to stick with that. I do like it. The Autotech cars, they've been in a similar livery for a long while. From what I've gathered, the Treble 3 Kahunas race team, that's also ran out of the Autotech garage as well. And so what I read into that, if I was Autotech, is we've got 3 cars inside the top 5.
Fantastic. Yeah, indeed.
And 2 of which are in flying formation. So I'd be looking forward to getting back and seeing what photos the circuit photographers have got as well, because that means new wallpapers on every single device I own. And back at the factory, get it nice big printed on the wall. Absolutely, you would, wouldn't you? With those 2 separated by 0.8 of a second. And that's what we mean by working together. Granted, they're not gaining on the cars up the road, but they're not losing time. They're just sat working with each other, keeping each other out of trouble.
We have got some top-class photographers out on circuit actually today, including Matt Saxon, by the way, who's currently sat in the commentary box. Just having a quick look over some of his photos already taken over the weekend. Oof, goodness me, number 95. So that is the Kachow car. So one of the Taylors on board.
Clive.
I think it was Clive Taylor, that's right, yeah. Taking all kinds of curb coming through the final corner anyway, and the C1 now comes round, takes a fine line, doesn't use any curb, obviously worried about track limits as all C1 racing cars. So coming over the line for the 37th time then, Luke Thomas leads this race in the Caston Martin, followed by Jack Wright, and then Costa Kiritis right behind then in the number 3 Kahuna race team, run out of Autotech, as you rightly say.
I haven't spotted on the Emax Motorsport car, purely because I haven't looked. Are they using the standard steel wheels, or are they on the different ones? Because the steel ones are famously quite soft, so if you do hit curbs, it will reform or deform the wheel, and it means that you can have a premature visit to the pit lane purely because you need to fit a new tyre. No, they're not on the steel wheel, so it gives you a bit more leeway with curbs, but you still don't want to be nailing them.
No, exactly right, yeah. And you're quite right about delamination and other things that come when you hit random curbs in Ford KAs. Not to be recommended on the road, of course. Rounding the corner now, it's the number 2 car, so that's the NJM racing car, which was causing so many brake issues earlier, but that's settled down now. And in fact, that's the pattern of the race. Quite a few of the cars now settled into a regular pattern, top 5, top 6 in the 131s, and look as though they can lap in the 131s all day.
Yeah, the cars are just bedding in now, aren't they? They've got up to temperature and they seem a bit more comfortable. The drivers will have learnt their quirks. Granted, nothing might have changed between the previous round and now, but that's not to say the car feels exactly the same. There will be slight different intricacies. Potentially a bit of a battle there. That's the Burton Power car fighting away with the 2022 Castrop car. But top of the hour, we're at the point where we're ready to do a little rundown of what the field looks like.
Indeed, and we'll give you a quick rundown of the top 10 then. So, the lead of this race after the first hour is the Caston Martin Ford KA, currently driven by Luke Thomas. Second position, Jack Wright in his Milner car, the defending champions, number 46. And in third position is the number 333 Kahuna's race team car, currently driven by Costa Kiritis. In fourth position is 65, the first of the Autotechs, currently driven by Norton, so that is Taylor Norton in the number 65 car, and then in 5th place is the number 64 car, Gary Mitchell. It's Gary Mitchell, not Ian Mitchell, that started the Autotech car. 6th overall, Nick Berg in the AFK cash-strapped racing car. Just behind him, Tommy Valentine, the Burton Power racing car. It's only 0.3 of a second between them. In 8th position is the Orca Sport car, started by Roger Hassan, who's had an entertaining race so far. 9th overall, the Team Shine car, Nathan Brown, who's had a similarly entertaining race. And 10th overall, as things stand after the first hour, is Skarsky and Clutch, number 143, Luke Hollerbrooks aboard. 11th overall, number 44, the MSVT racing car, currently being piloted by Kevin Glover. That's the Kagermeister car, followed by Justin Irvin, NJM Racing Limited car in 12th overall. Kachow started poorly, but he's working his way back up through the field with Clive Taylor on board. And in 14th position is the only Citroen C1 in the race, the E-Match Motorsport Ugga Dugga entry from Manchester. 15th overall, LDR Performance Tuning. We've just heard from Jack Lawrence David, had been into the pits. He's back out after having the car checked over. And then Jonathan Moore in the Project 29.7 KA is 16th, is the last of the runners on track. Scuderia Boron had problems, of course, as Jack was mentioning earlier, with their engine. It requires a new engine, which they are shipping from Crewe as we speak, and we hope to see the number 30 car out on track towards the end of the day.
We do indeed. Thank you very much. That is the hourly update complete. We've completed 1 hour, 2 minutes and a half. We've still got 22 hours, 57 minutes and 30 seconds still to go. So plenty of racing still to be completed. We will take ourselves away for a very brief natural break and be back with you with 22 hours and about 53 minutes, 52 minutes left.
Welcome back from me, Ian Thompson, alongside the rest of the team here at Anglesey, bringing you the second hour now of the Ford KA, the EnduroKA 24-hour. Got Jack Werrell alongside me. We've got a spinner, actually. That's the first spin of the race. It's the number 143 Skarsky and Crutch car. So, bang on cue, we've actually had a spin. So, it's working its way. It looks like the first part of the circuit. But anyway, so Skarsky and Crutch back on its way. Probably slightly disoriented by that one. Anyway, just to mention, coming back on it, Jack Wright has retaken the lead in the Milner Racing, so the defending champions getting past the Caston Martin car again, the number 23 car, and it remains Costa Caritis remaining in third place in the Kahuna's racing car. So it's as you were, except a slight change for the lead at the front of the race as per 5 minutes ago. So we'll see what happens, by the way, to the Pollenbrook, Skarsky and Crutch car, whether they come into the pits or whether it was just a quick lose of the car anyway. So Luke Pollenbrook's making his way through the final part of the lap. Now he's staying out anyway, so it's clearly just a quick spin, but Luke's got it up anyway, and on he carries. So at the front end of this race then, Jack Wright then continues to lead from Luke Thomas and Costa Caritis in third position. Very, very busy weekend for Jack Wright, who's in a identical liveried VW Golf earlier and did very, very well in both well, in fact, it was the MSVT Track Day Championship that Jack competed so well with his dad, George, in. In fact, he's sharing that car with his dad, actually. So just to double confirm the entry there. So Jack Wright with George Wright, Dylan Brichter and Scott Parkin. So they are the four that are racing the number 46 Milne Ford KA. Obviously enjoying himself thoroughly behind the wheel, having been out there for well over an hour now. Jackie, by the way, Jack Werrell, who's alongside me. Jack, you just missed the first spin of the race, by the way. But it was the Pollenbrook Skarsky and Crutch car, which, Skarsky and Crutch, apologies. Of course, I think Starkers and Crutch was a Morecambe and Wise sketch, which I've just got mixed up with anyway. So, anyway, he's back along. I think he only lost one spot, actually, overall. So, listen to the squeal from the Autotech twins anyway towards the top end of the circuit, continuing to circulate. In fact, that's got to be one of the stories of the race, really. The first three have been together by 2 seconds for the last half an hour. These two have been together for half a second for the last half an hour. And Tommy Valentine, who's now moved up to 6th position, actually, he and the number 22 car, the Nick Berg Castrop Racing, they've been together in close proximity for the best part of half an hour as well.
Good thing is, I'm just looking further down the order, in around the Skarsky and Clutch car at the moment. There's not too, when you look at the gaps, they're not monumental. Naturally, the smallest gaps that we've got out there are for the lead, Jack Wright, who is back in the lead ahead of Luke Thomas in the Claston Martin car. The Autotech twins, as you referred to them, I like that. They're only a second or so apart. But when you look elsewhere, there's nothing over 10 seconds, and very rarely you find something over 5 seconds even. So it's nice to see that those gaps are still there or thereabouts. Naturally, we need to keep an eye on Project 297 to see what Jonathan Moore can do about getting that car back up and through the order. Still posting 1 minute 32.1, so not race leading pace, but it's top 10 pace, well and truly quicker than most of the cars in front of him, dangerously close to the 31. So on that pace, he'd be looking in and around the sort of top 6, you would say. So that car should start making yet more inroads to cars up the road. Zach Sweeney, hello, good to see you. Of course, Zach Sweeney, my co-commentator for the last EnduroKA 24-hour here at Anglesey.
And I've co-commentated with Mr. Sweeney as well, so good to hear that we've got a celebrity.
Well, he said hello to you and then went, oh yeah, Jack's there as well.
Oh, that's nice. He usually just says that bald man, Ian.
Oh, well, there you go. That's a nickname.
Oh, no, he's called me far worse. But that was Zach Sweeney, one of our best commentators in the UK, so glad to hear that Zach is a commentator, and you had such a good time with him at the previous 24 hours.
Whoa,
then,
I never said I had a good time. No, in all seriousness, the previous event was fabulous. For obvious reasons and budgetary reasons, once every 2 years, I think the MSV have elected to do the 24 hours of Anglesey. And when we say budgetary, it's not cheap to run a car for 24 hours. This is the cheapest formula you can probably run for 24 hours, but that still doesn't meet, in relative motorsport terms, incredibly cheap. In general terms, it still takes a certain amount of investment from the teams more than anything as well, because that's how it works. Come on.
I completely agree. So my team swerved the Silverstone 24-hour for the Citroen C1s for exactly that reason, where we said, this is a lot of money for a first-time entrant to get involved. So it's, as you quite rightly say, motorsport terms, it's very, very good value for money. But in overall terms, then some people might say, do you know what, that's a little bit too rich for me. I want to stick to races between 3 and 5 hours in length. I know exactly what I'm dealing with. Whereas a 24-hour, I think for some teams can be a bit of an experience beyond them.
Yeah, and through that, no matter the race length, you're going to have to worry about tyres and brakes, whether it be 4 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, 24. But anything over, I would say probably 6 or 7 hours, that's when you start figuring out, wheel bearings do actually go on these, or that starts to go. Clutch is a bit of a worry over 24 hours, and you find those bits which over 6 hours they're fine, and you can do multiple 6-hour races through a season, but when they're constantly running for 24 hours, that's when the cracks start to show. Jack Wright defending from Luke Thomas for the lead of the race. Mill Racing and Aston Martin nose to tail as always. They are properly racing, and Costa Creasis is desperately trying to get part of it. Or is he thinking, I'm just going to sit off this, I'm not massively bothered about getting involved?
Has Costa got the kahunas to get involved? Let's see.
The Greek god of speed, of course he does.
Of course he wants to be involved. But Jack Wright again defends for his life up towards the top of the circuit. And it remains Luke Thomas, who's they must be having great fun behind the wheel of both of those KAs so early in the race, but they'll be able to say, do you remember when you did this to me down this end of the circuit? Oh, I didn't expect you to do that either. So anyway, let's see what they've got to say to each other anyway. One of the things I'm going to touch upon, by the way, during this second hour is just going through some of those sporting and technical regs, which is in the EnduroKA website, because what we were saying earlier when we were on was obviously we love going through technical regulations as commentators. It's one of the best parts of the job. And so we were just going to run through some of the penalties that some of the teams can get if they fall foul during pit stops. So we're just going to come through that shortly, because there's a section called Section 4, Specific Series Penalties. And I'll just test you, actually, Mr. Werrell, on some of these. So, if you perform a false or jump start, which of course nobody has, what would the ordinary penalty be?
A drive-through, I should imagine.
Correct.
Yeah.
Spot on. Causing avoidable contact. What do you think that was?
Stop go, 30 seconds.
1 minute stop go penalty. Yeah, spot on. Let's have another one of excess speed in the pit lane.
Is that what it is, or what I think it should be?
If you commit excess speed in the pit lane, what's in the penalty?
I think it should be. I think it's underestimated how dangerous something like that can be. I would award a 3-lap penalty.
They're a bit less draconian than you in the regs. 1 minute stop go penalty. What about a pit stop infringement?
So that could be anything. That could be more than the 4 people allowed working on the car. It could be spilling fuel. I think that'd just be a 1-lap penalty.
2-lap penalty.
2-lap. Oh, okay.
I've got 2 more for you. One is, which you mentioned earlier, which is the breach of refuelling rules. You said you had that a couple of years.
Yeah, you've got to have your engine off as well, and a lot of drivers get caught out.
What do you think the penalty is for that?
2 laps.
Correct. And here's your final one. What about if you're in possession of illegal tyres in the pits?
Possession of illegal tyres?
Yeah.
Just possession?
Yeah. Not doesn't even need to be on the car. Possession,
I would go 3 laps.
10 laps.
10 laps?
A full 10 laps if you have illegal tyres.
Is that possession with intent to
supply?
Intent to drive. You know what I mean? Wow, 10 laps.
Yeah.
So for those teams like NGM that have had a busy day racing cars, if they've left a set of tyres in their garage, they've got to be on it.
Yep.
Wow. Now, Stuart Garland and the rest of the MSVT team are absolutely on this, aren't they? I've seen Stuart this weekend. Not to say hello to, actually, but I've seen him in high spirits as always. Great to see Stu here. Unfortunately, Dan Bennell, ex-MSVT staff, he's parted ways with MSVT, so he's elsewhere. But there's some new faces appearing, which is great to see. A number of old faces which are still here. Of course, Scott Pucknell, who's the events secretary this weekend. He's got a busy job this weekend because he's not here with any colleagues. Naturally, MSVT will help, and members of staff of Anglesey. But in terms of MSVR, I'm pretty sure he's the only MSVR member of staff here. Yeah, outside of like the stewards and race control.
He's one of the busiest men in motorsport anyway, Scott. He's always got a permanently furrowed brow, saying you won't believe what I've just had to deal with. I mean, some of the things he deals with on race weekends are absolutely insane.
I call him enough complaining.
That's absolutely right. But yeah, good to have Scott here anyway, all the way from Kent. So that is a fair track home, isn't it? I mean, Anglesey to Kent.
We did mention Richard Green earlier. He lives in Dover.
That is a crazy Anglesey to Kent.
Yeah. Anglesey to Kent or Anglesey to Dover. There's not much between them, but I'd sooner go to Kent than Dover.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Still takes off an hour or so.
And talking of close proximity, look at that, number 20. So again, Luke Thomas is right up behind Jack Wright. I think yet again, Jack will try and go around the outside of him as they're going up towards Rocket. Then we've now on to lap 51. It's gone very quickly already, and Luke Thomas tries to go around the inside and he stuffs it down the inside. So Luke Thomas decides, I fancy a race. Jack Wright says, actually, I think I'll go up your inside then, Luke. So let's see if Jack sends it down the inside to go into Peel. He thinks better. he was very close. Anyway, his Toyo tyre was saying, go on, Jack, you can send it down the inside here.
Yeah, I'm okay for now. Obviously, we were looking through technical specs. They all run control suspension, front brake pads, control tyres, control roll cage, control alloys. They all send their CPU, APU, not APU, that's on an aircraft. Was it CPU? Was I right the first time? It can't be. I can't remember. I've completely forgotten. Whatever it is, they take it off the car, send it away to get flashed. ECU. All the right letters in completely the wrong order. So I get for having too many hobbies. So yeah, they send the ECU away. It gets flashed. So they're all running the same engine map effectively, and then it's sealed. So if it's tampered with, the championship organisers and scrutineers know straight away. There are upper and lower limits with certain bits you can do with the engine, and they are managed and controlled and measured, sort of round in, round out as well. It's not in the interest of favouritism, it's in the interest of close racing and keeping budgets down. Because the more open the regulations are, the more open they are to interpretation, the more development one or more cars can have.
Yep. 100%.
I had to be very political with my wording.
No, I thought your wording was spot on. I would employ you with that wording, what can I say? By the way, talking of the cars that are going very, very quickly out on circuit, Gary Mitchell, who's decided, you know what, I'm fed up with scrapping with my teammate, the number 65 Taylor Norton car. He set his fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, 1:31.392. That is quicker than the leaders. Gary is 17 seconds behind Costa Caritis in the number 333 car. But it's good that Gary has stopped battling and decided, you know what, I'm just going to throw a fast lap.
You had to say it, didn't you? It was quicker than the leaders. So Luke Thomas came through and gone, well, he's at a 1:31.392. I'll do a 1:31.391. So that way he's not quicker than the leaders anymore.
The battle of the thousands, say. We had that in the previous race, yeah. So such small margins anyway, with such small cars. But going through Church then for the 53rd time. And will Jack Wright decide, you know what, I think I want to be at the lead of this race? Costa Caritis, by the way, is definitely catching both of them. And yeah, Jack is trying to go around the outside again. It's great fun to watch because it's just continual. Luke Thomas says no. Yet again, a lock-up of the rear left. And screaming to, I think, the Ford KA with the EnduroKA engine red lines at 6,000.
It is 6.
So just about, well, it certainly did when I had the EnduroKA engine. But anyway, and Jack Wright, yeah, does send it down the inside. So another change of lead, but Luke Thomas...
This is bringing Costa Caritis really into the mix. Look at him now. He's really close down within a second of Jack Wright last time they crossed the line. Side by side through the corkscrew. The pair of them lock brakes. Jack Wright gets through. Then it's going to be the Aston Martin car of Luke Thomas. Costa Caritis is there. The Greek god of speed has arrived.
Hooray! Yeah, and he's quickly onto the back of Luke Thomas anyway. So yeah, less than a second covering these first three. But yeah, Jack Wright's eternal scrapping with Luke Thomas. Yeah, it's decided to cost him time. Luke Thomas's last lap, by the way, we were talking about how Luke Thomas had done 31. The previous lap was a 32 that time round, and I suspect it was the way that Jack Wright took time out of him through the corkscrew. Just in terms of the rest of the top 10, then yeah, it remains the Autofarm twins 4th and 5th, Burton Power Racing in 6th. And then it's the Castrap Racing car with Nick Berg on board in 7th place. There's Roger Hassan's Motorsport number 74 car in 8th place. Team Shine in 9th, and bringing up the rest of the top 10 is Kevin Glover in the MSVT car. And
what a move!
Superb driving from both of them. It's clean so far. Absolutely no rubbing of door handles at all. Jack Wright just had a quick look towards his right-hand side and said, Luke, are you sure about trying to pass me through this part of the circuit?
You wouldn't know this is an hour and 24 minutes into a 24-hour race, would you? You'd think this is the final closing laps of a 24-hour race. So Costa's spent all this time trying to close the gap, and chances are we're not a million miles away from seeing cars slowly peel their way into the pit lane. For the most part for fuel, but of course maybe a quick check of tyres, and of course it's not like a Formula 1 pit stop. You don't need to be the quickest. It does work. I know Scott Thompson and Pro-Am Racing are very proud of their pit stops. Scott's ex-Formula 1 mechanic, might I add. So they are very, very quick in the pit stop, very efficient. But you can have everything ready, but you can't do anything whilst you're fueling the car. So whilst you're putting fuel in, without touching the car, you can have a little look around. How are the tyres? Is it still straight and level? Have we nailed the curb and the tracking's gone out? Is the car slightly lower on one side? What can we do? Is that a case of just raising pressures? What can we do to the car once the fuel has gone in? So it buys you a bit of time, one, to calm down and chill out, but also to prepare for what you need to do to the car. And we do see that, and I know a lot of teams are very, very proud about how they work in a pit stop. And if you've not seen it before, I would recommend, if you are at the circuit, have a little look. Just see what goes into a pit stop, because you can have a maximum of, I think, 4 mechanics working on the car. One of them would be refueling. The standard practice is driver gets out of the car. He's already got fireproof overalls and a helmet on, so they're the one with the extinguisher, because somebody has to be there. So it frees up a mechanic. So as soon as the fueling's done, the mechanics are there. They're not trying to put away a fire extinguisher and then get going again. So it's all about gaining those small margins, which lots of small margins, and that can be by way of consistently posting 1 minute 31s and then being quick in a pit stop. You might not be the quickest out there, but if you're consistent and you're making those small margins, come the end of a 24-hour, you're going to find yourself in a good spot.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, similar to that, when I race, then I'm either on fire extinguisher duties or refueling duties, actually, when we come in for every 2 hours. So yeah, you're quite right. That is a thing that forms part of strategy, and strategy is absolutely essential within getting the best possible result within the EnduroKA race. But yeah, we are now almost 1.5 hours through the race, and if you're thinking, I've got this is the same picture you were showing me about an hour ago, and you're quite right. The leading 3 continue to lap in very, very similar place in the 131, 132s, and so as Jack quite rightly said, we'll wait to see who elects to take pit stops in relatively short order. A couple of cars are going quicker though as the session goes on. So the Roger Hassan Motorsport car, number 74, he set his fastest lap on the previous lap of the race, a 1:32.308, and similarly the Glover car, Kevin Glover, in the number 44 MSVT car. The Jägermeister won the 132.593, and they are getting gradually quicker as the session goes on.
So, session continues to wear on. I say session, the race continues to wear on. So much time still to go. Plenty of time for various bits to change. And the thing is, there's going to be teams out there that maybe want to push on and be in a bit of a rush to make those changes. But there's also going to be some, for example, those in our top 5, maybe even top 6, that are comfortable just ticking those laps off, because no matter what you do now, it will play a very minimal effect on what happens towards the end of the race anyway. So if you can just, like we say, keep the consistency and keep those laps rolling in, you're going to be over the moon. For the first time this race, we are starting to see traffic play a bit more of a part. They've all been sort of dotted in singles, but we're starting to see the leading trio come across fighting pairs, and that can be that can be a tricky prospect to try and get over.
And it's and especially when the traffic are having a battle of their own. So it looks like the number 2 car, so that's still got Justin Irvine driving that, and he goes round the outside. Number 49 locks up and unfortunately compromises Jack Wright. So as they go through the top end of the circuit, Jack Wright will just have to be patient as he makes his way through. Oh, look at that clobbering the inside pole. Anyway, it was the number 333 Costa Caritis car, the Kahuna's race team. Give that a massive wallop anyway. So down the inside, Justin Irvine goes Jack Wright, and he'll put a lap now on the number 2 NJM Racing Limited car. That is, of course, if Justin decides to give him a little bit of room, which he gradually does. And then Jack sends it down the inside towards the corkscrew, the first part, the right-hander, the second part, the left-hander, and he's been able to get a Ford Ka in between him and Luke Thomas in second place, and they managed to clear the number 49 Ford KA in relatively short order. So all going so well so far.
Yeah, if you were the NJM car now, I'd maybe just let the car wash slightly wide of the apex, allow those 2 through and go, right, I'm now on the coattails of the leading 3. Can I gain a benefit, not just aerodynamically, but can I learn what they're doing? Are they doing something different to me? And not necessarily ponder why, just go, well, it clearly works because they're at the front, so let's try it. Let's see what it does. And you never know, you might go, oh, the car actually rotates way more just by hooking that wheel in more than I have been. So it's there's a few little bits you can do, especially once you're being lapped. It's not necessarily a nice feeling being lapped, but once you are, turn it immediately into a positive, and now you might start gaining those little bits of time. But when you're being lapped by Jack Wright, Luke Thomas and Costa Caritis, it's tricky to stay on them because they are very quick.
Yeah, 100% right. Ideal conditions, by the way, obviously out at Anglesey today, so we had quite a lot of wind throughout the day, which is blowing across the circuit, which will buffet these very, very small cars anyway, particularly towards the top end of the circuit, but absolutely ideal weather otherwise. I mean, not having to worry about rain, which I think you've had as a factor in previous races.
Yeah, I don't think we've had torrential rain in the 24-hour. We have had it elsewhere. But we have had little bits of rain last time here at Anglesey. It's normally the IndyCar 500, which for those that don't know, that is 500 kilometres, I believe, at Brands Hatch Indy. This year on the 14th and 15th of November. Normally rain can be an issue. We've seen fog there, but rain specifically. And that's never normally great, because rain on a race circuit brings the oils and the lubricants that are soaked into the tarmac to the surface, but even more so because, as a standard practice, the weekend or 2 weekends prior, the British Truck Racing Championship have been there, which means there's plenty of diesel down on the circuit as well, and that can throw a spanner in the works for a few teams when it starts to rain.
Yeah, and a few other things as well, undoubtedly. You're right, it's very, very tricky to work around anyway. But speaking of trickiness, then we're looking for Luke Thomas to try and send it down the inside of Jack Wright as they come up towards the top end of the circuit for the 59th time. Decides discretion is the better part of valor. He decides to hang back, actually, through the rocket as they're going towards Peel then. It's a great livery, the Jack Wright car anyway, so the team air supply, which again is aped on their VW Golf. A number of very difficult decisions for the marshals to make in terms of selecting their favourite for the Dagenham Dustbin Award, which will come tomorrow afternoon, along with obviously the podium, which you will be doing, Mr. Werrell.
Yeah, looking forward to that, because that's, you almost see the breath of a driver go. it's done. But then there's so much emotion and there's such a good atmosphere in and around the Parc Ferme area post race. The team that finished first, in comparison to the team that finished 17th, will be on such a high still. They'll still be over the moon to have completed it. And they've got all the same emotions, weirdly. It's like you've just won a 24-hour or you've just finished last in a 24-hour. It's like we've not finished last. We've finished a 24-hour, and that's the key thing.
Yeah, absolutely right. Probably the same as marathon feeling, actually, which I know we were talking about earlier. So, yeah, absolutely the same. So, Jack Wright again takes a great line through Church for the 59th time. So we are 1 hour 33 minutes into this 24-hour race. We've still got Luke Thomas right glued up to his bumper in these early 21st century cars. And they're coming up to the single Citroen C1 Interloper anyway. So the E-Match Ugga Interloper, which has got 1 brake horsepower less than the Ford cars that you can see out on circuit. These have got 69. The Citroen C1, 68 Gallic horses underneath the front bonnet, but only with a 1 litre engine, of course, rather than 1.3 Duratec you can see out on circuit. In front of you at the moment, number 22. So that is the Castrap racing car, and we mentioned about Roger Hassan earlier in the number 74 car. He's got quicker and quicker as the session's gone on. So just rounding the second corner, of course, the banking onto Church then. And let's see if Roger Hassan fancies quick go up the inside of the Castrap racing car as they head up towards the Rocky then. So Roger Hassan decides to get a great tow. Does he look inside? Does he look outside? Let's see. And he decides, yeah, I'm going to try and throw it down the inside. Roger Hassan, moment of truth. And the answer is yes, 7th position.
Whilst all of the teams are running controlled springs, you'd have thought you'd run it as close to stiff as you can. Maybe not too stiff, but I don't know whether there's a point where all of a sudden it drops off and you go, right, now we're just losing time. It's far too aggressive. I noticed Roger Hassan's inside wheel there, despite being on the inside line, didn't leave the ground. It continued spinning. So we're starting to see maybe some slight setup differences between cars now. We're at that point of the race already where we're now looking for intricacies in setup from car to car. They're still side by side. Roger Hassan late on the brakes. That time loads the car up to a point where I'm pretty sure the only wheel on the ground was the front left. And just about get through. They're still side by side. I think there was door-to-door contact. You would have no idea. There's 22 hours and 25 minutes still remaining.
Roger's still trying to get down the inside anyway to turn 1. There's more contact as we're heading towards the banking. This battle anyway, you think, is it for the lead? No, it's for 7th. And it's 1 hour 36 into this race. Roger Hassan decides, you know what, I've had enough of this Castrap car in front of me. I want to be rid of it. And it is still Nick Berg that's in that car. Nick Berg was battling with Tommy Valentine, of course, the early part of the race, but Tommy Valentine is now 14 seconds up the road from Nick Berg.
Tommy Valentine has put his foot down. I can't remember what they call him, so they've all got nicknames, and on the side of the car it's never actually the name of the driver, it's all their nicknames. I think he's Flat Shift Tommy. Whether that is a case of he does genuinely just flat shift everywhere, or it's a previous nickname that's arisen, but Flat Shift Tommy in 6th overall at the moment in the number 1 machine. So continuing to push on and pull away, and you'd imagine it's not going to be too difficult with Roger Hassan all over the coattails of Nick Berg. It's going to be tricky for Nick to try and run away now, because I think Roger Hassan's got the bit between his teeth. He's smelling blood, isn't he? He's after this now.
That's a pretty aggressive looking Ford KA anyway. So yeah, the number 74 car, squeal of tyres, and just random shot there from the camera crew. So just trying to make sure that we're still watching the race, which we definitively are. But Roger Hassan remains in 8th position. One car that is going faster, by the way, was the car that spun earlier at the start of the second hour, which is the Pollen Brooks car.
That's not the first time he's set a personal fastest lap in the space of an hour. He continues to do so. I'm just looking at the historical times here. So He set a new personal best of a 1 minute 32.169 a few laps ago, or about 15 minutes ago. He's then gone and beaten that again. Kevin Glover had a great run of a couple of laps, beating his fastest lap time on one lap, then going slightly slower, and then going faster still. So continuing to get quicker, it would seem. There is a black and white warning flag. It's popped up, but I'm not exactly sure who for. I can't see it. It just says black and white flag. Not sure who for. I don't know whether that's aimed at everybody, but a black and white flag being posted. You'd spotted something.
Yeah, we're just going to have a quick look at what the board actually says on the black and white flag. So we've got race control black and white flag. Now, whether that is to two specific drivers, one specific driver, we're just awaiting confirmation.
We have seen it. It could be for everyone going, listen, everybody needs to respect track limits because we are getting a bit carried away.
Also getting carried away is Luke Thomas then, so on his 63rd lap, kicks out the wheel of the Ford car, and he's still got Jack Wright behind him. He'll, when he goes to sleep tomorrow, now all we'll see is that yellow Ford car. Anyway, so lots of people enjoying.
Yeah, I've just spotted that, the picnic bench and the top of the top of the corkscrew. We can see you up there. We just managed to get a nice shot of you. Go on.
Yeah, looking forward to you giving a wave to the commentary box. All those on the picnic table. Anyway, you're about.
This is assuming they're actually listening to us.
May not be. So a third of a mile away from us as things stand. But yeah, the front three then. So 63 laps into the race, the Aston Martin car continues to lead this race in the hands of Luke Thomas, Jack Wright in second, and then Costa Caritas in third place in the Kahuna Racing / Autotech car.
Just looking, we started a few minutes ahead of schedule, so that set the tone now, subject to a red flag. That is, we've got an idea timetable-wise on where we would finish tomorrow, which makes it slightly easier for the teams from a strategy perspective on what they do. I had a sneaky little look at George Wright's phone, and granted he showed me, at their strategy and who was going to be in the car and when. There's no pattern to it, so nobody can sort of go, oh, well, he's in the car next, because that's how their pattern works. There is no strategy there's no pattern in their strategy. So it keeps people on their toes, because if you do have a very quick car, naturally you're going to have a few eyes on you, and if you start building pattern, people will go, well, fine, we'll just put our quickest driver out at the same time then to give us the best chance of keeping the fight open. So, no, it's really interesting. The only time you can really tell is by the time the driver appears out of the garage, all suited and booted, ready to go. That was over the curb. Was that Roger Hassan again?
It was Roger Hassan, yeah. He's really, really trying. He's got the bit between his teeth and says, do you know what, I want 7th place in the second hour of the race. So it didn't quite go onto the green curb in Roger Hassan, but he's trying absolutely everything to get past Nick Berg. And Nick Berg takes a very agricultural line then through the banking, just able to get in front of Roger Hassan. He'll get a tow as they come through Church for their 65th lap. And in fact, the leaders have only lapped up to, I believe it's 11th place. So very, very consistent times from all of these drivers so far. Roger Hassan there, he's not close enough to have a go as he goes towards Rocket and then Peel. Is there any hint of locking up from either of the cars? No, there isn't. And all well behaved on this 65th lap.
That's a lot of understeer from Roger Hassan. You could hear that wasn't just tyre squeal, that was tyre chirping in desperation to find some grip, and that's normally when you start to see the tyre starting to degrade. You can see just how much push understeer Roger Hassan's getting now. Has he gone past the peak of the tyre, and at which point is he now going to hear from the pit wall saying, right, let's consider pitting, or in this lap please, because we need to at least have a look at the tyres, or load it up with fuel again. Like we say, we're not a million miles away. We've seen 2.5 hour stints before, so plenty of time still to go before we get to that point. But Roger once again just starting to nibble at the exit curbing of the final corner. The lead gap is as was, nothing's changed in that regard, all staying as it is over the start finish line. It is still Jack Wright behind the wheel of the Milnow racing car, hunting down Luke Thomas in the Aston Martin car. No improvement since you pointed out the Luke Pollen Brooks improvement for Skarsky and Clutch. They are still in 9th place, but you've got to think as well, they had a spin and they've picked up a couple of places since then.
Yeah, and they also had a aborted pit stop as well, the Pollen Brooks car. So yeah, he tried to come in during the safety car and he was sent straight back out. So yeah, very good from Luke Pollenbrooks in the Skarsky and Clutch car. One driver that's also lapping well is Jonathan Moore, so the Project 297 car, which obviously stopped early to sort out the window and the door and various other things in the number 297 car. That's lapping regularly in the 132s, and in fact Jonathan Moore's best is a 131.6, so very competitive. So yeah, I imagine Project 297 will be close to the front end of the field when we resume commentary in the morning.
Yeah, when you look at the times he's still posting 1 minute 32.8. And that still puts him well inside the top 10 and knocking on the door of sort of top 6 if he continues to lap in the 32s. We are seeing a bit of lap time fall off from those slightly higher up, namely Nick Berg and Roger Hassan, as they have been fighting away all race long, it would seem. In towards the final corner, the lead gap, I would say, it's not exactly massive. It is 0.6 of a second, but it's starting to just ebb and flow that little bit more. Out to now 0.75 of a second, a further 10th gained from Luke Thomas. Has he broken the back of that now? Is he just starting to get far enough away to fall into his own rhythm and keep his eyes off that rear view mirror?
Well, Jack Wright, certainly, you're quite right, Jack. He is further away than any point, actually, within the last hour of this race. And do you know what? Luke Thomas will probably be glad for a breather because of the amount of battling that's been going on, particularly towards the top end of the circuit at Rocket and Peel. But yeah, useful lead for Luke Thomas anyway. What I will say is that the Luke Pollenbrooks car, the Skarsky and Clutch, he is... Roger Hassan is lapping at a level that he's coming into the clutches of... Pollenbrooks anyway, so we'll see on that one. Just make sure you're okay with that Pringle, Mr. Werrell. But yeah, at the front of the field, 67 laps in, so 67 laps, 2.2 seconds between the leading 3 Ford cars, and we're almost approaching the end of the second hour of this race.
I've just had a little look as well. The Silver Arrows are no more, are they? Because Taylor Norton has really fallen away. I know you mentioned Gary Mitchell had put his foot down, but the gap's now nearly 11 seconds separating the two Autotech twins. So Gary Mitchell has found something. He's just managed to bolster himself onto a car which seems to work for him, and that's what you can find. You can find that you come across some lap traffic and they're not a million miles slower than you, and you can almost work with them to work your way through traffic as well and save yourself a little bit of time that way. So traffic isn't always a bad thing. It can help you here and there, as I'm sure a lot of the drivers are finding out. Marshall's still down on the pit wall. Valiant effort today that we can't take away. Obviously, we mentioned drivers, we mentioned teams, we mentioned ourselves, photographers, media. The Marshals have got an ungodly amount of work to do. And you might think, oh, they just stand there and watch. Yeah, but they're always on the radio to race control. They're keeping an eye out. They are not afforded the opportunity to switch off. So nowhere near enough thanks can be given to the Marshals for their sacrifice this weekend. So they've given up their weekend to allow us to go racing.
Yeah, they are absolute legends. So please give the commentary box a wave if you can hear us. If not, then obviously carry on with your duties. Which is absolutely the right thing. Jack Wright, by the way, is half a second now away from Luke Thomas, but Costa Caritas has lost 4 seconds from somewhere, Jack. So yeah, he's definitely tailed off somewhat.
Yeah, it begs the question: is that a case of a small mistake, or did he get caught up with some traffic? At the moment, the MSVT racing car is doing what it can just to stick with what is now leading duo as they work their way out of the final corner. So MSVT Racing with Kevin Glover behind the wheel, still just working onto the coattails of Jack Wright. Luke Thomas not that far up the road. Quick lap from Luke Thomas. The lead gap comes out that little bit more again by another 10th of a second. And yeah, slower lap from Costa Caritas, 1:31.9 in comparison to what he's done previously. So yeah, just started to fall away.
one driver very, very spectacular to watch is the 297 Jonathan Moore car, as he was coming through towards the end of the lap, round the corkscrew that time, really getting the tail of the Ford car wagging. Great to watch from the commentary box position, because the commentary box here, straight in front of the corkscrew, absolutely fabulous to watch these cars going at it then. So, Jack Wright, well, actually, I think he's actually closing up a little bit again. This ebb and flow between him and Luke Thomas at the front of this field then. So 69 laps into the race. So we're not far off a 10th of the likely overall number of laps that will be completing during this 24-hour race anyway. I'm interested to see the battle actually in front of the leaders, and it's this battle in front here. So that's been going on for a while between Nick Berg and Roger Hassan, but actually they're being joined now by the driver that we mentioned earlier, Luke Pollen Brooks, who's had an eventful time, had a spin and also an aborted pit stop, and they clearly got a few battle scars on that 143 Ford car, but it's a quick one, because Luke Pollen Brooks, let's have a quick look at his last lap, was a 132.055. Very, very quick. Luke's one of the fastest drivers on the circuit.
He's very quick indeed, it would seem, especially at this stage in the race. Glad it's in the correct livery as well. Looks brilliant, as the 143 machine still closing in on Roger Hassan and Nick Berg, and it's going to be somewhat nerve-wracking for Luke Pollen Brooks now, because he doesn't want to get caught up in this battle. It's a skill to arrive, get through, and then disappear up the road again. So let's see what Luke can do over the next 12 or so minutes before we again hit our hourly update mark. Nick Berg with a little look in the rearview mirror just to try and figure out exactly what Roger Hassan's doing. Everyone line astern. There were blue flags, I think, being waved as we got up there. I think that's just to inform me that your leader really isn't that far away. Roger Hassan still asking everything and more from those front tyres.
You wonder at what point the front tyres say, "Change me, Roger, change me, get into the pits." So we'll await that anyway. So Luke Pollen Brooks then trying to find his way through and past Roger Hassan for 8th position, unable to do so far as they're heading towards the end of the lap through the corkscrew. Luke Pollen Brooks gets a good line out of the corkscrew. I think Roger Hassan's going to run wide here as he comes out. No, he just about gets a decent line, but Luke Pollen Brooks now has a good toe as they're coming through turn 1, going ahead towards the banking. Does Luke Pollen Brooks decide, you know what, I'm going to show the inside of my car to Roger Hassan here? Now he's too far away, Jack, so I think he'll be holding back. But let's see. Oh, look. Has that right rear touched the ground during this lap from Roger Hassan anyway, and he takes lots and lots of curb as he escapes the banking anyway, heading towards Church then for the 71st time. The leaders are just behind. They just saw the Aston Martin just on the edge of shot there, so yeah, I think he's got a good toe here, Pollen Brooks. And let's see if Luke is able to get past Roger Hassan as they come towards the Rocket then, with the leaders 5 seconds behind them, about to put their first lap over them. So Luke Pollen Brooks has a look, and Roger Hassan brakes very, very late indeed. In fact, he was very, very close to hitting the number 22 Nick Berg cash strap car. As they round the corner, we'll just wait to see the leaders, and there we are. And Jack Wright was very, very close indeed, wasn't he?
Yeah, Jack Wright closing in. Not only on that lap traffic, but also on Luke Thomas. A little look up the inside once again from Luke Pollen Brooks, trying to still get past Roger Hassan, but we know that Roger isn't necessarily one to back down in a fight, as we've already seen, sideways as they appear into shot for the Aston Martin car of Luke Thomas. Jack Wright follows suit. But over the start-finish line, Roger Hassan, he's losing time all of a sudden to Nick Berg, because he's clearly started to put his attentions on the very fast-approaching Luke Pollen Brooks.
Yes, and let's see how the leaders coming past them will affect the chemistry of this trio anyway. As you can see, Luke Thomas continues to lead then, now onto his 72nd lap, and again, both Ford cars chucking out their right rear wheel, under braking, through the banking into Church then. But yeah, Jack Wright, I think he's pretty content to let Luke Thomas lead this race. And in fact, Luke Pollen Brooks has got past Roger Hassan, so he's going down the inside of Church well before they get to the Rocket anyway. So that is 8th position. Then Luke Pollen Brooks making impressive progress after that slightly haphazard start.
Yeah, doing what he needs to for the team at this stage in the race, having got by Roger Hassan. The next target, naturally, is Nick Berg. Of course, very few teams are on the pit wall displaying pit boards, purely because they are now allowed to have pit radio, which wasn't initially introduced into the regulations when the championship was in its sort of embryonic stage. So we're now seeing more and more teams. Granted, it does come at an extra cost, but more and more teams revert to the team radio option, which allows a much more reliable way to get hold of your driver, because what we did find is teams frantically waving the pit board at the driver, but they're so locked into this battle they forget to just peek over at the pit wall to get whatever information it may be, and in some cases it is check fuel, because you're so on it you don't actually look down to check your fuel gauge.
Regrettably, that happened to me at Donington 2 weeks ago, where I ended up receiving a driver warning flag as a result of missing my pit board for 5 laps in a row.
Oh,
yes.
What was on said pit board?
I had to take a 5-minute stop-go penalty due to an indiscretion of my teammate. So I was not very happy.
No.
Can you imagine?
No. And I'd imagined a strong conversation with the stewards post-race.
Yeah. And luckily, it was he had passed someone under a yellow flag, so it was me that was taking the penalty for him.
Yeah, the penalty applied to the car.
Exactly. But no, you're quite right. There was we had to have a quick word with the stewards, who quite rightly said, don't do that again.
So there you go.
And there we are, yeah. Lesson was learned by all. But no, you're quite right. So, yeah, people being locked in the zone, particularly if you're the number 143 Luke Pollen Brooks car, where, you're trying to lock in on the cash-strap car in front of the number 22 Nick Berg car, then ultimately you take your eye off. And in fact, he's got through now. So, well done, Luke Pollen Brooks. He's up into 7th place, evidenced by the fact that Luke Thomas and Jack Wright have just lapped the Nick Berg car. So, Luke Pollen Brooks now up to 7th place.
Just looking at that, what that has effectively forced is Roger Hassan back onto the coattails of Nick Berg, and Nick Berg's thinking, I've just managed to get rid of you, and you're back again.
Yeah, only 3 tenths now between the 8th and 9th place cars. Intrigued to see what Luke Pollen Brooks does, because as you suggested earlier, there are some drivers, when they get lapped, say, do you know what, I'm going to try and lock in behind the car that's just lapped me, the leading cars, and let them tow me around. And I think that's what Luke Pollen Brooks is doing, so therefore he's elected to let Luke Thomas round the outside at Church. He's going to be doing the same thing now with Jack Wright, and I suspect that he will let Jack Wright go through at Rocket and then try and get a tow afterwards. So Luke Pollen Brooks then, hopefully he doesn't lose too much speed, because then he's back into the clutches of Nick Berg. But no, all is okay. Listen to the sound of that Ford KA brake and tyre squeal anyway, for the 74th time.
Squealing their way through Rocket and up towards Peel. Luke Pollen Brooks is, as you said, quite rightly, just sat now in the aerodynamic assistance of Milner Racing and Jack Wright. Luke Thomas for Caston Martin continues to lead the way. We don't know who it will be in the car next for the race leader. It could be Mike Weberstadt, it could be Matt Tordoff, it could be Daniel Hawkes-Reed. In terms of Milner Racing, I am reliably informed it's Scott Parkin that is behind the wheel, and Scott is the most whether it be Scott or his brother, have the strongest Yorkshire accent I have ever heard, but are both incredibly potent in a race car. They are so quick.
Which part of Yorkshire are they from, the Parkins?
I'm not sure. I want to say Barnsley, but I'm not 100% sure, Scott and Ryan. I will have to double check.
Yeah, let's see on that one. Big fan of Barnsley, having worked there for a number of years. And again, more evidence of the marshals being out onto it is Barnsley.
Barnsley.
Yeah. We'll try and find out which bit of Barnsley anyway, so we'll see. I mean, well, it's all over the fabulous place. Let's have a quick look. Tankersley, very nice. So that's not far from Sheffield. So yeah, on the way to junction 36 at the M1. So again, those of you who haven't been to the fine borough of Barnsley, make sure you do at some stage. I can heartily recommend it for a night out.
Only ever been for football.
It's the only place in the UK, by the way, that I've been to an Egyptian-themed nightclub. That's all I'll say on that one.
That sounds fun. That sounds like an MSVT Christmas do.
Indeed.
So if you're listening downstairs, let's get it booked. Up to the top 6 are the only remaining cars on the lead lap now. And when you look at where the Burton Power car is, that's just working its way through turn 2, I believe now. Yes, it is, on the exit of turn 2. Leaders are working their way through the final corner. So whilst they have been somewhat battling amongst themselves, they're still lapping so quickly. They're still in the low 31s.
Yeah, fantastically consistent from each of the top 3. Gary Mitchell, by the way, on the penultimate lap, was the fastest man out on circuit. So Gary, having dropped his Autotech teammate, has gone progressively faster. His penultimate lap was a 1:31.3. His previous lap was a 1:31.7. So he's there and thereabouts with the leaders, albeit 18 seconds behind Kostas Karitis in third position in number 333 Kahuna car.
So race wears on to 22 hours and best part of 3 minutes still to go. 1 hour 57 elapsed. This is when TSL becomes my best friend, because I can look like I've figured it all out on my own, but the fabulous guys or guys and girls downstairs at TSL provide you with so much data and so many statistics. Total distance covered by every car in the race at this stage, 1,850 miles already. We're already at that stage. We've spent only 5 and a bit minutes, best part of 6 minutes behind the safety car. And we've had plenty of changes for the lead. So Jack Wright opened his account in the lead of the race by leading for 32 laps. It was then Thomas that took over. That will be obviously Luke Thomas that took over the lead for 9 laps. Jack Wright took it back for 9. Luke Thomas took it back for a further 2. Then Jack Wright for 8. And Luke Thomas has held it for longer than he ever has this race so far. 16 laps has been in the lead. And this is all provided by TSL, which is free for anyone to view at home at tsl-timing.com, and you can find this weekend's events and you can view all of that all of the stats. There's live tracking, all the race control messages, everything that we're looking at and a little bit more. So make sure you go on to tsl-timing.com. It's a fabulous piece of kit that helps us cover what we're seeing out the window.
We wouldn't be able to do our job without it, and you're quite right, the amount of information that's provided is sensational. Speaking of sensational, Jonathan Moore, who is battling away, working his way back through the field. He may be 16th, but he's continuing to lap very, very consistently in 1:32s and 1:33s.
So the hour gets closer, 22 minutes and 22 hours and 1 minute to go. Let's have a little look as to how the field looks in slightly more depth. So it is Caston Martin leading the way, as they have done for a little while now, with Luke Thomas behind the wheel. Milner Racing currently in second place. Jack Wright currently in that machine. Costa Creasis in the Cahudas race team Ford KA sat there in third place. Gary Mitchell in the first of the 2 Autotech Motorsport cars in fourth. The sister car with Taylor Norton behind the wheel in fifth. Tommy Valentine for Burton Power Racing in sixth place, ahead of Luke Pollen Brooks for Skarsky and Clutch. Are in 7th place. Nick Berg for AFK Cash Straps Racing in 8th place. Roger Hassan in the very hard-worked Orca Sport car at this stage of the race in 9th place. And to round out the top 10, 2 hours into the race, it is Nathan Brown for Team Shine. Kevin Glover for MSVT Racing in 11th. Justin Irvine for NJM Racing Limited in 12th place. Clive Taylor for Kachow is in 13th place. 14th place is Lawrence Davey, team owner at LDR Performance Tuning. Glenn Finn in the Citroen C1 Interloper is there in 15th place. 16th place is Project 297 and Jonathan Moore. And Mike Heath presumably sat down in the garage, desperately working to get the 1.3 Duratec engine out of their Scuderia Bowrun Ford car, because as soon as his teammates arrive back from crew, they should have a fresh engine, and they can get to work on getting that back in. With 21 hours, 59 minutes and 20 seconds to go, I think we deserve a little break once again, and then we can get everybody back up to speed with what they must.
going. I'm getting close to calling everyone you there. On the same lap, fight for position.
And welcome back from the commentators. You've not missed a great deal except the start of the pits. So the first of the pits for a couple of the cars, which included Luke Thomas, by the way, who was in the leading Ford car. So that is the number 23 Aston Martin car. So Luke Thomas has been in. And also into the pits has been Roger Hassan in the Motorsport car. So we can see the Motorsport car straight in front of our commentary position. Quite a lot of refuelling going on, and it looks like a change of the front left tyre for the number 74 Ford car, which I'm not surprised by, given how Roger was pushing some of his competitors earlier, including Nick Bergen, the number 22 Ford car. So Roger's still in the pits then. We'll keep an eye on all the comings and goings. Luke Thomas, by the way, his pit stop time was 3 minutes 52. So comfortably within all regulations for Luke. And he has come back out on circuit in 12th position. So the number 23, Aston Martin, but he is the first of the front runners to make a pit stop. Also spectacular to watch, by the way, just while we were on our break then, was Jonathan Moore. Jonathan Moore, of course, is only in 16th position, some 6 laps down, but didn't stop him oversteering all the way through the corkscrew and various other parts of the circuit as well. So your front three then remains Jack Wright in the lead in the Milner car, the defending champions, as Jack Werrell was describing earlier, and that's in front of Costa Caritis in his number 333 car. And Costa's actually reduced the gap, you know, so it was increasing to 6 or 7 seconds, now back to 4 seconds between first and second, and the Autotech Motorsport car of Gary Mitchell in third position. Welcome back, Jack Werrell, for hour number 3.
Our number 3 already. It's scary to think. Obviously, we had Roger Hassan in the pit lane. For 6 minutes, Roger was in the pit lane. Luke Thomas only in for 3 minutes 52. It's Lawrence Davies set his personal best lap time prior to coming into the pit lane at 1 minute 32.102, right towards the tail end of the stint. So impressive for Lawrence Davey. I think it's clever that it doesn't pick up that when cars come into the pit lane, because it's a shorter distance, it doesn't count that as a fastest lap. So No, clever that they've figured that one out. But we do have AFK Castrap Racing in the pit lane, Justin Irvine in the pit lane for NJM Racing, and Lawrence Davey in the pit lane.
I think all four of those drivers have really, really used their tyres. I mean, the Roger Hassan 6-minute pit stop included quite a lot of refuelling, and we were talking earlier, Jack, about the different tyres that get replaced at different times. He changed his front left.
Yeah, that somewhat makes sense. I'm just looking as to who we're going to have in the car and when. It is somewhat on the teams to get upstairs, speak to TSL, speak to race control and go, this is who is in the car now. So it takes a bit of time for it to update on our end.
But you're right, though, one of the teams that has done that with TSL is Aston Martin, because it's Mike Weberstadt that's now in the number 23 car that's led for quite a lot of this race, now currently down in 12th position.
It is indeed. So Michael Weberstadt takes over that car. Taylor Norton in the pit lane for Autotech Motorsport. Clive Taylor in the pit lane for Kachow as well. So it is all starting to shake around. Peter Child has taken over the Orca Sport car from Roger Hassan. So that has all changed, and then we'll try and confirm a few more for you once they start running through. And that can happen any time between now and sort of 21 and a half hours remaining.
Absolutely right. But one driver that stayed out, of course, Luke Pollen-Brooks, is getting faster and faster. 1:31.627. He really has got the bit between his teeth, Luke, after those early delays. He's lapping beautifully, actually. There we are. Fantastic line, actually, through the final corner. And let's see what he does that time round. A 32.5. So very consistent from Luke. Well within the top 10 now. 6th overall, while we're awaiting things to shake out during this pit stop phase.
So just having another little look, Lawrence Davey, or LDR Performance Tuning at least, has left the pit lane, so we'll wait to confirm driver changes for you, but that car has now left the pit lane. We have also yet to see anyone else in our current top three into the pit lane. Taylor Norton, the first of the Autotech cars to come in, but Autotech running what is effectively three cars, both the Autotech Motorsport cars and the Kahunas race team car. It means their team have got to deal with three services of a race car, and that can be quite busy in the pit lane to try and get things changed. Lawrence Davey was in the pit lane for 6 minutes and 3 seconds, so another really long pit stop. The only time we really get a chance to see exactly what happened post pit stop is once everybody's been in and everything's shaken out. As for Michael Weberstadt and Luke Thomas, how long were they in the pit lane? 3:52. So for Jack Wright and Team Milner, they know where they need to be now. They need to be in and around 3:50 if they want to get out in front. But this is when, now he's in clean air, you focus on getting those really quick laps done, because these are becoming your in laps. You need to focus on this specific section of the stint, and then whoever gets in, we imagine Scott Parkin, they have got such an important job to get the car out there and get on it as soon as possible, because that's when you find quite a lot of time outside of the pit stops. It's the in-lap and the out-lap which are really, really important.
Yeah, absolutely right. But while that's been going on, the black and white flag has been shown again out to some of the participants, so we'll keep an eye on that for you. I think that's at the entire field, as we were talking earlier during the second hour. I'm going to throw something out there as well. I think Costa Caritas fancies leading this race. So he's now only 2.7 seconds behind Jack Wright, and he's lapping usefully quicker than the Team Air Supply Ford KA right at the front, and the Milner Racing right at the front of this field.
So pushing on is Costa Caritas, pardon me. Let's see what Costa can do over the final, say, 10-15 minutes of his stint, because Costa is, like you say, lapping quicker, but is it quick enough? And then it's all down to whether Jack Wright pops into the pit lane. If he does, it takes a bit of pressure off Costa Caritas over the remainder of his stint. He knows he's out in front, and he can then just focus on ticking those laps off with the Aston Martin car. Mike Weberstadt, very, very quick indeed. Alex Tentori has taken over from Nick Berg in the number 22 AFK car. Alex Tentori, again, another quick driver. They are slowly starting to come through, those driver changes, and then we can confirm them for you. We're still yet to see who got out of the NJM racing car. Justin Irvine brought the car in. And I think that's the only one. Lawrence Davey, I'd imagine he would have jumped out of the LDR performance tuning car as well, purely for driver time, Reds.
Yeah, absolutely right. One of the driver changes, by the way, clearly working well, as you said, is Aston Martin with Mike Verstappen now on board. He's already lapping in the low 131, so Mike's last lap was a 131.277. He is the quickest man out on circuit as things stand. So we expect the Aston Martin, because it was a good, as we were talking about, 3 minutes 52, it was a decent first stop, then I'd expect them again to be right in the top 3 after everyone has taken their first pit stop.
Lawrence Davey did indeed jump out of the LDR performance tuning car to make way for David Bywater, and Justin Irvine jumped out of the number 2 machine, the NJM racing car, to hand over to Marcus Buckle, who has already seen the podium today. He will be hoping to do more of the same at around about 3:30 tomorrow. Taylor Norton, having got out of the number 65 Autotech Motorsport car, that has been taken over by Max Papworth. So we're starting to see them all come through now. And Jack Wright is still out there, still lapping fairly quickly, still lapping in those 31s. The paddock has fallen somewhat quiet as everyone is more focused on, right, let's get these first few hours out of the way and then we can focus on getting our head down. But there'll be a lot of team members and drivers and mechanics and what have you thinking, I can't go to sleep, I'm still absolutely on this. Into the pit lane comes the second of the 2 Autotech Motorsport cars. This is Gary Mitchell, and also coming in is the number 44 machine of Kevin Glover and our race leader Jack Wright.
Yeah, so a trio out on circuit, and let's see how they get on with these pit stops anyway. So I think we've said a representative pit stop is somewhere just under 4 minutes anyway. All kinds of weird and wonderful shots now from Anglesey in front of us. Just about see a few Ford cars and the odd Citroen C1 as well throughout the 21 hours and 44 minutes that remain. So there's the Aston Martin going through. Does Mike Verstappen improve then? Number 23 car. He's obviously now up to 7th position, a 131.4, so he's lapping very, very well. Of course, with Jack Wright going into the pits, it means that the Greek god, Costa Karitis, is now in the lead of this race for the first time. So at least Costa can say, yeah, the Kahuna's race team has led the Enduro race for this season.
So plenty of time for Costa to focus forward and try and build something of a margin now. As we say, very important to get these in-laps right and then hand your teammate a very good car, and it seems like that will be happening as Costa Karitis comes into the pit lane. Nathan Brown has jumped out of the Team Shine car number 180 to hand over to Adrian Wood. So Adrian Wood now behind the wheel of that car. The Citroen C1 obviously still pre-pit stop, right away up into 8th place now.
Wow. Yeah, the Emax and Ugga Dugga team, well done to those boys. Skarsky and Clutch also in the pits. Luke Pollen-Brooks, after a great first stint by Luke, so he'll be changing over, and again we'll get confirmation of the driver change once it's through TSL, once the teams have updated TSL anyway. But I think that what that means then is that the only one who hasn't come in of the leaders is Tommy Valentine in the Burton Power Racing number 1 car. So Tommy will get a chance to lead this race.
Yeah, Tommy Valentine, as you say, the only one yet to pit. We've also had Clive Taylor pop into the pit lane behind the wheel of car number 95 Kachow. He's handed over to Ross Folds. So Ross now behind the wheel. Tommy Valentine could effectively become your race leader. He jumps up the order, but into the pit lane comes Tommy Valentine. So who will it be? Will it be Andy Burton that takes over? Will it be Stephen Gilbert? Will it be Ashley Davies? All of which fairly quick pedallers as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. Andy Burton, of course, usually behind the wheel of a Ford Focus, which I did see that. It was supposed to run in the MSVT track day championship earlier, but Andy obviously withdrew it, focusing on this race quite rightly, given the length of time it'll take to complete it, of course. And also into the pits is the C1. So the C1 in the Emax Motorsport car, currently being driven by Glenn Finn. He's going to be changing to either Aaron Grizzly, Ashley Aspin or James Taylor, his usual teammates in the Citroen C1 Enduro Series, of course. And that means then that means all competitors will have done their first pit stop, of course, Jack, after this round.
It will back out and circulating in any moment now with a fresh front left tyre will be Team Milner, so they return to the circuit a long way ahead of Mike Weberstadt, who's only just coming into the final corner now. Jack Wright was in the pit lane for 4 minutes. So, if anything, a little bit longer than you'd expect. But then when you look back to how long everybody else, Luke Thomas, spent in the pit lane, it was 3 minutes 52. So, it begs the question, where did they manage to find all that time?
That's a very puzzling one for me. You're quite right, because, that was not expected at all.
Let's just triple check on TSL. Pit stop time for Milner Racing. There you go, 3 minutes 46. So they were in for. Mike Weberstadt was 4 minutes 6.
Okay.
So 10 seconds gained in the pit stop. I'll ignore this external pit stop timer and purely use it for driver changes. But yeah, that'll be where the 10 seconds came from. Jack Wright and Milner Racing worked brilliantly well to get that car back out there 10 seconds quicker than their main competitor.
Let's just see how this shakes out then. So this will be the first lap we actually get to see properly who's in charge of this race, with 2 hours and 20 already gone. And we are waiting now for, and you believe it was Jack Wright that's changed over to
Scott Parkin. Scott Parkin, yeah.
Scott Parkin now in. So just crossing the line now is the Milner number 46 car, which we believe is leading the race.
Just having a look as well, who else has changed? So Gary Mitchell in the second of the two Autotech cars, now first of the two, car number 64. He's handed over to Richard Harwood. Luke Pollen-Brooks into the pit lane as well. That car up, getting a new front left wheel, so brand new tyre going aboard, which means he can push on, or the team can push on that little bit more. But Luke has had a fabulous stint. What a way to come back.
Indeed, well done, Luke. Yeah. So just while we're looking at what was the Costa Caritas car, the Kahuna's racing car, 5 seconds further up is the Milner car. We'll just get confirmation of who. Sorry, it is. Apologies. As Jack said before, the Milner car has been taken over by Scott Parkin. We just had confirmation of that in front of us on TSL. We'll see how quickly Scott gets into his groove. Very, very quick driver from Barnsley, as Jack was saying earlier. Fastest on circuit at the moment, though, is Mike Weberstadt. So in the Caston Martin car, 1:31.5. So obviously all that time lost in the pits, Mike will try and furiously make up. Now he's back out on circuit.
Phil Truman has taken over from Costa Caritas, so it means that he can start to push on, but he's somehow inherited second place out of all of this with a very quick pit stop, and that's all that he needed. So Scott Parkin will take over the lead ahead of Philip Truman, and then it will be Michael Weberstadt. So they've gone from the lead of the race down into third, lost the best part of 10 or 15 seconds, all from just a slightly slower pit stop. It shows how important strategy can be in this race.
He's got Richard Harwood immediately behind him. So Richard Harwood has taken over the number 64 Autotech car. He's immediately behind Mike Weberstadt. There's only 14 seconds between the leading four after 89 laps. I think we're about a tenth of the way through this race already, Joe.
The time is well and truly ticking by, and to have the top four separated by 14 seconds, the third and fourth separated by only 0.8 of a second, it shows how close it is as more drivers come through. Luke Pollen-Brooks has handed over to the aptly named Dean Pollen. So Dean Pollen taking over from Luke Pollen-Brooks. Let's see what Dean can do as he has taken over a car in a healthy position that was climbing its way up through the order. Tommy Valentine has handed over to team owner Andy Burton. Let's see what he can do.
Just lapping the Kachow car. The Kachow car now driven by Ross Folds. So the number 95, you can't miss that car, the red and yellow one just on the left of your screen. And the 74 car, which we've obviously has dominated quite a lot of the airtime over the last hour, as you quite rightly say, is now being driven by Peter Child rather than Roger Hassan. And what's Peter Child's last lap? 35.4. So Peter just getting up to speed in the Orca Sport car. Anyway, fastest lap
of the race for the Tentori car. So the Castrop Racing 131.9. Now he's got into the car. Alex Tentori, the number 22, and they're currently 8th overall, lapping very quickly.
We've still... Kevin Glover has jumped out of the MSVT car. Hand over to Ben Taylor. Of course, we're still waiting to see Jonathan Moore return to the pit lane. Obviously, he pitted somewhat earlier with the window issue, the brake light issue, and Project 297 were working hard straight away. A quick chat with Alex Miller earlier. It's a shame to be 5 laps down this early in the race, but if we can minimise these issues between now and the end of the race, there will be others that will fall foul of far more serious issues. So hopefully they want to get back inside the top 10. Top 6 would be even better. Top 3 is the goal. So let's see what happens with what is a very strong driver lineup for this weekend. The 49 LDR Performance tuning car with David Bywater behind the wheel. He is just allowing the Aston Martin Mike Weberstadt car through. And up the inside, also in the same breath, is Richard Harwood, who really isn't that far away. 8/10 the gap between himself and Mike Weberstadt. We mentioned 14 seconds was the gap between the top 4. Over the previous few laps, that has started to shrink in size. 13 seconds was the gap. So everyone's getting closer together.
Yeah, absolutely right. So all to play for the leading quartet. By the way, just seeing the LDR Performance tuning car, the number 49 car, just on screen earlier, just while you were away about 20 minutes ago, the fabulous scrapping between him and Jonathan Moore in the Project 297 car, despite the fact there were a couple of laps between them. So him and Lawrence Davey having a great time out on circuit. Jonathan Moore giving it absolutely everything, too much oversteer, clearly thinking he was driving a Porsche as he's used to doing, but great fun. So my thanks to Jonathan for keeping me thoroughly entertained during that part of the race. But Jonathan currently 7 laps down, and apologies, of course, he's just had a pit stop. He'll be obviously pass it over to one of his teammates. We'll have confirmation of who's taking over the Project 297 car shortly. Maybe Paul O'Neill, who knows?
Yeah, we'll see. We've got to confirm that as and when it updates on our end. So 21 hours, or 21 and a half hours, for lack of an exact number, is what is remaining. But Scott Parkin and Milner Racing, 1 minute 31.4, that's exactly where he wants to be. And keep an eye on Alex Papworth. He's posted a 1 minute 31.4 as well. He is the quickest car out there, aside from Scott Parkin, who's just gone through and posted a 1 minute 30.8 immediately into the 130s.
Where's that come from? But no, you're quite right about Max Papworth in 5th position, 131, 132, so he's lapping very, very consistently. He is, I believe he's just about to pass us, actually, in front of the commentary box anyway. We'll just get confirmation of how far he is away from his teammate, which is, of course, Richard Harwood in 4th position. So we'll get you confirmation of that. But yeah, that gap, because of the rapid laps at the front from Parkin in the leading number 46 Milner car, is now stretched to 16 seconds between the leading quartet. What is also becoming obvious, though, is that Mike Weberstadt, as we're looking at a couple of extinguishers within the Aston Martin car in 3rd position, is rapidly catching the 2nd place Kahuna's race team car. Obviously, there's been a change there of driver, and you now currently have Truman in the car, so that's Philip Truman that's taken over from Costa Kiritis. Huge amounts of lock-ups going up towards the top of the circuit, lots and lots of brake dust, tyre dust, absolutely everything that you want to throw at these cars. You've seen it already at the Rocket Corner. Just coming around the corner now is the Project 297 car. Do we have an update as to who's in the car? Not yet. So I'll wait to see on that one. Others lapping quickly on the circuit, by the way. We've just currently had the Kachow car has set its fastest lap of the race at 1:33.007, and that's the number 95 car with Ross Falls driving the car now as a huge gaggle of Ford cars decide to envelop. Oh, look at that. Oh, goodness me, number 180, the Team Shine car decided to go a bit track limits, and currently in 6th position in the hands of Adrian Wood. Adrian Wood, very experienced driver. but he was grass tracking. In fact, you can see quite a lot of the grass opposite Jack, and you can just see just how many times the grass has been interfered with over the last 8 or 9 hours of racing.
Yeah, there's been a number of cars running wide. Somebody that's making the most of a new front left tyre, Max Papworth. That explains the rather rapid rate of closure to those cars up the road and running away from the cars behind. But Scott Parkin still in the 1 minute 30s, just doing everything he needs to do to control the lead of the race. We still haven't had an update in terms of Project 297 until now. Carl Garnett behind the wheel. So Carl Garnett's very quick driver, spent a lot of his time in Britcar. He is now behind the wheel of the Project 297 car. As for Emax Motorsport, in the Citroen C1, Glenn Finn has jumped out and handed over to James Taylor.
James Taylor, very experienced Citroen C1 driver. Good to see him out here. But, very consistent, by the way, from the Milner car of Scott Parkin. So, he's consistently into the 1 minute 30s. He's easily a second quicker than anybody else out on circuit. So, the Milner team taking an early grip of this 24-hour race, but of course it's a marathon, not a sprint, as we've mentioned several times already, and we'll say it several times again in commentary, and we'll see how people get on during the rest of this race. Let's see how the battle gets on between second, third and fourth then. So the Kahuna's race teams are Truman, Weberstadt and Harwood, second, third and fourth. There is just 2 seconds between them, and we're just seeing them in front of our commentary position, the Shrouding Church now. And back at the front, Scott Parkin then. Travelling very quickly indeed. Look at that, freewheeling his way through the top end of the circuit. Absolutely no problem though, in complete control of his Ford car. And now with a 16-second lead, so easily the largest gap that's been seen during the first 2.5 hours of this race, as he manages to extend his advantage.
It does bring into question the longevity of those tyres, because the limiting factor is normally fuel, but you've got to make sure your tyres are in a position to last as long as the fuel does, and it is very much a balancing act. You don't want to go in and having left a bit of room on the table when it comes to using your tyre. If you're changing your front left every stop, you may as well use it, and if you're leaving a bit there, it could result in a few seconds lost over the space of a stint, which could mean the difference between a top 3 and maybe even outside of that. Ross Folds, having got behind the wheel of the Kachow car, he sets the car's personal best of a 33.007. He then, a couple of minutes later, went quicker still onto a 1 minute 32.983. The lap after, a 1 minute 32.857. Ross Folds, over the space of 4 laps, has set 3 personal bests and is lapping at a pace good enough for the top 6.
Yeah, very good performance that from Ross Folds. Now he's in the car. He's got a full 35 seconds, though, to try and catch the Kagermeister car, the MSVT Racing number 44 car, which is Ben Taylor driving. Now, Ben Taylor, of course, out in a Mazda MX-5 earlier. Battles all over the circuit, but one of the battles that has diverted me, it looks as though Mike Weberstadt has gone into second position. So the Aston Martin car into second place now. He just passed Truman in the Kahuna race team car. Philip Truman just passed him through Rocket that time, which is their, let's see how many time, 96th time of asking. So that's a change of position then. So up into second place goes the Aston Martin car of Mike Weberstadt.
Just looking, Milner Racing doing everything they need to defend their crown here at Anglesey in the EnduroKA 24-hour. Through the final corner comes the Kachow car of Ross Folds. Does he go quicker still? Goes through and breaks the beam. No, not on that occasion, but only by 0.004 of a second. That is exactly who you want in your car, by way of Ross Folds. That consistency is what will climb you up through the order, with Scott Parkin having gone through almost now with a 20-second lead over what is Michael Weberstadt, having got through and past Phil Truman. Phil Truman is sticking with him now, and again, are we just going to find that point of let's just work together? There's no point in scrapping, still with over 21 hours of the race to go.
It could be, but then you've got Richard Harwood behind in the number 64 car. So Richard Harwood, the gap to
Phil Truman is 1.5 seconds. So we'll see how quickly the Autotech car can get on the back of the Kahuna race team, which of course is the sister car, as we were talking about earlier. So you've got several Autotech cars out today at Anglesey. So the sun just about coming in now for the first time, so markedly less warm than it was even half an hour ago, which will probably be to the benefit of the tyres and brakes here on the Anglesey circuit for the remainder of this part of the race. And just coming over the line now, Scott Parkin, let's see the time, 131.081, so he's lapping very, very consistently in the late 130s, early 131s, but it's so much quicker than everybody else that, again, it just makes you consider, well, what life is it taking out the tyres?
Exactly, that's going to be the question that is asked between now and the end of the race. How much of your tyre are you using? Is it too much tyre that you're starting to ask for between now and what could be 2.5 hours time? It's a long time to make a tyre last, and you think, well, my tyres last 10,000 miles on the road. Yes, but they are being used in anger here at Anglesey, and there's a lot being used. That was our cameraman down at the podium. He was very helpful in terms of coordinating drivers and getting everybody with us.
It's a classic vehicle as well, that particular VW K-Reg. That's 1992, isn't it?
Wow.
I'm assuming you were born a long time after 1990.
Take a guess.
Never guess someone's age.
2002.
Oh my God.
That's fancy, isn't it? Look at that. The teepee we've got in the paddock. That's not a tent, that is a teepee. I love that. That's something I want. The paddock is still full as well. I thought it was really going to empty out, and it's thank you for everybody for staying. That could be a marshal, it could be a spectator, driver, mechanic. You've no idea who's staying in a teepee this weekend. That's a good angle as well. It's nice to see so many people here and right up against the fence, trying to get as close as possible to the action. I feel sorry for him, at least from that angle. It looks like he stood with his ear in one of the speakers. So apologies, you've got to stand that close to a speaker, Mr. Cameraman. Up at the corkscrew. Swinging subtly back to the event at hand. Phil Truman, he's not falling away massively from Michael Weberstadt. Last time we saw it was 0.7 of a second. It's now 1.2 seconds. Well, that's only half a second over the space of a couple of laps, and that might just be right. Let's fall into a rhythm now, and we could see that gap come to its natural sort of horizon where it sits at 1.5 to 2 seconds and doesn't really ebb and flow as much as another one would.
It could be, but I mean, you just saw just on camera 30 seconds ago just how much more curb Mike Weberstadt took into the final corner versus Phil Truman, who in fact missed his apex as he was coming through the final corner anyway. Lost a little bit more time, and I suspect that Phil Truman's going to have quite a lot of worry about Richard Harwood and the Autotech, the silver car, behind him. Of course, we're that far into the race, so now we are 2 hours 37 in, that I suspect the Scuderia Bolron guys have actually made it to Crewe. So hopefully they've managed to pick up their engine, put it in the back of whichever van that's got to Crewe, and is safely being transported back here.
I really hope they're listening on TSL. TSL-timing.com, you can listen to our commentary. I'm not sure why anybody would want to do that.
But people who track both of our careers may want to try and do it anyway.
Who's tracking my career?
I'm sure several recruiters are. We'll have to see on that one. But what I will say is that, yes, please let us know via, obviously, the appropriate channels, if you can. If you've got a passenger that can, let us know how you're getting on your epic journey back from Crewe, how you're getting on with your journey, as we're just having a quick look down the back end of the circuit. And lapping the Jägermeister car is one of the Autotech cars, as then Scott Parkin continues to make excellent progress. Very, very consistent driver, Scott Parkin. I mean, 131.222. He is lapping within half a second of his ultimate pace that he's shown at the early part of the stint. So it does look as though he's managing. We had some slight concerns in terms of how well he's running, but it looks as though his tyres are holding up for now.
Yeah, Scott just maybe he's heard from the team going, right, let's just bring it back a few tenths a lap. Just to ensure the tyres will make it. And 31.2s is still fabulously quick. Granted, a second off the fastest lap of the race. That was very close indeed. That was Caston Martin. having a very late look up the inside. Mike Webberstadt trying desperately to get up the inside of Ross Folds, but Ross has been lapping quickly in his own right as well, so maybe doesn't want to let him through that easily. But yeah, Scott just winding it back a little bit. It means he's a bit more comfortable, the car's a bit more comfortable, and you've got a better chance of making it. 100 laps completed.
100 laps indeed, and the blue flag now out then for Ross Folds. And I've not seen that before. Drivers see a blue flag and immediately chuck it the wrong way around the corner to then throw it back in the other way. So great fun to watch, by the way, through the corkscrew. But I expect Mike Webberstadt will get past him. But no, you're quite right. The number 333 car, Phil Truman, I thought he'd get dropped actually by Mike Webberstadt after being passed, but he's keeping him honest. He's still only around a second and a half behind, and Phil Truman lapping pretty consistently in the mid-32s. So he's managing to keep a decent pace in the 333 Kahuna racing car with 21 hours 20 minutes and 46 seconds left. Goodness me, but at least we've managed to bring up the, as you say, the 100 lap mark.
An assertive move from Mike Webberstadt on that occasion, diving up the inside of Ross Folds. Didn't really give him much of an option. It was, I am diving up the inside. You can turn in if you like, but I will be there. And that's all Michael Webberstadt needed to do. So now he's got a car between himself and Phil Truman, and this is when we may see the gap start to grow, because Phil Truman, he's one of those back markers where he's very quick, but he's annoyingly quick. He's just on that bubble of, I could just stick with you, but also I don't want to lose any time. But it's not saying that you're going to lose me time. I want to be chasing him, please. So that's somewhat the situation I think Phil Truman will be in, and he is losing time. You can see just visually how the gap has come out between Mike Webberstadt and Phil Truman, and Phil Truman, by the letter of the law, in theory, should let them by, but I completely get where he's coming from. We are actually on a very similar pace, so let's try and work together. But I guess the best thing he can do is let them through and then try and sit on the back of them.
Yeah, absolutely right, because otherwise, it brings them all kinds of time. Well, let's see how they get on as they running around the far end of the course.
Sorry, just to jump in,
yep.
Richard Harwood only 3/10 off the coattails now of Phil Truman, given how that's happened. So we've got effectively the three auto tech cars. I know, because it's Webberstadt there as well. Second, third, and fourth are separated by 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, they'll be very pleased with that as a team, I'm sure. But of course, 24 seconds up the road remains Scott Parkin in the Minna racing car. But as they're coming through Church now, so we're looking at this little battle for third position. And so he's still got Phil Truman. He's not been able to get past the 95 Ross Folds Kapow. Kachow. Apologies to Kapow. That's obviously something, a completely different reference, but the Kachow car anyway. Tries to get down the inside, doesn't make it though. Yeah, at all. So Phil Truman has to stay behind. And therefore, I think he's going to be losing third position pretty imminently, Jan.
So losing third position is the thing is, at this stage in the race, if it was a much shorter race you'd be worried, but with it being a longer race, it's right, okay, it's not ideal, but it's nowhere near the end of the race. We've got plenty of time to try and get that back, especially how we've seen the race change completely when it came to the pit stops, because that really turned the race on its head. It changed the leader and put Scott Parkin in a very, very healthy lead.
Completely. But what's interesting to note as well is that the times have actually started to fade. So the fastest man on circuit is your leader, Scott Parkin, with a 1:31.4. But actually, quite a few of the drivers, in particular those just outside the top 10, are now lapping in the 1:34. So noticeably slower than it was even an hour ago. More marshals out on circuit. Obviously, there's been a huge number.
That is Mandy, Stuart Garland, and the newest member of staff at MSVT.
Well, good to see them all anyway.
What do? They should be in the paddock working hard. Instead, they're out there on their jollies towards well, I think that was towards the corkscrew. Yes, it was. I can see them walking towards us now. You can't really sneak in a high visibility jacket. You will get spotted. But it's great to see them out there. And why not? If you've got the opportunity to go and have a look up there, I know I will be. I might even set an alarm, very Le Mans style. Set an alarm, 3 o'clock in the morning. Take a little wander up, have a little look. Let's see what's going on up at Peel at 3 a.m. It's all worth it. And I think with the amount of people that have still stuck around, the paddock still looks surprisingly busy. There's lots of motorhomes, caravans, tents and what have you. Of course, the TP, which we spotted earlier. The circuit restaurant, I'm not sure whether it stays open a little bit later tonight, given the nature of the event. What is that we were looking at there? Couldn't quite pick out that. I think I'm all right at car recognition, but couldn't quite pick that one out.
Yeah, but avian recognition, no, that's certainly not my skill either. So anyway, seagulls not allowed anyway onto Trapmont today. Just currently looking at what was the Burton Power racing car. Tommy Valentine had that in the first stint. Currently we have, I think it's Andy Burton actually, that's now taking it over. So the team owner of the Burton Power car is currently 8th overall, so that's around where they started anyway, so a solid performance so far from that team. But yeah, it's all about these second, third and fourth cars anyway. They've still not been able to get past Ross Folds then, so Ross Folds now coming down, and a squeal of tyres. That sounded like a spin to me, but I don't think it was. I think it was just someone being slightly over aggressive with one of their Ford cars anyway. I think that Howard's going to look down the inside now into Rocket, and he does so. So up into the third position then goes Richard Harwood, finally gets past Phil Truman. And apologies, they had cleared Ross Folds, but Ross Folds is now using them as a tow, and you can tell that because his pace has started to go a bit faster in the Kachow car. So let's see how Richard Howard is able to get on now. Now he's going to third position in the Silver Autotech car.
Just looking as well, what we are starting to see is groups of almost back markers. They may be on different laps, but they are at a fairly similar pace. So they're almost going, you know what, you could be 10 laps ahead of me and you could be 15 laps behind me, but let's work together. We're on a similar pace. And the chances are you might only find that once in a race with that specific car, because you two drivers just happen to have matched up on stints, and you may not be lucky enough to be in that position again with the same driver on the same sort of stint plan. But it is starting to go that way at a number of points around the circuit. As for the treble 3 of Phil Truman, he is just sat in the wheel tracks of Richard Harwood, and that's all you need to do. You don't need to do more, albeit there have been a few occasions in this race it seems like a move for the lead is effectively a move for the win.
Yeah, all happening very, very consistently. So you say Phil Truman lapping in the 132s and 133s, actually quicker than both of them is the car in 5th place. So it's Max Patworth in the number 65 car is taking over, and he's lapping regularly in the 1:31, so he is 50 seconds down the road, behind these two. Anyway, so yeah, with coming up to the 3-hour mark anyway, and a decisive move being made by the Milner Racing car. And then we're looking at Scott Parkin's lap times, and again his last lap time, Jack, a 1:31.088. So he's clearly in a nice groove with the car. Let's see if he's able to manage these tyres then over the rest of his stint, which I suspect which will be at least another further hour.
Yeah, further hour, and that leaves a lot of racing on the table. Somebody's starting to climb their way back up through the... I say climb their way back up through the order. They are already up the order, but has done so on the down low, I would say, is the 180 Team Shine car that now has Adrian Wood behind the wheel. Returning to the circuit after a brief spell in the pit lane is the MSVT car, that 44 machine. So maybe just a slight issue, but that car back out and circulating. But those are the little bits you want to try. That's what Alex Miller was talking about. Those are the little bits you just want to try and iron out of your race, because that could be half a lap lost. If that happens again, that's a full lap lost that you've then got to try and make up, and it shows how easy a lap is lost, but how hard it is to try and gain one back.
Yeah, absolutely right. I'm just looking across the circuit now as the Autotech car, so Richard Howard gradually ekes out an advantage. Phil Parker then locks up heavily again. His front tyres will not be thanking him for the way that he took Rocket that particular time anyway. And if anything, Phil Truman was able to close back up again. So yeah, he's not dropped Phil Truman at all, actually. So Phil Truman's doing exactly the right thing, which is, do you know what, I'll just get a tow here and reduce the amount of time that I'm losing through this section of the race. So 21 hours and 12 minutes to go. And then just having a quick look at the times across the circuit, your top 1:35 are easily the quickest on circuit, with the fastest times of all still being done by your leader, which is Scott Parkin, Barnsley's finest, the number 46 Milner car. Just in terms of the Emax Motorsport car, the EnduroKA car, that's the one interloper in the race, the number 115 guest car, the Citroen C1. That's currently running 14th overall. It has James Taylor on board that car, and James is running regularly in the 134s, 135s, which is close to the pace that car has been displaying throughout the day, and is only 5 laps down, so a credit-worthy performance so far from the C1.
Yeah, they're still in it, and they're still out there and circulating and covering the miles, which is the key thing. I'm just having a little look down in the pit lane. It's fallen nice and quiet. I think I'm hearing news that we may just have a very brief interruption, as we mentioned, just to ensure that the marshals are fed and watered appropriately, because they have been out there for a long while. This may be a new set of marshals that arrived post final race of the day for the MSVT Track Day Trophy, but going into the night, and it can feel tricky knowing that the sun is only going to get lower, and the cars are still going to be circulating when you go to bed. When you wake up in the morning, the same cars hopefully are all still there, all still doing the same thing, and you think, I've given up my weekend for this, but it will remind them, if you look after them with food and water, and the weather stays good, especially at a circuit like Anglesey, so picturesque, now it's well and truly worth coming along. So I was just about to mention it, looking over at Snowdonia, great camera shot. We mentioned Scott Bucknell here alone this weekend, a very busy man. He's driving home on Monday after staying up for 24 hours and then going up Snowdon on Monday.
Do you know what? I was planning to go up Snowdon on Monday. I didn't realise that, so me and my wife are going up Llanberis Pass. So, Scott, if you're listening, then avoid going Llanberis Pass, otherwise have me talking about motorsport as you're going up. So, yeah, there you go, quick tip for you there. Back to the race, though, and having a quick look, and Scott Parkin maintains that fantastic metronomic pace in his number 46 Milner car, so 1:31.090. I mean, again, he is lapping within 3/10 of himself at each and every race, as yet again another fantastic lock up towards the top end of the circuit. No harm done.
Scott is listening.
He is listening.
So presumably you've just given him a reason to go straight home on Monday, because I can't think of anything worse than going up Snowdon and going, Ian's here, great.
Do you know what? It's reason enough to go home anyway, regardless of whether it's going up Snowdon. But anyway, the Kahuna car, I can see the number 333. Continues on its merry way, and again, all these drivers are doing a fantastic job, particularly the top 6, lapping below 1:32. So again, very, very consistent driving. What that means, of course, is that we seem to be in something of a holding pattern during the race.
I'm just looking down on the pit wall, yellow flag in hand for a marshal, which makes me think we're not that far away, but for the most part, looking over at the flag post, there's a lot of blue flags, which you'd expect, especially in a race like this, where your blue flag will become the most commonly used flag for the marshals that are out there, just to indicate to the maybe slightly slower cars or cars that are a lap down that there is a faster car or a car that is a lap up, applying some pressure and desperate to get by. Aston Martin works its way through. Michael Roberstadt hunting down Scott Parkin in the Milner racing car in the lead of the race. 27 seconds is the gap last time through. Scott Parkin extended the margin, albeit it was only by 89 thousandths of a second.
Indeed, small margins anyway, but a 27-second lead. Actually nothing in a race, but clearly because they've been in such close proximity for the previous hour, then presumably then the leading car will be thinking, it's time for a nice rest, actually. And there we are, there is the leading number 46 car right in front of you anyway. So the Milner racing car, and Barnsley's finest doing a fabulous job in managing the pace at the front of the field. So just about to come through, it looks like, going through Church Corner now. We are on to lap 110. And what we expect to be between 850 and 900 laps in total once pit stops are fully accounted for. And here comes the Ford KA now. It's actually slightly slower on that lap, actually a 1:31.8. So keep an eye on how the Milner car manages its tyres, squeals its way around the top of the circuit as usual, then flicks into the right hand and then back towards Peel.
The safety car has been called for that break, which we mentioned. So that's more just to refresh the marshals that are out there, ensure they've got required amounts of food and drink and what have you, and some may be swapping over to get over to this side of the island to get some well-earned sleep. Some may be going over for the night shift, but the safety car is out just to get everyone down to a safe speed, but get everyone all in the same place and in a queue, so you almost end up with a bit of a window of safety to get either people or things over to the inside or vice versa. So the safety car heads out, picks up the race leader of Milner Racing, and the thing is now, Michael Weberstadt, albeit there may be a couple of cars between him and Scott Parkin, it's not going to be massive amounts.
No, it won't, and it makes things very, very interesting indeed, doesn't it? So it picks up the number 46 car. So safety car has absolutely done its job. But yeah, you're quite right. I'm just having a quick look at the number of cars on the lead lap, Jack, and yeah, there are still 5 cars on the lead lap. So this will concertina everyone. But it's been a cracking race thus far, and obviously we've still got 21 hours of this to go, albeit only 2.5 hours with our esteemed commentary between now and 9 o'clock, and then before us coming back at 9 o'clock in the morning. So just waiting for everyone to come safely round. Still got quite a few cars at the top of the circuit, just making its way through the corkscrew now. I think it's the C1 actually that's the last of the runners that's still got to be picked up at the top.
There's one car separating Michael Weberstadt and Scott Parkin, and then back from there you've got Harwood in the first of the 2 Autotech cars there, and then back from there you've got Philip Truman, and then back from there you've got the other Autotech car as well. So it's going to be close on this restart, isn't it?
It is, and Scott Parkin, for all those fantastic laps, suddenly down to less than 0. So there we are. But he'll try and use, I think it's the number 95 Kachow. Is it Kachow car? I think that's the interloper, isn't it, between first and second?
No, that is the Skarsky and Clutch car.
Skarsky, apologies. Skarsky and Clutch then, that's there, and then it's the NJM racing car that you see on screen. That is between Richard Harwood and the second place car then of Mike Weberstadt. So we'll just wait for this safety car period to complete.
The good thing is, at least from a driver's perspective, I mean, not so much if you're Scott Parkin, but for everybody else around, one, you close in, but also it gives your tyres a little bit of a respite. And for the teams, they're burning a little bit less fuel, so it may just start to extend this stint that little bit, meaning they can get further into the night, which may put them over target for where they want to be in terms of time remaining and fuel used.
Yeah, absolutely right. Dean Pollen then, I wonder if he thought, do you know what, I'll be in a position where I can influence the front of this race in the Skarsky and Clutch car. We'll see how quickly he yields when the safety car eventually does pull in following this interlude in the race, 3 hours in. And there's the C1 now coming up at the back, as I said, the Emax car, the Ugga joint effort this weekend, currently 14th overall, only 5 laps down. It's on the same lap as the Lawrence Davey car and the Kachow car as well, so well done to the C1 team.
They're not that far away from the LDR car, that's only a car up the road as well, so potentially opportunities for them to carve their way up the order that little bit more. The front left appears to have received a warm welcome from EnduroKA.
Yeah, it's had a nice bash from one of the Fords, to be expected. Along the lines of, we don't usually accept French cars in this race. But yeah, the safety car going around at a very genteel speed anyway. So more than double the usual speed. More than double the usual lap that these cars would take. There is the Kachow car, one of the best liveries on the grid, number 95. Rosfold's in that car anyway. That's had a few bashes during the race already as well.
and they're currently 12th overall.
Notice they've opened the rear windows on that car as well, as in the number 95 Kichao car. So they're clearly doing anything they can to get some hot air out of that car and keep the driver as cool as possible. This does allow a unique opportunity for a lot of the drivers to get the window down, and it may seem a bit cold initially and go, wow, why would anyone put the window down? But it's purely just get the cool air whilst you can, get some cool air in the car, because it's not going to last very long. And if you can, the number 22 Castrop racing car also with the roof scoop. Just spotted that.
So it's one of two cars, I think, with the roof scoop.
Yes, because the Aston Martin car has got it.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I'm going to keep an eye out for that now and see if anybody else has it. But I think some teams are more worried about the drag coefficient come the end of the race. And I'm not necessarily saying that these cars have been in a wind tunnel to start with, but yeah, you think, well, it's adding weight, it's adding drag in a series that's all about keeping minimum speed as high as possible. Let's get rid of it. Let's not use it. The green flag is being waved, and the race gets back underway. No overtaking before we get to the safety car control line, but everyone's spread out somewhat nicely by the time we get there already. Michael Weberstadt making his intentions known. Of course, immediately on the blue flags will be the car skiing clutch? Scar skiing clutch, that was it. You don't have to trip over it when you're trying to say it in a hurry. Scar skiing clutch immediately receiving the blue flags, and immediately through is Michael Weberstadt. So this could get quite close for the lead just as we tick past the 21-hour mark. So on the hour for an update, but for Scott Parkin, if he can get in a rhythm, he's now going to focus on running away from second place, who is now only a couple of seconds behind. But that is another hour of the race completed, under 21 hours of the race remaining. So it provides us a bit of an opportunity again to do our hourly update to see exactly where everybody is, and then we can confirm some positions for you before we get back racing. Of course, we will just nip away for a quick natural break. Scott Parkin leads the way behind the wheel of the Milner racing machine, ahead of Michael Weberstadt in the Castrol racing, in the Aston Martin racing car that is in second place. Richard Harwood in the first of the two Autotech cars is in third, ahead of Philip Treeman for Kahuna's race team in fourth. Max Papworth in fifth in the second of the two Autotech cars. Team Shine and Adrian Wood in sixth place. AFK Castrop Racing and Alex Tentori in seventh place. Eighth goes the way of Burton Power and Andy Burton, currently behind the wheel. Marcus Buckle piloting the NJM racing car in ninth, and to round out your top 10, the Skarsky and Clutch car, it's Dean Pollen. In 11th place, Orca Sport, Peter Child, having taken over from Roger Hassan. It's then Ross Folds and Kachow in 12th place. 13th place is David Bywater for LDR Performance Tuning. James Taylor in the Citroen C1 at Emax Motorsport in 14th. 15th is Ben Taylor for MSVT Racing. 16th, Carl Garnett for Project 297. And Mike Heath, it says he's out there and running, but that may just be a lapse in timing. But I would be very surprised if they've managed to get to Crewe and back. That car is no longer showing in the pit lane.
Well, I think if he's got from Crewe and back, and they're there. Oh, well done to that team.
On the break that's supposed to be us to Nipsaloo, grab some refreshment. I am going to run down there and figure out what they've done.
Yeah, so live stream over, and we'll be back very, very shortly.
So, welcome
3
back,
seconds at the front.
everybody. Just again a quick break, just for us to get some refreshment. I should imagine we've only got 2 more of those before the end of the race. One at around about 7:30, and is it cheeky if we do one at 8:30? Would it be easy just to carry on till 9? Oh, I know, I asked too much. It's a big ask. I'm just seeing who we've got in the pit lane. Mike Heath, obviously they went out, they popped in, and they're back out again. We've had a few personal bests come through. Marcus Buckle has improved upon the NJM Racing Team personal best. James Taylor has done the same for the 115 Citroen C1. And Rosfold's doing Rosfold's things, going quicker still in the Ka-Chow car. 1 minute 32.5 Rosfold has managed to pull out. Marcus Buckle, 1 minute 32.4. Lots of tyres squared, as everyone seems to be up at rocket all at the same time. But it's amazing to see that the Scuderia Bowen car is back out there and circulating. I'm trying to pick out exactly where they are. I'd imagine they're just trying to stay out of everybody's way. But, to me, it looks like it's going.
Yeah,
it's definitely moving.
That's the best it's looked in the first 3 hours, 10 minutes of this race. Congratulations to the team for getting the car back out onto circuit anyway. So whether that's engine replacement, engine fixing, whatever the team have done for that car anyway, it seems to be working pretty well as things stand. So let's keep an eye on how Mike Heath gets on, because I think he only did 17 laps, at the start of this race. Before less. No, you're right.
So
fewer
laps. 13 laps.
Yeah, that's right. 13 laps. So hopefully be able to get a decent stint anyway in the number 30 car. But good to see it back out there. But yeah, you were right. What you just said earlier. Definitively greater number of lockups going into Rocket. And we've got the sun now coming back up, actually, so it's a bit hotter than it was even half an hour ago, and I think that has started to affect, again, just more lockups, Jack, you can see going into Rocket very, very consistently.
You've got to think as well the visuals for the driver. How difficult is that going to be? Because it's not just the sun is low in the sky, you're driving up towards it for what it would seem like, and it means that if you've not got a tinted visor, of which some of them may not because they think, well, I'm driving into the night and I can't be bothered to put a tinted visor on, I'll just keep my clear visor on, or you've not put sunglasses on, all of a sudden you can't see anything. And going into Rocket Inn, granted not at breakneck speeds, but you're still going to be getting up to a healthy speed. You don't really want to go past your braking zone.
Has there ever been a more determined Ford car driver than Andy Burton? So it just got a fantastic shot of the amount of concentration that Andy Burton's putting in at the moment as he's chasing the AFK cash-strap racing car, and quite rightly say he's on the screen 0.6 of a second now between Andy Burton and the number 22 car, which the first part of the session was Nick Berg, of course, the second session. Now currently on the second driver is Alex Tentori. Alex Tentori lapping in the 1:33. He's lapping very, very similarly, actually, both Andy Burton and Alex Tentori. At the front of the field, though, the story of the race is that Scott Parkin, who was so quick, of course, in the early part of his first outing in the Ford car, is managing to maintain the advantage over Mike Weberstadt, but only by 3 seconds. And then you've got Richard Howard a further 5 seconds down the road, and they have dropped Phil Truman, and it looks like Max Patworth is now into 5th place. So Max Patworth has made his way up through the order extremely well. Then Adrian Wood in the Team Shine car, and he's quite a way back from Max Patworth. So the top 5 covered by 17 seconds with 3 hours 10 minutes, and look at that down the inside. Goodness me, that was from quite a way away from the number 6. That's the number 60. I think that's Max Patworth, isn't it? Yeah, it's 65. Auto Tech car trying around the outside. Then that's not for position. That's to be lapped of the number 22 Tentori car, the cash-strap car, because of course. I think that Tentori's thinking, well, I want to try and not get into a battle with you because I'm a bit worried about Andy Burton behind me.
So he's managed to get that car between them. Ross Folds has gone quicker still, 1 minute 32.295. So continuous improvements from Ross Folds and the Ka-Chow car. Unfortunately, Mike Keith back in the pit lane behind the wheel of the Scuderia Bowen car. So that car now almost 100 laps down. on the car up the road. It is now 100 laps down on the car up the road, 107 from the leader. But that shows from first to 16, there's only, 7 laps between them.
Talking about kicking the team while it's down, by the way, it's been given a 3-lap penalty.
What were the reasons you could pick up the 3-lap penalty again? Was it speeding in the pit lane was one of them? Oh no, that was a 1-minute stop-go. And there were a number of reasons why it could have picked those up. Presumably some sort of pit stop infringement whilst they were there, whether it be refuelling in the garage. Again, that's the key thing. You're not supposed to do that. All will be revealed. But up the hill goes the AFK car, still in front of the Burton Power car, who in turn has the Kachau car just sat behind. So whilst these cars are all separated by a number of laps, they're racing like it's for the win.
Indeed, yeah, you wouldn't guess which lap any of them were on, actually, the way that they're battling hard with each other. But Andy Burton still trying to push his way into 7th position then, so he's keeping Tentori very honest in the Castrap racing car. But back towards the front then, and it's line astern really, so the top 3 then, so Scott Parkin, Mike Weberstadt, Richard Howard, are all lapping within 2/10 of each other. Quite remarkable, given we're 3 hours 15 minutes into this race, and given the tyres will be at different parts of their life cycle. In 4th place remains the Truman Kahuna race team car, so that is remains Philip Truman in the car, and then 5th is Max Patworth, only 5 seconds behind him, but catching Phil Truman on track.
Catching Phil Truman on track, and how long is it going to take for Alex Papworth to get there? 4.9 seconds? It'll take quite a while, but those are the little wins, I think, for some drivers. When you're out there and you go, right, I've got 30 seconds to make up over the space of this stint. And then you get out the car and you go, where am I? And you go, you passed him, did you not see me? You go, I have no idea. And you think, that's a huge win as a driver, albeit it was only done over the space of an hour and a half, 2 hours. For a 24-hour, that could, all those little wins that you get as a team, keep the morale high and potentially put you in a great position. So all will come together, I'm sure, in 20 hours and 44 minutes. But plenty of racing to be done all the way through the night, of course. So whilst the wind has nicely died down, the sun is burnt off all the cloud. We've got quite a nice sunset here at Anglesey on the cards, I think. The sea is far from calmed down, but neither me nor anyone here, I think, are planning on getting in it. Go on.
Some may say it might be a romantic sunset, but none of these drivers will be bothered, and who will the teams anyway. So they don't want a distraction like that while they've got this 24-hour race going on anyway. But we're looking at this epic battle for 7th position, which has been raging for a number of laps now, and Andy Burton probably a bit closer than he's been to Tentori than he has for quite a while, actually, going through the first part of the circuit now as they're heading towards the banking. And does Andy Burton have a look? No, he's still not close enough, Andy Burton. He's still probably about 3 or 4 car lengths behind. So again, gets a good line out of the banking anyway, heading up towards Church. But yeah, not able to make any incursion yet on the Tentori car. As he comes through Church now and heading up towards the back end of the circuit and towards Rocket. So this big looping uphill section, which is a struggle for a lot of cars, and especially a car with only 69 brake horsepower. And just looking now, and Andy Burton still isn't close enough then, so Andy Burton retains 8th position. Too far away from Tentori.
We have a little look there. Andy Burton, what's he doing here? Is he attacking, or is he just going, you know what, you're at a good speed. There would be no major gain by me passing you. If I passed you, you'd just reap the rewards of me punching the hole in the air, and we'd end up at a stalemate again. So if you are Andy Burton, dive out every now and then, get some cool air running through the radiator, but other than that, just sit on and see what you can do. And of course, involved in that is Ross Folds in the Kachau car, who has still been lapping very consistently in the 32.3 last time through. Andy Burton 32.2, so he's at a comfortable pace, I think, and these three are just working together. There's no need to fight, and the good thing is it makes you all that little bit more comfortable, and naturally the pace will probably come to you. You'll look after the tyres a bit better because you'll be that little bit smoother.
Just the behaviour of the car suggests that Andy Burton does fancy a pass. It will be the way that I would interpret it just from the outside. But while all this is going on, because that's been raging 4 or 5 laps, the gap at the front is less than 2 seconds now. So Scott Parkin is being closed by Mike Weberstadt. Mike Weberstadt was nearly, he's over half a second quicker that time round. So just been passing the rocket part of the circuit towards Peel for their 125th time. But yeah, less than 2 seconds between first and second. And they're not dropping Richard Howard much there. So Richard Howard's still up in the mid-131s. So very impressive that, 3 hours 20 into a race, Jack, that we've only got 6 seconds between the first 3.
Yeah, very, very impressive indeed. And then, top 5 separated by, for lack of a better term, we'll call it 10 seconds. They're not that far away. Or top 5 are by 18 seconds. Apologies, that is the intervals between drivers, not the gap to the leader. 1.7 seconds, more time lost for Scott Parkin. A further 2/10. Mike Weberstadt has managed to close in. Further 5.5 back from there is Richard Harwood, then Philip Truman. So on that lap alone, the Max Papworth car seemed to have matched race leader's pace, in fact. 1 minute 31.6. 18.5 seconds separates the top 5.
Yeah, he's managed to drag that car up from, I wouldn't say nowhere, but Max Papworth with a noteworthy performance, given he's only 18.5 seconds behind the leader, and it's 18.5 seconds that cover this top 5 anyway. But just thinking, with 3 hours 20 into this race, I've only seen one spin.
Yeah,
the entire field.
Very well behaved.
Has been very well behaved. I know we've had a couple of black and white flags at various points to say, look guys, just calm it down the way that you occasionally run on the inside line. But yeah, extremely well behaved so far from these drivers, which is no mean feat given the twists and turns and the tightness of this Anglesey Coastal Circuit, the 1.5 mile configuration, of course, that we're running this weekend. So looking at the leader again, so Scott Parkin, say, from Tankersley in Barnsley, famous for the Tankersley Manor Hotel. If you ever get there, might be worth, it's usually on offer if you want to take your better half.
Yeah. There you go. You're giving me ideas already. Engaged 2 months and there we go. Ideas flowing out my ears.
Yeah, and ideas which you should never ever take me up on. So whatever advice you've given me, I'm not interested.
Because if it backfires,
absolutely terrible ideas. Right, whatever comes out of my mouth. So yeah, Jack, never listen to your elders. So
no,
anyway,
words to live by.
Words to live by. Yeah.
Lead gap's come down again.
Yeah, indeed it has. Yeah, down to 1.6 seconds. So yeah, you're right. He's keeping very, very honest indeed. Further 6 seconds back, Richard Harwood. And then you have the battle between Truman and Papworth. And I think you were asking earlier, how many laps will it take for Max Papworth to catch up with Phil Truman? And I think he'll be with him in probably 5 laps.
Yeah, the gap's come down because it was 5 seconds. It's now 3.2. So it's really starting to come down. Good news from the pit lane. Mike Heath back out there after a further 7.5 minutes. So Scuderia Boron back out and circulating. They will be using this as a bit of a test because being a slightly newer team, the good thing is if this happens, you sit there and go, well, we can all still go out, we can all still get loads of seat time, potentially pick up 2 signatures on our race licence as well. But also you're shaking down the car, you're learning its little quirks, and then you're effectively increasing the longevity by changing little bits that are maybe just starting to show their age.
Yeah, and the team just being out there, I mean, given the problems they've had with the engine, is remarkable. So yeah, so Mike Heath was just rounding the first corner, now going through the banking. So well done to the team. We'll pick you up on the TV screens shortly. But again, we're going back to that 7th place battle anyway. So Andy Burton still hasn't got through, remarkably, in 8th position. So he's been looking at the rear of that AFK cash strap car now for at least 15 laps. Must be getting extremely frustrated coming past the start-finish line now, going into what will be their, I think they're a lap down, aren't they? Yes, they are. 127th lap.
Whatever it says on the rear of that car, you can already tell Andy Burton will shut his eyelids tonight and see that burns into his eyes. Whatever it is, that's all. He'll have nightmares about the rear of that AFK racing car.
He's got a telephone number on, so yeah, he'll be just having.
He'll be ringing that number in his sleep, won't he? So Andy Burton still carrying on, but when you look at the gaps between them, they don't seem too aggressive. It's like you have a bit of space. We're still keeping some cool air, but going back to a point you made quite some time ago now, the amount of tyre squeal and inside rear lockups up towards Rocket is so dramatic now. And again, that could be because of the sun, it could be because of the temperature, or everything all mixed into one, because there's a lot more squealing that you can hear. But when we look up out of our commentary box window, you see a lot more tyre smoke as well.
Yeah, completely. I feel really sorry for the cameraman, by the way, who's had to this assault on the senses during the first 3.5 hours anyway, up in that camera position. Now we've got the comparative stability of the Peel corner, which the guys are coming through now, so 7th and 8th. Andy Burton, he's never actually been in the tow, has he, Jack? So he's never been quite close enough to do anything about Tentori and the number 22 car in front of them. They've got the number 2 NJM racing car, which actually is a lap down on them, even though they're in front of them on track. And there we are, back to him. So Andy Burton's still not close enough. And again, as you were saying earlier, what that's meant is that the Folds car, who's done particularly well during this stint, Ross Folds, who's been the fastest of the Kachow drivers so far, has been able to be dragged on by them. And yeah, he's lapping very, very similarly to Andy Burton in front. But going back to the lead of the race, then it's still 2 seconds between Scott Parkin and Mike Faberstadt out in front, lapping consistently in the low 131s, and they are gradually moving away from the rest of the top 5.
So as they continue to do that, further back is the 180 Team Shine car, having a look to the inside of Kahuna's race team. That's with Phil Trueman behind the wheel, and that's a position to unlap themselves. A front lock-up on that time, on that occasion for Adrian Wood, in desperation to get the car slowed down. But that's a good sign, a positive sign for the team, if they're thinking, wow, we're in a position to unlap ourselves now. This is what we want going into the night.
I wonder if that's the same Adrian Wood that raced Formula Ford in the late 1980s. Maybe one of the team can confirm for me anyway. Again, when you become a middle-aged commentator, a lot of it is, I wonder if that's the same driver that I watched 30 years ago. You've got all this to come, mate, honestly. So we'll see. But anyway, what isn't up for debate is the fact that Adrian Wood wasn't able to get through, so he remains a lap down. The Scuderia Bowrun car just passes us. Let's see how the car's doing. So it's far slower than anything else on circuit, but the fact it's still circulating is a good sign. So currently lapping in the 1:45. Its fastest lap of the day was its first lap out. First flying lap was a 1:38.552. So things not quite right with the car, but at least it remains circulating.
It does, still racking up the miles. Scott Parkin has potentially received the hurry up or seen just how close Mike Weberstadt was getting, because he's brought the lead margin out from 1.6 to 1.9. But that shows how consistently those top 2 are lapping, because it's just ebbing and flowing. We've seen it down at 1.5 seconds, we've seen it up at 2 seconds, and it's just floating around there. There's nothing too spectacular about that gap as of yet. The gap between Max Papworth and Phil Trueman, still 0.7 of a second. He's there or thereabouts, but I think more importantly for him, the Team Shine car separating him.
Yeah, absolutely. And there he is. So the Team Shine car, Adrian Wood, and I distinctly think that Phil Trueman's thinking, just move away, stop being so close to my rear bumper. I'm worried about trying to maintain 4th position for my team. But yes, Adrian Wood clearly looking very, very racy indeed. Currently, obviously, doing a good race himself in 6th overall for the Team Shine car as they come down through the corkscrew then. 131 laps down. I was looking through now, and Adrian Wood, there seems to be a problem with the Team Shine car, doesn't it?
I did think he over-rotated the car quite a lot on the run through
no, that's
the
mechanical.
Yeah,
it's slowing down. Yeah, so
I thought as soon as he turned in, the car rotated in a very weird way, and then with all of the vapour or the steam or smoke or whatever it was, something seems to be leaking out of that car, out of the front as well. So it could just be something as harmless as water. And when I say harmless to the circuit, you don't want the car to overheat, warp the block, warp the head gasket failure, a list of 1,000,001 things. But it just seemed to turn in and keep rotating, and it indicated oil on circuit. But I can't exactly see a trail. You've spotted something else.
Yeah, so just having a quick look at Adrian Wood now. It doesn't appear to be affecting the performance of the car anyway. Let's see what happens as it comes into Rocket. And under brakes, the car looks okay.
I'd be pitted if I was Adrian Wood anyway, towards the end of this lap, because smoking 2 parts of the circuit, not a good sign anyway, with 3.5 hours in, and obviously a 6th position to try and maintain as well.
On 2 different corners, a right-hander and a left-hander, so you know he's not tyre on bodywork. So somewhat confusing. We'll keep an eye on that Team Shine car, but it's not leaving a trail of fluid, it would seem, which is a positive sign. But are the team going to call that car in just to give it the once-over? Was it a piece? It could just be actually a piece of debris which got caught somewhere under the car, but we couldn't necessarily see it. But it was, a confusing one for sure.
Yeah, he appears to be running. Let's have a quick look at his last time then. So his last lap was a 1:35.7.
I know we have had fuel leaking out of the filler cap before on a couple of cars, which gave a similar effect, but that was definitely coming out of the bottom of the engine bay.
Yeah, that's right, and just the sheer way that he decided to let the car through at the first turn suggested that it was something a bit more serious than what we'd originally thought. We'll keep an eye anyway on the number 180 Team Shine car, currently running 6th overall. He's lost a little bit of time with the car, which is a lap in front of him, of course, which is the Max Patworth number 65 car, who can now focus entirely on trying to get past the number 333 Kahuna Racing Phil Truman machine, which he's been gradually chipping away at for the last 15 laps. But back towards the front of the field then, guess what? It was 2 seconds when we last spoke, Jack, about Scott Parkin and Mike Weberstadt. And it's still 2 seconds.
Yeah, it goes back to that consistency piece, doesn't it? But on the previous lap, Mike Weberstadt has brought that gap back in with a 1:31.367, so he has closed in over the start-finish line. That gap, is it back under 2 seconds? No, he's extended on that occasion, 2.3 seconds. So 1:32 for Mike Weberstadt, so some time lost. But Scott Parkin is also losing time now. The times aren't as quick as we've seen so far in this stint, so it begs the question, are the tyres getting to that point again where just starting to push on? We may still be 30 to 60 minutes off the next pit stop.
I'll tell you, a driver who's doing very well, and that's the Skarsky and Clutch case. Very difficult to say that, especially when you're tired towards the end of the day. And that is Dean Pollan that's in that car, so he's got gradually quicker, and he's lapping in the 1:32.4. So the Skarsky and Clutch car currently 10th overall. Again, it's got Starsky and Hutch livery, which again people remember, the Ford Torino from the 1970s original, not the 2004 remake that we don't tend to talk about for your generation and mine. So I only remember because the Ford Torino was the first car that I had as a kid as a toy car.
Wow. Yeah. You owe a thank you to somebody called Ollie, because he has put, I can confirm that is the Adrian Wood.
Brilliant. So Adrian Wood, I remember racing Formula Ford and Formula 3 in the late 1980s, and he was a very, very quick peddler at Brands Hatch. So pleased to see that it is the Adrian Wood, and Adrian Wood continuing.
Are you saying the one and only Adrian Wood?
Oh, there's hundreds of Adrian Woods, but it's the Adrian Wood that I was thinking.
No, it's good to see so many of you still watching along at home. By all means, do just pop us a message as to what you're liking so far. What drew you to EnduroKA as well? Is it one of those random clicks that you found on the internet, or is it no? We've been watching for years, and it's become a bit of a family tradition. Anytime there's it round, we all buy the snacks in, sit around the living room TV with EnduroKA on. There are weirder traditions out there.
It could be. So the open question that Jack and I are posing to you is, if you were going to watch EnduroKA as a family, which is the snack that you would choose? So let us know your snack of the day. What have you gone for? Pringles, is it?
Yeah, Pringles, but they're all right. I'm not massively enjoying them. I can't decide. Into the pit lane comes Team Shine, so we'll see what Adrian Wood is doing, and straight into the garage. So that issue clearly more permanent than we thought. I am going to go for a little walk, and I'm also, whilst I'm down there, get an update on Scuderia Bullrun as well.
Yeah, so while Jack has a quick wander down to see what's happening with the Team Shine car. Team Shine, of course, lost 2 places while Adrian Wood brought the car in with technical maladies. We'll carry on with the rest of the cars. So the Emax Motorsport car, you can't miss it out on circuit. The Citroen C1 in the pale yellow colour, currently running 14th. A car that I've raced against personally several times this season in the Citroen C1 Enduro. cracking team, both Emax Motorsport and Ugga Racing, based out of Manchester, and also lapping extremely well. In fact, let's have a quick look. They managed to get a 134 flat out of the C1, and that is with, just double checking the driver now, James Taylor driving the C1 at present, so 14th overall. So that team running extremely well. It's a well sorted car, that particular C1, so it doesn't surprise me that it has been extremely reliable within the first 4 hours of this race. But back to the cars themselves, and it still remains 2.2 seconds then between Scott Parkin and Mike Weberstadt at the front of the field, 2.2 seconds. Then 10 seconds back is Richard Harwood in the Autotech Motorsport, the first of the Autotech Motorsport cars, and then Max Papworth then, who has finally got past Phil Truman, and he is a further second up the road from Phil Truman now. But Phil Truman, in fairness, has got quicker as this session's gone on. So Phil Truman was doing 33s and 32s for most of this session. His last lap was a 1:31.899. In fact, the top five all under 1:32.1. So actually the circuit working well for people. There's a little puff of smoke then from another of the Ford KAs. This one being, I think it was just a little bit of tyre smoke, in all honesty, and it's the leader, it's the Aston Martin car. So we'll just keep an eye. Sorry, apologies, the second place car, Mike Weberstadt, of course, and maybe the reason for the smoke is because he's squealing his tyres because he caught Parkin by 0.4 of a second that time round. So keeping him very honest indeed. So 1.8 seconds then between your leaders. Just in terms of the remainder of the top 10, given Adrian Wood has just pitted the Team Shine car with whatever technical maladies going on. In sixth position at the moment is the AFK Cash Strap car, number 22, and that's got Alex Tentori behind the wheel. And then seventh place, he's been in a very close battle for most of the race with Andy Burton in his Burton Power Racing Ford KA. So he's only half a second between those two. Up into eighth place now is the number 2 car. That's the NJM Racing car, which Justin Irvin had for the first 2 hours of the race. Marcus Buckle took over from him. Marcus Buckle drove his VW Golf Mark III, of course, earlier on today in the MSVR Track Day Trophy. Finished on the podium, actually, within his class. So he's had a good day already. In ninth at the moment is Adrian Wood, the Team Shine car, but wait to see what is going on with that car, what caused that smoke to come out through the corkscrew and then through turn 1. So both through a right-hander and then through a left-hander. So all not well with the Team Shine car. And then in 10th position is number 143 at the moment. That's the Skarsky and Clutch car, driven by Dean Pollen. He's lapping extremely consistently in the late 131s, early 132s.
So, Team Shine, that car, that chassis number, done for the race.
Oh,
Their
no.
spare car currently getting wheels bolted onto it.
Oh.
So they will take something like a 20-lap penalty for getting into a spare car, but it means that they can carry on and they can continue. Reason was overheating. I was chatting with Tommy Valentine. He said the trouble is with the Team Shine cars, for some reason they never have luck go their way. If they didn't have bad luck, they would have no luck at all.
Yep.
And so the car was running at 120 degrees all race long. It then hit 140, and what we did see was steam and water billowing out the bottom of the car. Hence why I just saw the way it over-rotated and thought, that was really odd. That's not just pushing. Something's snapped, broken, whatever it was. So the car was overheated. It has produced quite a potent smell in their garage, which is still burning my nose, just because of how hot it was. And the Scuderia Boron car, it has got a new engine in it. They have borrowed it from another team, and the team that have gone to Crewe are on their way back with the new engine. So I don't know whether they're just going to now give that engine to the other team and go, thank you for your engine, here's a new one, or they're going to take that one back out again. But all very complicated, but lots going on in the pit lane. There's quite a buzz around the pit lane at the moment.
Now that's great to see. But only 1.5 seconds between the top two at the front of the field while you've been away, Jack. So the Aston Martin car, so Mike Weberstadt has gradually been chipping away. So it's down to 1.5 seconds. They're dropping Richard Harwood, who is also dropping Max Patworth. So therefore, the third and fourth, we've settled into something of a pattern anyway. In terms of people to watch, it's Dean Pollen who's the guy I continue looking out for, the number 143 Skarsky and Clutch car, a 132.089. So Dean's one of the fastest men out of the circuit. And I'm just looking at the number 95 car. I tell you what, he really is an entertainer, isn't he? So the number 95, so Ross Folds has been one of the most entertaining drivers, and yet again decides, well, I'm not interested in whether I'm on the same lap or not as the car in front of me. I'm going to take a tow anyway and probably try and stuff it down the inside towards the back end of the circuit.
Just going to look over that part of the circuit, so I've got a feeling there is going to be a Shine Automotive car over there somewhere. That's where I've missed it, and it's already up at the top. But there should be a Shine Automotive car out there somewhere, because we've got the message to say that they've left the pits fairly recently. That, or it's just the transponder is pinged awkwardly on that occasion.
There it is.
There's the spare car back over the start-finish line.
It's purple and pink. You cannot miss it. And in fact, it's just coming into the second corner now. The banking before it comes into church, and just picked it up on camera now, so it's actually trying to make its way past the Citroen C1 to the Emax Ugga Dugga car, and in fact they're in front of the leader. So we have Scott Parkin continuing to lead this race. Only 1.3 seconds now, the gap after 138 laps. And we can just see now Scott Parkin making his way past the number 180 Team Shine car. So, as Jack quite rightly said, there will be a 20 lap penalty for the Team Shine car replacing cars. But what it does mean, of course, is they can continue on the race, and that is the most important thing of all.
It really is. They can, regardless of the penalty, anything can happen to anybody else, but it means the drivers that have given up their weekend and financially invested in this weekend, they can still get potentially signatures on their licence if they're going for an upgrade card, but they can also get effectively what they've paid for. They get the enjoyment out of it, and the team can sit there and go, you know what, we've smashed that, albeit we've lost a car. We all pulled together to produce hopefully a finish. When that car last ran, I'm not sure, albeit looking at the somewhat contoured roof, I'd imagine at some point in its life it's not remained on all four wheels.
No, I bet Paddock Hill Ben's got something to say about that.
Yes.
But we'll keep an eye on the 180. It seems to be lapping pretty well, actually, so therefore it's managed to stay with the leaders, comfortably clear of the C1, so I think it's probably lapping in the 32, 33s already.
33, first lap out for Adrian Wood. Brilliant work by Team Shine, but of course with a penalty just looming over their head. That will... well, the good thing is, with it being an endurance race, we don't wait until the end of the race for all the penalties to be applied. 9 times out of 10, they get applied as we go. So we get quite a nice insight into exactly where the cars are. But a bit of support in the YouTube chat as well for Shine Automotive, which is great to see. Yeah, 20 lap penalty has been applied, and yeah, it has already been applied. So down into 16th place for Adrian Wood. They only lost 2 places out of all of that.
There's still 96 laps in front of Scuderia Boron now, so they need to just remember that, of course. So into 16th, so 15th remains the... up to 15th is the Project 297 car, which is only 7 laps down, given the problems they've had with that car. Then that team's still in it, in 15th place. I'm absolutely convinced that the 297 team will be seeing them further up the field.
They were 5 laps away from the car up the road. They're now only 2. They're pushing on, aren't they?
Absolutely right, and it's the Kagermeister car that's in front of them. So actually driving the car now is Ben Taylor, who was in his black MX-5 earlier in the day. Now racing the KA. He's currently lapping in the 133s. I think he'll be quickly onto the C1, which is the second slowest car on circuit, currently doing 134 was that last lap for the Emax car. Anyway, but back towards the front, only half a second now between first and second.
It's come down once again between Scott Parkin and Mike Weberstadt. So we'll have a brief look as to where they should be on circuit. You should imagine, just heading through church now, so on towards the back straight. They are nose to tail. Looking at lap times, Mike Weberstadt's found something special over the previous couple of laps, but granted, they had to work their way through and past the Team Shine car that had returned to the circuit is getting fairly close. A look up the inside, late on the brakes. Mike Weberstadt dives up the inside and to the lead of the race.
He's got him, so unfortunately just missed on the cameras now, but we can assure you that Mike Weberstadt has taken the lead of the race, so congratulations to Mike. He spent several laps working his way to try and catch Scott Parkin, and that's exactly what he does. And you just wonder about Scott Parkin's car, whether those early laps where he was lapping in the 130s and 131s have taken the toll on his tyres a little bit too early. Let's keep an eye on that anyway. They have a useful gap back to Richard Harwood in third place in the Auto Tech car, but just having a quick look now. In fact, just as I say that, Scott Parkin said, no, I'm going to retake the lead of this race, actually. There's nothing wrong with the tyres on my Ford KA. And in fact, if anything, Mike Weberstadt was one who was a little bit loose as he came through the corkscrew, then quick gesticulation. I'm assuming it was at his pit crew, but in fact the Team Shine car was immediately behind him, and Adrian Wood, just having a quick look at how that car's doing, 132.2, which is a fantastic performance on very, very cold tyres with a car that's not even been out today.
I think they took the rear tyres off their car, bolted them onto that one so at least they're warm, and maybe you would put a new set of front tyres on, because that way you can use those as such. But Team Shine, what an opportunity now, because they can sit behind Milner Racing and Aston Martin and again just stick with them for as long as they need to. Use them as a reference, and especially whilst you're on new tyres, why not?
Exactly right. And again, more lockups then from Mike Weberstadt as he came into the top end of the circuit, going towards Rocket, and then now heading towards Peel. So a real close battle there. In fact, if anything, Richard Howard closed them on the previous lap. So Richard Howard just over 10 seconds away from Mike Weberstadt. We're talking, this is the 142nd lap. We're nearly 4 hours into the race, and there's 11 seconds between the top three. I know we had a safety car, but that is ridiculous.
26 seconds between the top five, and the leaders are half a second apart. It's brilliant. I know a couple of years ago, the gap probably at this stage was already up to a couple of laps, the lead margin, because Milner Racing just arrived. Something special that weekend. 3.5 tenths is now the gap between Milner Racing and Aston Martin. Over the start-finish line any moment now will come Richard Harwood to confirm the gap for the top three. It is the best part of 11 seconds separating the top three after 3 3/4 hours worth of racing.
That was an absolutely cracking pass, by the way, and that was a pass for position, and it was a pass for first position, by the way. So Mike Weberstadt has taken the lead. Absolutely fantastic move through the banking that we just caught right on the camera down the bottom side. So let's see if Scott Parkin does anything now. So he's now got a great toe as he's now heading towards Rocket then for his 143rd time. And yes, Scott Parkin does take the lead again, trying to go round the outside of Mike Weberstadt. Does he hold it? Brakes slightly later. Mike Weberstadt, quick tyre lock-up, but all is okay, and Scott Parkin resumes lead of the race. And of course, as you were quite rightly saying, Adrian Wood, the wily old fox, is quite rightly just sticking behind them, saying, do you know what, I'm going to go along with you, get my toe from you, get my reference points from you, and work my way back up and try and reduce this 20-lap disadvantage that's just come on the team.
Very good point about reference points. When you're racing in a 20-minute race, you can use a shadow as a braking point, returning in points, but in a longer race, these shadows move. Fine, you can adjust. Night reference points are a whole different ball game. All of a sudden, the drivers that were maybe out qualifying yesterday, I would put them as my initial into the night drivers, because they've got nice reference points. And granted, everyone will have had to go out to qualify yesterday, but those that were slightly later on in the session, as it got slightly darker, you need to be getting those reference points, at least get an idea in now. Go, well, I'm actually braking there. Next lap, I'll have a look. Is there anything there visual I can use? Oh, there's not. Right, okay. What's disappearing past the A-pillars? What's just flashing out of my vision on the right-hand side? Is there anything on the road? Is there a bump that I can feel rather than see? And that's what the drivers have got to try and figure out. Thankfully, there are sort of cat's eyes and reflective spots around the circuit for drivers to find track limits. Nothing that tells you where to brake.
No, absolutely right. So the glare of people's brake lights being regularly used. So we'll see what happens later on in the race. What we were probably about an hour and a half away from darkness. 2 hours.
I can tell you exactly when sunset is.
So you can just see the sun gradually edging its way downwards anyway, but it remains fabulous conditions. You got a job today, Jack?
Sunset is 9:15.
Oh, blimey. So, yeah, 1.75 hours then from now, so it's currently 7:30. The first 4 hours have gone extremely quickly, I have to say, this race. Not for a couple of the teams, though, including Scuderia Bowron, who've had a very wonderful time, inverted commas. So, anyway, coming over the start-finish then for the 144th time, then Scott Parkin leads by just over half a second then from Mike Weberstadt. But they are not the quickest people on the circuit. The quickest people on the circuit are the cars in third and fourth place, both of the Autotech cars. Doing extremely well. So again, very consistent from both Richard Howard and Max Patworth. And then you have the fifth place car, which is the Kahuna car of Phil Truman. He's in fifth place, and then Andy Burton has now finally made his way back into the top six, and he's lapping in the 1:32s. But yeah, who knows where this race is going to go. So Scott Parkin again heads his way up towards the Rocket. And let's see what happens this time round. And does Mike Weberstadt decide to go down the inside? No, he doesn't. Lots and lots of tyre smoke, though, from a big lock-up from Mike Weberstadt. But no harm done. Goes round the right-hander, now going towards Peel. And the gap still remains half a second.
10 minutes until our next hourly update. James Taylor behind the wheel of the Emax Motorsport Ugga Dugga Citroen C1 has just improved upon that car's fastest lap of the race, a 1:33.906. So that 1 horsepower makes all the difference, it would seem.
That's a cracking lap in a C1.
You've got
that
to
really
think, is it a case of geometry where is the car slightly heavier? Is it slightly taller? Is the sort of spec components that are enforced in, say, the Championship or Series they want to race in allow for more movement, less movement? Whatever it is, it achieves it a good lap time, but probably achieves it in a very different way to the KA.
Yeah, completely, yeah. So if I look at it, so obviously shorter wheelbase car, I think weight-wise, I think the KA is slightly heavier, actually.
But got an extra 300cc, which would probably make it a bit more torquey.
Yeah. So. But it's got a heavier front end as well, so therefore that you need to account for in chucking the car into corners and so on. But I suspect the Ford KA is slightly more stable than the C1 is once you've set it up and mucked about with the toe in, toe out.
Yes, and hearing from Werrell Senior, who's driven both, he's got having gone from the C1 to the KA, it makes the C1 feel very slidey.
Yes.
Which is, it's crazy when you think, at first glance, you think, low power, low budget, but great fun. And both are very comparable in the grand scheme of motorsport, but put them side by side, and they are actually very different cars.
I imagine the C1 is absolutely enormous fun. In fact, I know it's enormous fun coming down this towards the corkscrew, but then will be less fun towards the uphill sections, in all honesty. But just having a quick look again just towards the front end, and bizarrely the front two have started to lap even quicker again, so 0.6 of a second between Scott Parkin and Mike Weberstadt, but they are the only ones in the 1:31, so again they're gradually eking away. So the ebb and flow of this race, I mean, just when you think you're going into a pattern, 10 minutes later things completely change, and that is what's happening now. So Mike Weberstadt takes a great line into turn one, heading towards the banking. Will he try and fluck down the inside? Let's see. So Mike Weberstadt thinks better of it. So Scott Parkin then takes a very defensive line, uses all of the curb on the inside. Let's see, I think he slightly compromised his exit though, so we'll see how he gets on as he comes towards Church. And Mike Weberstadt getting a good toe now as he's coming through Church, now behind Scott Parkin. Let's see if he decides to throw it down the inside or the outside as they go towards the top end of the circuit and into Rocket.
He got a good run, but then he wobbled over the curb. You could see the car unsettle slightly, which might have just killed a little bit of momentum, especially going into the uphill section of the circuit, going into the wind, into the sun, looks to the outside, big lock up, and that just washes him wide of the apex, meaning that Scott Parkin can hold on to the lead for at least another couple of corners.
He's making a number of gesticulations. That's the second time I've seen Mike Weberstadt waving his hands when he's obviously very close to the car in front as well, so I'm just going to keep an eye on that if he does the same thing as he crosses the start-finish line anyway, for what will be their 147th time. So just coming up to 4 hours duration in the race, and the leaders now coming the way towards the corkscrew, and it remains Scott Parkin then in the lead, Mike Weberstadt second, differing lines.
a defensive line actually from the leader, Scott Parkin. So Mike Weberstadt, as he did in the previous lap, gets a better run out of the corner. So he's really, really trying now. Pushes up a gear as he goes into turn 1. Will he try and throw it down the inside towards the second corner? The banking, let's see. And I suspect he hasn't, and we'll wait for the cars to emerge anyway. So again,
I'm just having a little look as to who appears first. It's Mike Weberstadt ahead of Scott Parkin. So it seems like he's got the bit between his teeth through that section. He's very, very quick, because that's not the only time he's taken the lead.
No, absolutely right. But then look at the great toe that Scott Parkin's got again from Mike Weberstadt. Look at that, and he looks down the inside again. This is a rerun of 3 laps ago. And Scott Parkin decides, I'm quite happy determining the race from the front. Thank you, Mike. Mike Weberstadt brakes very, very late indeed. Does he keep the inside line at Rocket? Yes, he does. And I think that Mike Weberstadt has just about kept the lead. But again, Scott Parkin's very, very good at that top end of the circuit towards Peel. So we'll only know, of course, Jack, when they come round towards Corkscrew and come into our eye line.
Yeah, new camera angle we're seeing of the pit lane. Great to see. That gives us a bit of insight as to what's going on through normally a slightly blind section. We're right the way up in the top. I'm not sure whether you'll be able to see us waving. You will be able to if we wander over here, then do a bit of a wave over there. There you go. You can see us waving up in the commentary box. But you can see the race control and timekeepers down below. Their window, or the roof of that section, blocks a little bit of the pit lane, so it means we can't see down into where the Autotech garage is massively clearly, so it gives us a nice little angle.
By the way, guess what? Scott Parkin decided, I've had enough, I'm going to repass you at the top of the circuit. That's exactly what he's done. So great fun that these two are having anyway. At only 0.4 of a second between first and second after 148 laps of racing.
It's crazy. Typical EnduroKA racing, it would seem. But now, again, Mike Weberstadt gets a very good run, nibbles at the curb this time, rather than rides it all the way out. But it just seems he gets there, but can't quite get close enough. But we know how good Mike is on the brakes, on the run in towards Rocket. Has he got the inside this time? Will this be the change? He does have the inside, and Scott Parkin has no choice but to let him have the corner, but immediately looks for the cutback, dives to what would become the outside for Rocket out. It's going to be a challenge to beat him up the hill on the run up towards Peel, and it is still going to be Mike Weberstadt that leads the way from Scott Parkin, who again much later on the brakes is Mike Weberstadt, but that washes him wide, and that allows Scott Parkin to draw himself level on the exit once again. Nose to tail coming back towards us in towards the Corkscrew. Two car silhouettes turn into just the one, but Scott Parkin back up the inside again. Scott Parkin back in the lead of the race.
You're reminded this is not a sprint race, this is a 24-hour race, and these two have just exchanged lead.
Not even
times in the previous lap.
Not even been going 4 hours yet. It's a 24-hour race.
Absolutely great fun. Fantastic to watch the silhouettes, as you quite rightly say, Jack, through the Corkscrew. But both of them got the bit between the teeth. In terms of the lap times, unfortunately, this battling means they're a lot slower than they previously have been. So losing time to Richard Harwood, who's just come over the line 11 seconds down, and then Max Papworth, who's a further 17 seconds down. We do have a car in the pits.
Motorsport, Peter Child, I think that came down. Yes, it was. So Peter Child into the pit lane. Naturally, he will hand over to either Guy Wilkinson or Michael Davies and straight into the garage. So Michael Davies or Guy Wilkinson, you'd imagine, would return to the circuit, as we've already seen Roger Hassan out there. And it's not an awful time for them to do that, because we're 3 minutes away from an update on the hour, where we normally go for a very brief break, so we can spend that, what is supposed to be a break, going down there and figuring out what's going on.
Full of ideas as ever. So no, but you're absolutely right. So we'll see what happens with that car anyway. So a bit of a disappointment for that team. It was straight into the garage. There wasn't even any hint of, do we need to have a look first? It was straight in, so obviously over the radio.
This is why Shine Automotive bring a spare car for things like this, because Orca Sport might now spend 20 laps, 15 laps in the pit lane changing an engine should it be the worst. So it means that they're still in this. They are still in this race. There are still opportunities to make up places. So it's great to see that Shine Automotive have soldiered on. Weirdly, it's not like they've done an engine change or anything that drastic. They've just swapped wheels onto their spare chassis and sent it out there. But of course, that adds the pressure of you've got to make sure you've got 2 race-prepared cars.
Absolutely right. The other car, by the way, that's gone into the pits is the Scuderia Bowron car, so the car that's had a less than charmed life so far. It's only completed 18 laps so far of the 24-hour race. It was lapping in the 1 minute 49s, but that car is in, so you wonder whether the engine is either been checked over or whether the engine from Crewe is back down here, which would be a very, very quick return drive from Crewe, but we'll wait to see what happens anyway. I think you mentioned, what was it, Jack, maybe 50-minute engine change at best. So
yeah, 45 minutes is sort of what you'd expect from a team that's absolutely on it, changing an engine.
Scott Parkin, by the way, has decided he's had enough of battling with Mike Weberstadt, and he's now a further second down the road, so we are waiting a fuel stop for one of the cars.
Lots of tyres and wheel jacks and tough jugs out in the pit lane, and that's all down at Autotech Motorsport, so potentially a busy pit lane on the way.
Indeed, so yeah, garage number 5 full of high-vis, high kicks as well by the looks of it. So anyway, Scrutiny won't be joining in with that kind of hijinks anyway. So, but we are 1 minute away from the 4-hour mark, and just to emphasise that Scott Parkin has a 0.8 of a second lead from Mike Weberstadt at the front. So the Autotech cars are 3rd and 4th. So you wonder which one they're going to bring in first. So is it the 64 of Richard Howard? Is it the 65 of Max Papworth? Both are lapping extremely competitively at present in the 132s, the low 132s. So good session so far for Autotech.
Good session so far. So reminded me to get my high-vis ready if I want to go down there. Obviously, once we've done, to go and have a little look, a bit of a chat to drivers, to teams, whatever. Was that Taylor Norton that was bouncing around? I thought. I'm not 100% sure, but it very well could be Taylor Norton that is bouncing around down there in the pit lane. But we are at that point again. It is time for an update on the hour, with 20 hours remaining now. Where this race has gone, I don't know. It just seems to have flown away already. The lead margin up to a gargantuan 0.8 of a second in comparison to where we've seen it over previous laps. But this is an update with 20 hours remaining. 4 hours gone. Scott Parkin and Milner Racing continue to lead the way. Mike Weberstadt for Aston Martin are in second place, only 0.8 away. And Richard Harwood in the first of the 2 Autotech Motorsport cars is in third. The second of the 2 Autotech Motorsport cars, with Alex Papworth behind the wheel, is in fourth place. Kahunas Race Team and Phil Trueman are in fifth, ahead of Andy Burton piloting his own Burton Power racing car. In sixth place, Alex Tentori and AFK Cash Straps Racing are in seventh place. Eighth place is Marcus Buckle and NJM Racing. Skarsky and Clutch have Dean Pollan behind the wheel in ninth, and to round out the top 10, it's Ross Folds in the number 95 Kachow car. In 11th place, it's David Bywater for LDR Performance Tuning. The Citroen C1 from Emax Motorsports and Ugaduga are in 12th place. James Taylor piloting that one. MSVT Racing and Ben Taylor are in 13th. 14th is the car that's in the pit lane, brought in by Peter Child, the Orca Sport car. Project 297 with Carl Garnett behind the wheel is in 15th place. Adrian Wood in the second of one Team Shine cars, if that's the way to word it, Carnival 180 and Scuderia Bowron still in the pit lane, albeit just ironing out some issues with their engine, albeit that's not the engine the car started the race with, so it's understandable. So we'll be back with you when there's about 19 hours and 53 minutes still to go. In the meantime, it sounds like there's a few stories that we need to go gather from the pit lane, so we'll be back with you in around about 5 minutes.
Okay, and welcome back from the commentary team. So that quick break, refreshed as ever, both myself, Ian Thompson, and Jack Werrell alongside me, and also being refreshed, there are quite a few of the cars in the garages anyway, so quite a few refueling stops. And again, every time we go for a break, we miss key pit stops. And so some of the cars that came in include the Aston Martin car, which is now at the driver change, and a refueling stop, as well as, we're still waiting, I think, for one of the Autotech cars to come in.
Waiting for both of the Autotech cars.
That's right.
Yeah, but obviously, well, unless they can double stack them, if they've got if they've got the head count. The change for Aston Martin, it is now Daniel Hawkes-Reed behind the wheel. David Bywater has jumped out the LDR performance tuning car with Carl Reed taking over. EnduroKA Sport looked very busy, so decided probably best to leave them alone whilst they're focusing on getting that car back out. Let's find out after the fact.
Yeah, that's right. You tend to have a good sense for these things, so I think it was good to give them a wide berth anyway. So just having a quick look at, apart from EnduroKA Sport, it's the AFK cash strap car that's also in the pits, the number 22 car, and that's the car that you can see right at the top edge of your screen. So it has been well driven by the team so far this race. It was Tentori, wasn't it, that drove the car in the last part of the session. And yes, so let's have a quick look at the pit stop time once they leave in fact, just going past us now, looks like the Skarsky and Clutch car. So yeah, that is also in. So the number 143, is that a refuelling stop as well? Yes, it is. So the first refuelling stop then for Skarsky and Clutch. As we were going through the regulations earlier, and we talked about people unfortunately getting their fueling wrong during the last 24-hour race. There are draconian penalties for making any kind of fuel spillages or any kind of errors with the refueling, so refuelers will be keeping that firmly in mind as they're going through. And you can see with the Skarsky and Clutch car, one person that has the fire extinguisher on. I don't think it's one of the race drivers, actually. I just think it's a member of the team looking out for that car. Where is Skarsky and Clutch? They're 9th overall at the moment, Skarsky and Clutch car. And there they are going into the pits anyway.
Yeah, there are quite tight regulations around. If you do spill a little bit, it's fine, but anything more than that, it gets looked at and measured. You've got to make sure engine is off, ignition is off. That's the key as well. You've got to make sure doors are closed, nobody's touching the car whilst you're fueling. You have to wait until the fuel cap is in and the fuel door is closed before you can commence working. You can't just take the fuel nozzle out and there you go, you're fine to work on it. No, it's got to be a complete locked fuel system before you can get to work on the car. Go on.
And indeed, yeah, you can just see the number 22 AFK car and the team rushing into action. So they finished their refueling, and that meant that the refueler went back in, the fire extinguisher went back into the garage, and that meant the driver can suddenly rush back in and then get firmly belted up anyway. So the number 22, of course, was ideally piloted by Alex Tentori in the previous session. They were up to 6th place at one point, currently 8th overall while awaiting in the pits, and we'll see who they change over to once it's confirmed through TSL. We'll do exactly the same thing with Skarsky and Clutch at the top of the race, by the way. The Milner racing car, so Scott Parkin is continuing to lap in the 132.5. You see the sun gradually setting here, and of which you confirmed it was, let me think, 1 hour and 25 minutes away, I think we are from sunset, 9:15.
Yes, bang on.
Yeah.
Of which a carbonated energy drink was required for me to see that sunset. So nipping down to see MSVT as ever catering for us amazingly, and just said, I'm looking for an energy drink if anyone has one. For which Scott Pucknell just pointed towards the corner of the room, and there were 3 crates of Red Bull. On top of one that had already been opened.
Yeah, so that's Scott's own supply then.
That's him for the night. But now he's worried he's going to get cold, because I'm not sure he's brought appropriate clothing for how cold it really does get on the coast of the Irish Sea.
So grazie mille, Scott, for that one.
Yes.
Yeah, we won't say which make of energy drink that you're currently consuming. But is
carbonated energy drink.
Indeed, carbonated energy drink. But suffice to say, you can buy it in most mainstream supermarkets, and may also have a passing interest in motorsport. So as they're now coming,
slight
interest in motorsport. So talking of slight interest in motorsport, number 115 goes past us. Currently 11th overall, the Emax Ugga car, only 5 laps down, being driven remarkably well by James Taylor, who's managed to get into. Have a quick look at his times. Yeah, he was 133.2, so he went even quicker than the fastest lap, which Jack telegraphed earlier, about half an hour ago. So having a cracking run in the one guest car in the series, a single interloper. Just in terms of the other cars that are currently still in the pits,
So the EnduroKA sport car is still being repaired, as Jack mentioned earlier. Scuderia Boron, I'm hoping there's an engine change. Hope to see them out before we stop commentating at 9 o'clock tonight. And also remaining in the pits are the standard stops for the NJM racing car, the number 2 car, and the Skarsky and Clutch car, the number 143 machine, which Dean Pollan had driven as part of the second stint. But we'll see who takes over for a new 2-hour stint then. So coming round the corner now to complete another lap is the Aston Martin car, and as Jack quite rightly said, the Aston Martin car now has Dan Hawkes-Reid at the wheel. Dan Hawkes-Reid currently lapping at 1:32.994, which is very respectable for your first flying lap in a Ford KA round this coastal circuit. Also in 4th place, continuing in 4th place by the way, is Phil Truman in the Kahuna race team. So he's only 26... let's have a quick look. 42 seconds off the lead of Scott Parkin. Scott Parkin has a 13-second lead now over Richard Howard in the first of the Autotech cars, and the second Autotech car of Max Papworth. That is only 2 seconds behind Richard Howard. So Max Papworth really has managed to eke into that gap over the last 20 laps. Max Papworth has had a fabulous stint, it has to be said, in the number 65 car. We'll try and pick up on Max later, but you wonder which of the should we have a sportsman's bet as to which of the 64 or 65 cars comes in first?
Now, that was a very silly question to ask.
Hey,
65 is actually my lucky number for a number of reasons, to the point I've actually got it tattooed on my body.
Oh my God! So, all right, so
Donington Park GP.
Natch. So therefore, what are you going for in terms of a monetary value? It's not that we're condoning gambling, of course.
Same amount as a race number.
65p. Brilliant.
Yeah, there you go. That's why I said the same amount as a race number, because it can be interpreted in many different ways. But no, unique reason. 65 is actually parallel to a lot of motorsport. Very weirdly, Ayrton Senna poles, Jim Clark Championship.
Yes,
it's weird how it all aligns. It's a number that kept on cropping up, and I went, you know what? I'm having that.
Yeah, Ayrton Senna poles. My God, yeah, it was 65, wasn't it? Yeah. And 41 race victories from memory for Ayrton Senna.
Yes, because it was an odd number.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, see.
Not that I'm fact checking. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I seem to remember it was 41 race wins. So we'll see. Nigel Mansell with 32 race wins.
God, our anorak is thick, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
41 on the money.
Yeah. So there we are. So the Jägermeister car just come past. Of course, the Jägermeister livery was resplendent in a number of 1970s sports cars, but it's
got to be the Cosworth. That's got to be the favourite.
Oh, yeah, the Zaxby Capri. Yeah, fabulous. Yeah, that's right, yeah. But it looks equally at home, and his Enduro car with obviously the J changed for a K. There's nothing wrong with Ford K-related puns.
The wordplay on some of these cars is fabulous that we've seen over the years.
I mean, Aston Martin makes me laugh completely. Just bizarrely, just adding K to Aston Martin. So there we are. Just having a quick look at times on circuit, by the way. So one driver that is lapping well is our leader. He's the fastest man on circuit. So that is Scott Parkin, who retains a 15-second lead. But let's see how the Autotech cars, so the Autotech twins, they had that battle obviously early in the race. And now there's only 0.7 of a second between them, so battle lines redrawn. So there they are. They're just coming through Church now for their 164th time. And I think Richard Howard will be losing second position to a charging Max Papworth any time now. So Max Papworth then gets a great tow. Does he look inside or outside? Moment of truth as they come into Rocket. He's trying to look down the inside. Late braking from Max Papworth. He sends it down the inside, and that is an absolute textbook way of overtaking here at Track Mon, and that means that Max Papworth, following an epic charge, it has to be said, in the last 2 hours, is now up into second position.
Yeah, brilliant work by Max Papworth. He will continue that good run. And what can he do about making inroads into that 15-second margin up to Scott Parkin? Of course, Aston Martin went against the grain here. They decided, right, let's go on a split strategy and send the car into the pit lane early. Into the pit lane comes a 64 machine. So that is Richard Harwood. So Richard Harwood into the pit lane, which means Max Papworth maybe didn't necessarily have to go for that move on that lap just to minimise any sort of time loss. But for Aston Martin, they came into the pit lane very early and have put themselves on a bit of a split strategy now between them and the rest of the field, which either goes one of two ways. It means that they can react to everybody else, or it means that everybody else can react to what they do. It's one of two, and they'll be hoping they've got it right.
Absolutely right. Let's see if this is a model refuelling stop, by the way, for the Autotech team. So they managed to drag Richard Harwood out. He'll be absolutely shattered after a 2-hour session. Doesn't matter what car you're in. 2 hours in any car where you're absolutely charging and concentrating is a tough effort. So well done to Richard for completing his first stint of what I imagine will be 3 stints for him across the entire session. I think it's a 4-driver team, the Autotech car anyway. So still refueling. I think refueling is going to take the best part of 2.5 minutes anyway for the number 64 Ford KA with a novice badge on the back for one of the drivers. And clearly we'll wait to see how the 64 car gets on before the 65 car ends up getting cleared also into the pits then. And sorry, back out of the pits. No, you're quite right. It's the number 74 car. So that's the Orcasport car that you gave a wide berth to a few minutes ago. But whatever was ailing that particular Ford car has now been resolved. It's just been reversed back into the garage and hopefully be able to get on its way. Just having a look, one of the Emax Motorsport Scions now currently coming into the pit lane, and he's saying something to his driver, so I'd be very surprised if the Citroen C1 doesn't come in over the next couple of laps anyway. This is that Citroen C1, by the way, still running, look at that, into 9th position overall, so having only made one pit stop, 9th position, the number 115 pale yellow car. For a noteworthy performance nonetheless. You were asking, by the way, Jack, about what can Max Papworth do about that gap to Scott Parkin. It's only less than 15 seconds.
He's cutting into it, isn't he? 2.5 tenths, so best part of a quarter of a second gained on that previous lap from Max Papworth, and that is the kind of margin you want to be cutting into over the space of the remainder of your stint. Any work you do now, if you hand the car over in a good spot, they should be able to pick up where they left off. Fuel door closes is not yet. There you go, fuel door closes on the number 64 Autotech car, and immediately the team at work, you can see the car shaking around as they desperately try and get jacks under the car to lift up that front left and get the front left-hand tyre changed. Driver is being helped into the seat, and of course that's when it is quite important to have team members around you just to either hand you the belts or make sure the belts, like a simple thing, is over the hands device. So it saves you some time because you can't see it with the helmet on, and with it being a safety thing, you absolutely invite some people into the cockpit of the car just to make sure that the belts are over the hands device and you can tighten them on your way down the pit lane.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that I think has cost several C1 race teams at least 5 to 10 seconds when there's ever been any kind of problem with the belt interfering with the hands device of the driver. But anyway, it's now being wheeled back out, so we'll confirm who's going to take it over the 64 car very, very shortly. They will be coming back out in 4th position, providing Andy Burton hasn't passed in the Burton Power Racing Ford car. So we'll confirm that. Back at the front, by the way, Max Papworth really has got the bit between his teeth. He's taken another 4 tenths out of Scott Parkin that time. So Max Papworth, absolutely fabulous stint this. As the Citroen C1 passes our commentary box. That's 9th overall still. Let's have a look how... That's a great lap. 133.797 there for James Taylor. One of the fastest laps that the C1 has done today. So I wonder whether he's done his final flying lap before coming in. I predict that C1's going to be coming in next lap, Jack. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, the change we had in the NJM racing car, Marcus Buckle jumped out for Phil Hart, who of course has already done some racing today in the Hearts Racing Honda Civic. Richard Harwood has jumped out of the 64 Autotech car to hand over to Stuart Addison. So Stuart behind the wheel now. Max Papworth, the speed that he's got indicates there's not much fuel left in that car. There you go. And into the pit lane. He will come to...
The power of 65 yet again.
to change driver, change potentially a couple of tyres, and manhandled out of the car, it would seem, as Max Papworth. He ended up crawling his way back the right side of the yellow line. You could see there the mechanic had to reopen the door to shut the engine off before they started putting fuel in the car. We also saw Peter Child change for Guy Wilkinson in the Orca Sport car, but it shows just how important saving time is in the pit lane. You literally threw him out the car.
But if Max Papworth's listening, I'm not surprised he was throwing. I bet he's absolutely shattered after that stint, but great stint there. And by the way, number 333 also in, and that's been a long stint for Phil Truman, but a great stint. He's managed to keep on the lead lap, only 30 seconds behind the leader, so well done to Phil. And we'll see who Kahuna Race Team is going to bring in next, because they have got two other drivers that haven't driven, so it's either going to be Ian Perkins or Adam Bessel that takes over that car anyway, so we'll keep an eye on the times for you. The driver urgently waiting by the Autotech number 65 car, racing very similar yellow colours to me actually, so as you quite right before, always denotes who the next driver is going to be, easy for us to spot as commentators. So again, we'll refer to that later on in the race. The C1 remains out there, so he's proved me completely incorrect there who's coming into the pits. So there we are, the C1 continues on its merry way. Beautiful sunset now hangs over this western coast of Anglesey, looking out towards the Irish Sea.
Just looking up towards Rocket and the corkscrew, looks fabulous with the sun at that angle.
Yeah,
I did spot a massive moment for the C1 and James Taylor through the final corner. There was a screech of tyres, which naturally draws your attention. But when I was looking directly at the front of the car, and it was looking directly at me when it should be effectively 90 degrees to where it was going, it makes you wonder, okay, maybe slightly too quick on that occasion. But of course, all of the weight is coming out of the car, and the fuel tank is effectively over the rear axle, so you lose that weight and the rear becomes very lively.
What you've just said, by the way, is you're looking out towards the vista at Rocket, reminds me of an article that I recently pulled out about the Ford car 24-hour race 4 years ago. One of the drivers said,
Subaru car,
yeah, Subaru, and this is what the driver said: I am not that spiritual, but put me in a race car with some of the most beautiful vistas across the Irish Sea and the sun glinting off the mountaintops of Snowdon, and I could be a believer.
No, it is the most picturesque circuit in the UK by quite a long way. If you come on earlier in the year, you end up seeing some snow-capped peaks, but we're slap bang middle of summer, and it's been a hot summer so far. So, understandably, no snow on the peaks at this time. Snowdon's definitely one on the list. Done the Yorkshire 3 and needs to do the National 3.
Yeah, thoroughly recommend doing Snowdon. Yeah, brilliant. Providing you don't go quite in August, so Scott's got quite a few people to try and negotiate when he goes in. And speaking of negotiating, the number 65 third driver gets in the car, so Autotech are about to be going back out onto the circuit. So after Max Papworth's epic stint, but Scott Parkin remaining out there, but Scott Parkin is now into the 33s, Jack, so you wonder at what point he's going to bring the car in because his tyres have had enough.
Yeah, at what point do you call it? Because he was pushing those tyres very hard in the early stages. He was fighting away, no end, with the Aston Martin car.
Yeah, so Mike Faberstadt, yeah.
Yeah, it does beg the question, at what point does, like you say, does he call this and go, right, I've had the best out of the tyres, what I'm gaining from losing the weight out of the car isn't enough to offset the tyre wear, so it is worth just popping into the pit lane now and handing over to, I'd imagine, George. I'd imagine it will be George Wright, but then again, 9 times out of 10, if you take an educated guess as a commentator, you're wrong. So it could be Dylan Britcher that gets behind the wheel. I'll say them both, so that way, no matter what, I'm right.
I think you're right. Yeah, you've got a 50-50 chance, of course. Let's see whether the car comes into the pit lane. No, he doesn't. He stays out there, Scott Parkin. So uses plenty of curb. That's good to see. And the car comes over the line, 32.9. So his times have tailed off, but not dramatically so. But he's around a second and a half behind where he was even half an hour ago. Having a quick look down the rest of the order, the C1 is flying, by the way. The number 115 car in 9th position. He's lapping regularly in the low 33s, high 33s and low 34. So he's doing well against clearly faster opposition in these Ford KAs. Andy Burton has stayed out, by the way. So Andy Burton, who's currently now second overall, admittedly 2 laps behind the leader, But Andy Burton did use his front tyres very severely. Again, he was battling for 7th position, wasn't he, for a number of laps, and he's down to 34.2. So at what point does he go, do you know what, these tyres are not working for me, it's time to refuel as well?
Max Papworth handed the car over to Garrett O'Connor. We've just received confirmation of that. So Garrett O'Connor now behind the wheel of the number 65 machine. So Scott Parkin and Andy Burton yet to pit. And then you look, Daniel Hawkes-Reid in the Aston Martin car, he's up into 3rd place and 2 laps adrift. And that gives teams about a 3.5 minute, 4 minute window, which is about a lap time. So we could see a change for the lead just on the pit stop alone. And to be honest, going off the lap time, it's not a million miles away. I would say Daniel Hawkes-Reid, if he carries on doing 32.3s, which he has been, he's going to be in a very solid position heading into the sunset, potentially heading towards the lead of the race as well. Adam Bessel has taken over from Philip Truman in the Treble 3 Kahunas race team car. Adam Bessel, again, long-time EnduroKA driver. So there's plenty of experience out there. I'm just looking forward to seeing what this all looks like in even an hour's time.
Taking lots of curb anyway is Bessel, the man you just mentioned in the number 333, Adam Bessel. And what was his previous lap? Well, sorry, he's coming on to his first flying lap anyway, which is why he used lots and lots of curb coming out of the exit of Corkscrew for what will be his 169th time, but the leader is on his 172nd lap. Where have those 172 laps gone anyway? But his previous lap, 133.334, and as you were saying, versus the Aston Martin car. The Aston Martin car now in the hands of Hawkes-Reid. So Dan Hawkes-Reid he's getting into that by half a second a lap, and you've got to say at what point, right, okay, half a second a lap, so therefore every 10 minutes I'm losing, the best part of 4 or 5 seconds, so therefore at some stage I've got to go, right, I've got to cut my losses and change tyres.
Yeah, let's just get the car in and refuel, and a new driver in as well, because sometimes that fresh set of eyes can bring about a slightly new strategy. Again, different driving style per driver. Andy Burton stays out again.
I'm very surprised by that, because again, the Burton Power Racing car in 2nd position is lapping in the late 33s. So he's noticeably slower than the Aston Martin behind him. There's the leader, Scott Parkin, over the line now. His last lap was a 33.8. Yeah, so the tyres...
Near on a full second lost.
Yeah, that's right. So they've definitely gone over the peak. Let's see how Bessel's do. Yeah, Bessel straight away. 32.1. He is the fastest man on the circuit as it stands. Adam Bessel, as you say, very experienced driver, clearly super committed on that first lap. I hope he doesn't take too much wear out of his tyres too early on. So Dan Hawkes-Reid, a 32.9. So again, he's taken another second off the leader during that lap.
Carl Reid has taken over the LDR Performance Tuning car, and it makes you think, is there an issue for that car? 1 minute 42, that's 10 seconds off the pace from what you would expect from that car. We know we've seen it go into the 32s, so yeah, over 10 seconds slower. So it does beg the question of what's going on with that car. We have had the 95 Kachau car return to the pit lane. And then return to the circuit already. We'll get a confirmation to you as to which driver has taken over. The C1, as ever, incredibly committed through the final corner, but again, still yet to pit.
Driving really well, a 133.6, so they're doing regular 33s, and actually the C1 is now quicker than a number of the Ford cars out on circuit, so whatever's working for the Emax Motorsport car, they're doing extremely well. Let's say, yes, I can see your hand, Mr. Werrell, the top of the commentary box here at Track Mont. But we're waiting for more pit lane action. But yeah, I'm expecting both Scott Parkin and Andy Burton to come in any time now, because I think this might start to harm their strategy if they leave it much longer. So coming through now, the Aston Martin currently in 3rd place to finish his 171st lap, so that's Dan Hawkes-Reid, and yeah, 132.49, so a full second and a half quicker than Scott Parkin. So here's the car we were talking about just then. Yeah, the number 49 car, that does not look correct to me. So the way that it just took the Corkscrew anyway, that not all is right with the LDR Performance Tuning car. 140 which is 7 or 8 seconds behind what Lawrence Davey was doing earlier, admittedly in battles. So into the pits then comes the Motorsport car. So Wilkinson had just come in
drive-through
and for a drive-through penalty and then straight back out. So the left winker still going as he leaves the pits. So what was the drive-through given for?
I don't know, and that's all it looked like, 21 seconds pit in to pit out. So not exactly sure why the Motorsport car popped in. We didn't have anything pop up on our side. It was in fact 11 seconds pit in to pit out. So a nice quick pit stop there. Let me double check race control. No, so nothing on our end as to why that car has come back into the pit lane and driven through. Into the pit lane, however, comes the race leader, Scott Parkin.
Indeed, so let's see how the team get on. We've been waiting for Scott Parkin for a while to bring the Milner car in. The defending champions, of course, from 2 years ago.
In theory, champions of last year. When you look at wins, I think there was only one race last year they didn't win, or two maybe.
Well, there you are.
Yeah, so did the lot effectively, and I think again, much like myself, covering all of their respective EnduroKA events, Milner have won every single EnduroKA event in its own right.
Yes,
not consecutively, but throughout the seasons they've been racing, they have won one of each of them, and I can't remember who won this event in 2022. I remember 2024 simply because it was the Euros semi-final, and England were playing in it. And as soon as we finished here, hopped in the car straight over to Leeds to find an establishment which was showing it. And as soon as I dropped my bags off, got changed, walked in, game kicked off.
That was Belgium, wasn't it?
Something like that.
Ollie Watkins scored.
That was a bit of a blur.
That's right. Yeah, we won't talk about the final though. That was a complete disaster.
No.
So there we are. Now coming round Church is the one of the Autotech cars. In fact, the Autotech car is close together. No, that's the 64 car. The 74 car is back out as we were talking. So Guy Wilkinson following that stop-go. Just looking again, just at the times of everyone out on circuit. Do you know what? Someone's just set their fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. It's the Kachow car. 132.198.
Ross Forbes won't be happy. He was working so hard. Ross Forbes has just got out the car, having set lots of personal fastest laps of the race. So whoever's taken over from Ross will be thinking, really? I'd have spent all that time in the car setting loads of personal fastest laps. You get in, and a lap later, you post the fastest lap.
Yeah, that's right. Imagine that first.
Let's have a look at who's
flying lap.
That could be. Has Lee Taylor already been in? Or was it Clive Taylor that started that car?
Clive Taylor started that car,
Lee Taylor.
It could be well, the number of laps that Lee's done today.
Plenty of track knowledge.
Goodness me, and that was super committed. But not all is well with the Lawrence Davey car, the number 49, so noticeably slower on the straight. So I wonder whether that's an engine malady. I'm not sure all 69 of the allotted brake horsepower is actually being used within the number 49 car, currently 14th overall. Into the pits comes the number 44 car, and that's the MSVT Jägermeister car. So that was the one that was being driven by Ben Taylor, and he's going to be handing over to Stephen Docker, who of course raced in an MX-5 earlier, or Henry Wright, who you mentioned qualified one of the other cars actually. So we'll see.
Andy Burton in, Tommy Valentine working with him to get him out of the car. Ashley Davies is ready to get in the Burton power car, and George Wright to get behind the wheel of the Team Air Supply car.
Excellent. So George Wright, his distinctive black helmet, and with his son obviously with a distinctive white helmet. Jack, who started this race, you say it was Tommy Valentine who's likely to be getting in, or is it
Tommy Valentine was helping Ashley Davies, or helping Andy get out, and then it's Ashley Davies sat there suited and booted ready to go.
Excellent. So I look forward to seeing how Ashley gets on. I love that livery, just evokes Colin McRae in the early noughties World Rally Championship.
His the Focus is down there, the Focus Mark III, and that looks fabulous, albeit with orange wheels. It does stand out.
No chance of it being stolen, because Andy's the only one with orange wheels for a Focus anyway. But not all is. The 49 car again just limps past our control point, and it's a 142.166, so pretty similar to the Scuderia Bowrun car. I think that car has just got to keep going as best it can. So we'll see how that gets on. Just looking at the rest of the lap times, by the way, someone who's going fabulously well is number 333 car. So we mentioned him earlier. That's Adam Bessel, very experienced driver, former brick car driver. He's driven a lot of cars, actually, extremely quickly, in a 131.912. In fact, it's the cars between 5th and 7th that are the fastest out on circuit, because also joining him in the 31s is a driver we've not mentioned so far, and that's the man that's taken over the number 22 AFK Castrap Racing car. That's Nick Creed, who's taken over that car, and he's in a 131.966. Up into 8th place is the C1, so Emax Motorsport has decided to keep going because of the superb pace of James Taylor in that car. Hugely consistent. Clearly the C1 managing its tyres well, because that car has been out, of course, for 2 hours and 20 minutes on that same set of tyres. So the C1 managing its tyres well, as we expected it to, and up into 8th position. He's regularly lapping in the 33s and 34s. But yeah, coming back to the drivers that are also lapping well at the front of the field, is the number 65 car. So the Autotech car is Garrett O'Connor, as Jack mentioned earlier, that's taken over, and he's lapping the 132.260. But just to give you an idea of the gaps at the front, you can actually see it on the screen. There is a 35 seconds advantage now between Aston Martin, and Jack called that absolutely right. With the way that the Aston Martin team were running, there's got a useful 35-second advantage now over Stuart Addison in the Autotech car number 64, and then in 3rd place is George Wright, who's taken over the number 46 Milner Racing car. And let's see how quickly George can get up to speed. He's had several races today, of course, already. He raced in a Renault Clio, as well as sharing the VW Golf with his son Jack. And so he's got no excuse whatsoever for not knowing the Anglesey Coastal Circuit. So we'll see how George gets on. Just in terms of the rest of the top 10 then, just to bring you up to speed, clearly with all of those pit stops, which are still going on in some cases. In 4th position then is the number 65 Autotech car, which is now being driven by Garrett O'Connor, and he's on the same lap as the leaders. In 5th place is number 333. We just mentioned Adam Bessel, who's lapping extremely quickly. In fact, his last lap was a 131.755, so he's regularly lapping in the 31s. Is Adam is the fastest man on circuit. And in 6th position of the car that's still in the pits, number 1, so Andy Burton changing over then to Ashley Davis, driver 4 within your programme. The rest of the top 10, the number 22 car I've just mentioned, Nick Creed, the AFK Castrap Racing. And then in 8th position is the Emax car that's finally pitted. So that's the Citroen C1, the only guest car in the race. So that was James Taylor, who was previously in. He'll be changing over to either Aaron Grizzly or Ashley Aspin. In 9th position is number 2, which is the NJM Racing Limited car, started by Justin Irving. Marcus Buckle was in the car for the 2nd stint, and now in the 3rd stint is Phil Hart, who was obviously driving earlier today in his Honda Civic. And finally, rounding out the top 10 is number 143, that's the Skarsky and Clutch car, and that is currently being driven by Lyndon Arnold, so driver 1 within your programme. And a surreal atmosphere now comes over the Anglesey Trackmon circuit. In fact, you could say it's serene by the way that the sun gradually seeping its way down the cut of the Irish Sea. These merciless 69 brake horsepower machines that are in front of me that continue to go around this race circuit at 90-second intervals. And we are 4 hours 43 minutes into this race, and you can just see the sun gradually setting to our east as we're looking from our commentary positions. The number 95 car comes through again, and that is Taylor that is in the car, and he is goodness me, he is lapping extremely quickly. So Lee Taylor, who's probably my driver of the day, I have to say, for just the sheer number of laps that he's completed. We'll see if that ends up in Motorsport news this week. Lee, 131.950. He is comfortably quicker than what his teammate was doing earlier.
Yeah, I've just popped back up, and you can see the gap now between Aston Martin and Milner Racing. I've heard from Scott Thompson, of course, team owner of Pro-Am Racing, and he said that Aston Martin are doing near on exactly 2 hour stints. That can be strategy, because if you have a safety car and you're running to 2-hour stints, it gives you a bit of leeway. If you don't have a safety car, you're running on the hour anyway. They could be doing that for equal driver time, but also it may mean that they're doing an extra couple of pit stops, because if everyone else is doing 2 pit stops every 5 hours and they're doing 2 pit stops every 4, come the end of the race, that equals an extra couple of pit stops, and you're never going to find that time again on the circuit, dependent on how much they gain from relevant track time. However, with George Wright getting behind the wheel of the Milner Racing car, 1 minute 31.8 says it all.
Yeah. Very, very quick on his first flying lap, George Wright. But I was just saying that he's got no excuse for not knowing the coastal circuit, of course, given he's been out so many times today. Just having a quick look at how Lee Taylor's did again, a 32.1. So a lot of the quickest drivers out on circuit then, Jack, have had several races already today. The one exception, of course, being Adam Bessel, who with a 1:31.5 is the fastest man. He's been consistently the fastest man on track since he's taken over the stewardship of the number 333 Kahuna race team machine. And in fact, the top 5 are still on the lead lap.
So top 5 on the lead lap is definitely something unique for the Anglesey 24-hour. Not something we saw a couple of years ago. Pushing so hard was Adam Bessel there, carving his way through traffic. So too was Ashley Davies, up onto 2 wheels. That LDR performance tuning car, something just isn't quite right.
Yeah, absolutely right, because, I mean, just having a quick look at his time, 1:45.2, so the car's getting worse. So not getting better, and it's noticeably slower, so you can see through any of the straights. It's just being absolutely engulfed by the remaining 15 cars on circuit. Clearly, I'm not including the C1, which is in the pits, or the Scuderia Ballroom car, which remains firmly in the pits. Also in the pits is the Project 297 car. And that, we'll have to see whether Paul O'Neill's going to be getting in that car anyway. So it's a choice of drivers. So we've had Carl Garnett and Jonathan Moore out already. So it's either Alex Miller or Paul O'Neill. So let's see. You'll be able to quickly recognise.
I can't see from this angle. I might just take my headset off and have a proper look.
Yeah. It's white helmeted. You can hear Jack, so we can just about see it. It's white helmet. I suspect it's Alex Miller that's getting in. Doesn't look like Paul anyway.
Let's have a little look on the screen. I would make you right, but that's not Alex Miller's overalls. It could be Steve Andrew getting behind the wheel. So I know Steve Andrew was an amendment to that car, so it could be Steve getting in. Yeah. All will be revealed in about 5 minutes' time when that car returns to the circuit and TSL update the times. But of course, TSL, they rely on the teams telling them who's gone out.
Yeah, absolutely right. In terms of the 2 drivers quickest now on the circuit, it keeps changing religiously. So Adam Bessel remains very, very quick in the 1:31.6. George Wright, 1:31.7. So George has gone, do you know what, I'm going for it in this car. And also going very, very quickly is Nick Creed in the number 22 Castrap Racing car, regularly lapping in the 31s and 32. So therefore you've got this great battle at the front. So only 1 minute separating the top 5, and then the following 2, 6th and 7th, just separated by 0.4 of a second.
Nick Creed with plenty of experience in the Enduro car. You've spotted something as well. Is that Nick Creed trying to work his way through and pass Ashley Davies? And Ashley Davies, I think, jumps on the brakes that slight bit earlier, going, right, let's not waste time fighting. If I just dab the brakes early, let you through, I can then sit on.
Congratulations to Nick Creed. He wins the Chase the Sun move of the day. And so therefore gradually works his way up through the field into 6th position. They are 2 laps behind the top 5.
Lee Taylor's just set the number 95 Kachow car's fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 31.643. So that is the quickest car out there on circuit, aside from Adam Bessel, 1 minute 31.630. So he's pushing on as well. I have to say, mightily impressed by Skarsky and Clutch. Up inside the top 10 now. Lyndon Arnold behind the wheel, lapping in the 1 minute 32s, doing everything they need to make up for the lost ground earlier on in the race. Don't rule them out for a top 6 finish.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Skarsky and Clutch, a real dark horse in this field. So 9th place overall, as you say. A 32.2 was the previous lap, so going extremely well. Unfortunately, not going well remains the 49 car, the MSP car. In fact, that looks as though it's only doing about 50 miles an hour on the main straight coming in front of us anyway. And that car at the moment is 143.1, so it's currently 9 laps down, so 13th overall. It's in front of the Project 297 car.
I've just spotted Sam Strong's message. No roast dinner for you tonight. I'm not sure whether you heard about that. Me and Chris Dawes commentating on the IndyCar 500 last year. Sam Strong put a very nice message in saying, just got home, because he'd been at Brands Hatch throughout the day and he only lives around the corner. I think he's West Kingsdown area anyway. And just said, just got home, just finishing off a Sunday dinner, or making a Sunday dinner. So me and Chris Dawes had a little dig and went, well, where's ours? You can't say you're going to have a Sunday dinner and not bring us any. Yeah. Lo and behold, 15 minutes later, he came up to the commentary box with 3 piping hot Sunday dinners.
What a legend.
With gravy.
Bloody hell. So after all the grief you gave him, was able to do that?
Folded and brought us some brought us a roast dinner. So thank you, Sam Strong and Mrs. Strong as well, and of course the Strong Juniors. They all came. It was brilliant. Yeah. It was brilliant. It was so cool. And we even had the roaming camera op come up to record us eating effectively our dinner in the commentary box at Brands Hatch. Somebody else has asked, is this the only camera angle available? We do have other cameras out there on a lock-off. Annoyingly, we're here to commentate, and I don't want to press the wrong button and end up ending the stream or something like that. So for the moment, at risk of potentially pressing the wrong button, as much as I would love to then flick through the cameras and go, yep, this is this camera, and we can have a bit of a look and almost direct ourselves. I also don't want to mess around with the camera buttons. So I'm sure a member of Motorsport Media will be up at some point to help us through that, or at least to mess around. Sat up on the banking at the hairpin. Can you? Happy birthday, Pete, if you are out there as well. Sat up on the banking. I've had a little look. I can't see you out there, annoyingly. I can't see that far around. I don't think, unless you're in the little viewing terrace on the entrance into the hairpin. It's nice to get some interaction in the chat as well, especially at this time of evening, because the race has opened up somewhat post pit stop, so it's nice to get a bit of interaction from everyone that's out there. Yeah, absolutely right. Many happy returns, Pete, from me as well. Worse places to be than looking out over Snowdon, with the dramatic sunset now clouding the Track Mon circuit. And just as you quite rightly say, the race has quietened down somewhat since the pit stops. There is a 33-second gap advantage then between Aston Martin and the Autotech car of Stuart Addison at the front of this field. But again, the big battle really is the battle between 3rd and 5th, because there's only 14 seconds behind those cars, and you have to say that Adam Bessel's progress in the Kahuna race team is remorseless. He's only now 3.8 seconds behind the O'Connor Autotech car number 65, so it's Garrett O'Connor who's in that. Just to give you an idea for those on the live stream of what's happening in terms of lap times, then Adam Bessel in 5th place, number 333 car, the green car, which unfortunately you can't see until we get some of these roving cameras back underway. He's lapping the 131.3s. The only one coming close to him on circuit at the moment is the man in 3rd place, George Wright, number 46, who's lapping in the 131.7s. But most of the cars out on circuit now lapping very steadily in the 133s, 134s. I've just noticed being pushed back into the pit lane, the Project 297. That was in for a long time. That was a very long time. We'll get a confirmation by the time they leave the pit lane. So we'll have a quick look at TSL. We'll wait for them to break the beam come the end, and that was a 14-minute pit stop, so somewhat 4 times over what you'd normally expect, 3 times over. There we go. Thank you very much. We've managed to get some more. Cameras back. So I know there was a couple of you asking for it in the live stream chat. So a massive thank you to Motorsport Media for facilitating. Lester Forbes popping up here to help us with that. It's nice to see some people walking the perimeter fence as well, right the way out on the exit of church. It's nice to see you all the way out there.
Yeah, you won't be able to hear our commentary, obviously. Otherwise, we'd ask you to wave from that fabulous position close to the Irish Sea. But yeah, you've got another half an hour of our wondrous commentary before we bid you adieu for the night. And we return at 9 o'clock with our live commentary. But of course, the feed will continue via various camera angles across the circuit, including this one, which is towards the top end of the circuit, now getting noticeably windier.
Hear the wind,
hear it through our headphones. Very, very windy indeed. We can actually feel it through the commentary box itself. It's not going to blow over, of course. But in terms of the way that this race is now settling down, in fact, there's only a second between the top 5 cars. Blue flag now out.
Drive-through penalty for Shine Automotive. So they have clearly attracted the attention of the stewards, the board being held out. Nothing popped up on TSL as of yet, but we'll have to confirm exactly what that was for as and when we find out. It would make you think potentially track limits, because you can't just sit here and add 5 seconds and 15 seconds. Come the end of the night, we'd be at about 4.5 hours of track limits penalties. A drive-through penalty seems to suffice for most. Just to, okay, you've done it 3 times. There's your drive-through. You're back to 0 again. So by all means, use 3 again, but you'll get another drive-through penalty.
Yeah, absolutely right.
And of course, that's not for the driver as well. That could be somebody that's just taken over the car, but it's already had track limits warnings. You go out to do it once, and all of a sudden you've got to pay the price of a drive-through penalty.
I mean, a quick look at lap times, and it remains the best look. In fact, no, it's not. George Wright is very, very slightly quicker, but the Bessel car, the number 333, Adam Bessel, now just less than 3 seconds behind the number 65 Autotech car as we look out over the circuit. In terms of battles across this circuit, there no longer is one, of course, now that the number 22 car of Nick Creed has passed Ashley Davis in the Burton Power Racing car, so he's now 3 seconds ahead of Ashley. That's the battle for 6th position overall. Just in terms of the rest of your top 10 then, in 8th position is someone who has driven fairly regularly today. That's Phil Hart, who's out in his Honda Civic earlier. He's lapping the 134, so he's 5 laps down on the leaders. 8th overall, number 2. And then 9th is number 143. That's the dark horse car that we've called out, the Skarsky and Clutch car, currently in the capable hands of Lyndon Arnold. And Lyndon currently lapping in the mid-132s, and he's 12 seconds behind the Hart car, the number 2. And then finally bringing up the top 10, the rest of the top 10 is the Kachow car, the number 95 car, which Lee Taylor has been expertly piloting. Lee Taylor very, very consistently lapping in the 131s, which, given the conditions, quite windy with the sun setting, is an excellent time.
It is indeed. Jason Plowright has taken over from James Taylor in the Citroen C1, and we were right, Steve Andrew taking over from Carl Garnett in the Project 297 car. Just asked a very quick question to the guys on our side, simply because of the rules around how long you can stream before it stops effectively recording it to watch back. We are streaming this in 3 blocks, in 8-hour blocks. So in around about 3 hours' time, this stream, part 1, will close. We'll open up part 2. And then go for another 8 hours before we then can go through towards the end of the race on that third and final part, just to make sure that for those that want to watch this back, you absolutely can. For those that want to just draw sections of it for highlights reels, it gives you the option to do it for the entire race, not just the first 8 hours. So 19 hours of the race still to go. The best part of 5 hours already completed. Lee Taylor with another fastest lap of the race for that car, 1 minute 31.556 at this stage in the race. To be doing pace like that, that's very, very quick indeed. Still not the fastest car on circuit, because that's still Adam Bessel, 1 minute 31.3.
hat tip to both of them. That is very, very quick indeed. And by the way, you were talking about splitting up into 8-hour chunks. We think of everything on this commentary service anyway, so we cater for everyone. You're quite right. So regardless of what you need the coverage for, it will be covered within this 24-hour session. And yeah, you can just see now Adam Bessel going through Church, now heading up towards the back end of the circuit now, and heading towards Rocket and then Peel. And does Adam Bessel decide to try and take fourth position? Let's see. He's quite far back. That doesn't matter, because he says, I'm having fourth position, and a quite fantastic move by Adam Bessel. I didn't think he had a chance of managing to turn that car through the Rocket that time, Jack, but what do I know? I drive C1s, not Enduro cars. So well done, Adam. He's making this look very, very easy. He's up into fourth position. Do you know what? Even though he's managed to take someone this lap, I bet you he's still lapping in the 1:32s as he comes back round. So metronomic progress. Coming over the line now with George Wright. He's still lapping very, very consistently in the 1:31s, but just making the way around now. And just lapping the number 297 car is Adam Bessel, although the 297 car is making it difficult for him, so he's not giving him any room. And Adam Bessel, though, turns round turn one, just about keeps his C1 a millimetre away from the inside line anyway, so quite racy stuff. And the 297 not making it easy at all for any of them as they were coming round the circuit. So we'll keep an eye on the way that... So that is, you said it was
Steve Andrews.
Steve Andrews now taking up the 297 car.
He's going to be wondering what's going on, because there was a couple of cars just trapped in and behind him. And then all of a sudden, in the space of two corners, they were just full attack, immediately diving to the inside. But Steve Andrews fighting back, however, now trying to draw himself back level with the number 65, with Garrett O'Connor on the wheel, side by side up towards Rocket. That's going to be very brave. The LDR Performance tuning car is there or thereabouts as well. Big lock-up from the Kahunas race car. LDR Performance tuning, park the car on the apex, and it holds up Carl Garnett, but he manages to squeeze his way through. Something really isn't right with that LDR car. It seems like it's just down on power.
Yeah, that's right. So I think it's at least 5 brake horsepower down on everybody else, the way that cars are just bursting past it all across different parts of the circuit, whether it's out of corners, whether it's top speed on straights. Yeah, he really, really is struggling, the number 49 car.
Top of our update.
So with 20 minutes left of our stint in the commentary box, we have ticked past yet another hour, so 18 hours and 59 minutes. Let's just call it 19 hours remaining. This is what the order looks like. Daniel Hawkes-Reed, Caston Martin back at the top of the standings, albeit potentially with more pit stops than anybody else yet to serve, as they are pitting every hour. Stuart Addison, who's jumped behind the wheel of the number 64 Autotech car, lapping quicker than the leader in second place. George Wright in the Mildau racing car, lapping quicker than almost everybody with a 1:31.364 last time through. He's in third. Adam Bessel, again, very, very quick peddler in the Treble 3 Kahunas race team car, 31.6 last time through. He's in fourth place. Garrett O'Connor for Autotech Motorsport, number 65 in fifth. Ahead of Nick Creed for AFK Cash Strapped Racing. Again, been going very, very quickly in sixth place. Seventh place is Ashley Davies for Burton Power Racing. Phil Hart, who's had a busy day, NJM Racing, is in eighth place. Ninth is Lyndon Arnold in the Skarsky and Clutch car, they've done a brilliant job to get back through the order. Lee Taylor for Kachow, who is arguably one of the quickest drivers we've seen all day, rounds out your top 10. As we look down from there, in 11th place, it's Stephen Docker in the MSVT Racing Ford KA. The number 44 car in 11th place. 12th place is the Citroen C1 from Emax Motorsport with Jason Plough right behind the wheel. Carl Reed in the rather poorly LDR Performance tuning car is in 13th. 14th is the 297 Steve Andrew piloted Project 297. And then it is Guy Wilkinson in the Orca Sport car, which seems to have hit issues within the previous hour, is in 15th. 16th place is Team Shine in their T car, their second car, with a 20-lap penalty having been applied. Michael Robinson in that car. And back out on circuit, Scuderia Bowen in 17th place. They have just completed 22 laps, and they've set that car's personal fastest lap of the race.
I was about to say, the engine's not wrong with that car now, so 1:38... So it's no longer the slowest car on circuit.
It's lapping 10 seconds quicker than LDR.
It is, so congratulations back to their car. And in fact, it's just coming past us now, come down the corkscrew.
Only 142 laps to find.
So well done to Mike Keith, who has not completed his first session yet, of course. And we are over nearly 5 hours into this race.
nearly 5 hours in, it's scary to think how much racing we've already got done. Looking at that car as well, in a straight line, the Scuderia car is keeping up with the Aston Martin race leader. Let's keep an eye on that as they work their way through the banking towards Church and along the back straight on the run-up towards Rocket. 1 minute 36, so quicker still from the Scuderia car, and of course just slowly starting to amp it up, slowly build up that pace, and in a straight line the car is well and truly running on song, it would seem. They've put plenty of work to get that car to where it needs to be, or at least in a position where it has an opportunity to get to the end of the race. We're probably not that far off from getting headlights on and even nighttime LED running lights for a lot of the cars. They've got LED strips on various positions around their car, some of them over the roof, some of them internally, but of course they've got massive LED lights on the bonnet as well, just to aid in seeing through the night. 8 hours and 56 minutes still to go. I'm going to say it now, Scuderia Bowen will not finish last.
I distinctly hope that's true. We'll see.
So do I. I want to give them some motivation.
I want to give them some motivation as well, because they're 167 laps behind the leader, but they have just passed someone on track, and clearly I think that might be the crew-sourced engine that's now in the Scuderia Bowran car. We'll get confirmation of that when we come back on air at 9 o'clock tomorrow, but it's great to see the car out there, and let's see how Mike Heath did that time round. Yeah, 1:36.3, and that included him passing people, so therefore,
and getting laps as well.
And getting laps as well, so the car is running well, but running really well is Lee Taylor in the Ka-Chow number 95 car. Lee Taylor getting quicker and quicker during this stint. These are not optimal conditions, and his car is lapping 1:31.2. That was his previous lap, so Lee Taylor, fastest man on the circuit as things stand.
Going very well is Lee Taylor. That Ka-Chow car has just not quite had the rub of the green up until this point, but he's lapping brilliantly well, closing in on all cars in front. By far and away the fastest car we've got out there on circuit. I say by far and away because George Wright has gone, I can get within around about 300ths of a second, 32 thousandths if you like. So George Wright really not that far away. Now we're starting to see lights get flicked on, first of which that I've spotted, Adam Bessel, who in turn has been lapping very quickly. 31.4 last time through for Adam Bessel. He's got his lights ablaze to just let some traffic know that someone is on their way, or in turn, in racing driver language, that means I am on my way. If you can see my headlights, it's not going to be long before I'm with you.
Yeah, absolutely right. And that same goes for George Wright, actually, with the way that he's really pushing his number 46 Milner car, just heading towards the Rocket now, because he's only 10 seconds down on Stuart Addison in the Auto Tech car in second position. And so what we've got to say, though, is that I'm just having a quick look at the gaps here. I mean, there are only 2 laps between the leader and 7th position. All those cars are still well in contention for victory as things stand. So clearly, we're only 5 hours into this race, so just over a fifth through the entire race.
Mike Heath, quicker still, 1 minute 36 flat. So the Scuderia Bowen car continuing to go quicker as this race wears on. A couple of people asking how many cars are left. It's great to say, and I'm pleased to say every car that started is still running, which is a very nice proposition.
And not just running, but running well, and that includes the second Team Shine car in 16th place, the Motorsport car, which had difficulties. Now he's lapping well. He's now lapping in the 32s in the hands of Guy Wilkinson. So apart from the only car that's slightly off song is the number 49 car, but it is lapping consistently in the low 40s.
Consistently in the low 40s, as you say. As we look further up the order, the gaps between our top two has remained largely the same. That time through it actually came out. Daniel Hawkes-Reid pulling away somewhat from Stuart Addison in the Autotech Motorsport number 64 car. George Wright lapping quickly as ever, so too is Adam Bessel. As a pair, they are closing in on the leaders by about a second a lap. Further down the order, we do need to keep an eye on what everybody else is doing, but Lee Taylor still lapping very quickly. There are positions on the horizon, but it's the long game for them now. They just need to keep these laps coming, keep the laps churning, and eventually those positions will come. It must be quite a difficult mindset to get into if you're transitioning, for example, from sprint racing, where the good chance everyone's on the same lap, good chance you're fighting for an overall position, if not a position in class. All of a sudden you've gone, right, endurance head, keep this lap time, I can stick to this lap time, I can do so consistently. Let's just see where it's like what happens in 2 hours time rather than what happens in 2 laps time. I've noticed as well the Burton Power car with Ashley Davies behind the wheel, lights ablaze, and it's going to be a very easy one to spot because adorning the roof of that car, bright green and blue LED strips, so it's nice and easy to spot through the night. You'll see that next time it comes towards us, just working its way through Peel now.
Brilliant. So we'll wait to see Ashley Davis's car coming over the crest of the hill and then through the corkscrew. And there you can it's easily noticeable, the Colin McRae liveried Burton Power. I mean, you can see it all the way up the door pillar.
Yeah, green on one side, blue on the other.
Blue on the other, yeah. It's a fantastic piece of handiwork by the Burton Power racing team anyway. So well done to them for the most eye-catching livery during the night. Would make great pictures for anybody who fancies taking the nighttime picture.
The one thing that always looks fabulous here at Anglesey, especially in the KA 24 hour, are those long exposure shots where the headlights and the taillights drag through shot. Looks really, really good, and especially when there's night lights, you've got obviously the whites and the reds, but then you've got the occasional splash of purple and a blue and a yellow, and if a flagboard goes off with a yellow, it's so cool. You see some really creative photography coming out of the weekend.
I remember classic Le Mans shots based upon that, which is the glow of the brakes during the night, during the pit stops, and then I remember the Mazda 787B, the renowned car that won the 1991 Le Mans, people being able to apply that technique that you talk about anyway. Coming through, by the way, someone who may have watched 1991 Le Mans, George Wright, who's just come out over the start-finish line. Going very quickly, Jack. He 1:31.2. He's less than 6 seconds now behind Stuart Addison.
I think Jack, George and the rest of the Wright family and the Allett family went to Le Mans last year. I think they did.
Okay.
I think I saw it on social media towards the middle point of last year. I'm not sure whether they went this year. I didn't spot anything, but I can't say I'm exactly haunting George's social media channels, but I think I remember seeing it a year or so ago. Looking at lap times, no improvements on that occasion, but George Wright still in the 31.2s. The consistency is fabulous.
It is, and he appears to be managing the tyres pretty well at this part of the race as well. So just having a quick look at Adam Bessel, how he's getting on just round in Church now. Adam Bessel in 4th position. He's in the 1:32.2, so not really making any impression on George Wright. The big thing to watch out for, of course, at the moment is the way that Stuart Addison is being caught by George Wright on a fairly consistent basis. Also making inexorable progress remains a number 95 Kachow Lee Taylor car, which is back into the 1:32s. Quick look at Mike Heath's time, by the way, in the 17th placed Scuderia Boron. He's in the 1:36s, so that car looks relatively well sorted at this moment in time anyway. I just wish they'd just get home for the finish now, being a full 167 laps down. George Wright again comes over the line, and again 31.6. That was nearly 2 seconds quicker than Stuart Addison that time round. Less than 4 seconds now between second and third.
Doing a brilliant job, it would seem. I've noticed more and more cars with their headlights on now, which means we get to have a little look at LEDs. So the Treble 3 Kahunas car has just got the blue strip, as do the rest, I think, of the Autotech cars over the windscreen banner. So there's just a slight blue strip, a very sideways moment and a backwards moment, spinning once again for I think that's the second spin we've seen in 5 hours and 10 minutes, both of which for the Skarsky and Clutch car. I was just about to mention the nice and easy to spot red outline of the roof on that car with the red LEDs, but yeah, just over rotated on the way in, and at that point the KA, not being the most powerful, doesn't quite have enough to pull itself straight again. Because in that situation, you point the wheels you want to go and plant your foot.
Sadly, red LEDs for the wrong reasons, unfortunately. Red light spells danger, and that's exactly what happened the second spin in the last 5 hours.
You can't miss the C1, can you?
You can't miss the C1 either.
The LEDs on the front of that are massive. The last thing you'd want is to be being chased by that. You won't be able to see anything.
As an aftermarket mod, that is absolutely sensational. So well done to the Emax and Ugga teams anyway. But more and more cars seem to be having a bit more difficulty actually coming through the country. The wind is noticeably increasing through the commentary box now and out onto circuit, as we see the Kagermeister cars, that's one of the MSVT cars, make its way through. They're currently in 11th place overall, and it is Docker, who drove his MX-5 earlier, that's currently driving the 44 car. So that is Stephen Docker, of course. Coming over the line now, Adam Bessel, all over the curbs again. He does like using that curb as he's coming out of the corkscrew. 131.9, but he's not as quick as George Wright. 131 dead for George Wright on the previous lap. He's now just 2.4 seconds behind Stuart Addison in second place, and at this rate he'll be catching the Aston Martin. Into the pits again is the 297 Project car, so that has been had all kinds of issues over the last 2 hours or so, and straight into the garage, Jack.
Yeah, straight into the garage. That is a real shame. Clearly something isn't quite right with the Project 297 car, so they will undoubtedly get to work. Steve Andrew behind the wheel hadn't necessarily touched enough into his stint time to warrant him getting back out again, or getting out of the car to then go effectively to sleep before he can go again. Steve, obviously is well known within the MSV T group, so it's good to see Steve out, but for him, not the way he would have wanted his stint to go.
No, not at all. So difficulties with that car. We were just talking about how reliable the cars were working, and yet again the commentator's curse kicks in. George Wright now right behind Stuart Addison, so less than a second behind him, and I think there might be a pass, Jack, as we're heading up to the Rocket now for what will be the 198th time. So just waiting for the cars to come back round. They're just going around the banking now, heading towards Church, and we'll see whether George Wright has been able to reduce. Yes, he has. He's noticeably reduced the gap from 8 tenths to, I would say, that is 4 tenths. Now he'll get a gap, and of course he has got the I think it's the Shine Motorsport car, the Team Shine car that's in front of them, who may be able to balk the number 64 Stuart Addison car a little bit. So let's see how George Wright gets on. Is he close enough? He might have a little go here into the Rocket. Let's see. He's noticeably later on the brakes, and you know what? Stuart Addison gave him all the room in the world and made that a very, very easy pass to complete. So gentlemanly driving there from Stuart Addison. George Wright was saying, I want to be in second place regardless of what you do, Stuart, and that's ultimately what's happened. So into second place goes the Milner car of George Wright.
Yeah, made easy for George. Over the start-finish line, we've already seen the Aston Martin car closing in on 200 laps completed. We will just about see that before we disappear for the night. As I'm staying at circuit, I may pop up, one, to get an update, but two, to give an update, dependent on what has happened. If anything comes to mind, whether it be yellow flags or such, that's a good gap already for George Wright. He's massively pulled away from Stuart Addison into the 1:30s again with an overtake, though. The fastest lap of the race already goes the way of Milner Racing, a 1:30.266. George Wright, a 1:30.888 on that previous lap with an overtake. Are we at that point now where the track is getting cool enough, the air is getting cool enough, where the car is a bit more efficient? And of course, with the headwind heading up towards Rocket, being tucked in behind the car is really valuable.
George Wright is noticeably the fastest driver out on circuit. He's making this look very, very easy at this moment in time. Stuart Addison, a good driver in his own right, but he's been able to gap him by at least a second and a half. I mean, he's only just passed the Auto Tech car, the previous lap. So fantastic drive that from George Wright. And again, but this race is absolutely wide open. You were talking 2 years ago where there was a 2-3 lap advantage at this point in the race. Well, in this point in the race, you have 4 cars all on the lead lap, all very, very close together.
Let's see what George Wright can do this lap in free air, because that will tell us how important the draft is. If he's a little bit slower on this lap, we know that the being in the draft of the car up the road is very, very important. If it's a similar lap, we know that in his own right he is just very, very quick. Coming through the final corner now comes George Wright, so will we see an improvement for him? Goes through, breaks the beam. Is it another 1:30? How important that is, half a second slower. 2-lap penalty going the way of Autotech Motorsport and Garrett O'Connor, so clearly they've done something in the pit stop, which unfortunately isn't to the agreement of the stewards. Somebody's asked, is this really live? Yes, it is definitely live. We are definitely here in Northern Wales. Rob Sherratt, of course, from the Chick Speed crew,
Yep.
They were fairly new to it, coming into it a season ago, 2 seasons ago, and having gone over and spoken to them, they're like, we are here to have fun. That is it. We might not take it seriously. When we're out there and we're battling, of course, we want to win. We want to do it. We want to do it properly. But the main goal of being here is to have a laugh, have a giggle, and really enjoy it. And I'll tell you what, they're really, really quick. It's so fun because I think they take it in their stride so well and so casually, they take all the pressure off themselves. So then, in turn, with no pressure, they're just scything through the order. It's great to watch.
Just to respond to one of the previous comments, by the way, we can assure you that Jack Werrell and I are not artificial intelligence bots.
Yes.
So you can meet us, you can greet us, you can shake our hand, you can see how we respond to certain visual stimuli. So anyway, we can assure you of that anyway throughout the commentary box. But we're going to be coming up towards the end of our first stint, Mr. Werrell, anyway, in a couple of minutes' time. By the way, George Wright is eking out a huge advantage now. He's been able to use the back markers to his advantage, and that includes Mike Heath, who is regularly lapping in the 35s in the Scuderia Boron car. So he's only 141 laps behind the Team Shine car in front anyway. But keep going, Scuderia Boron will be the main thing from Jack Werrell and I.
Yes, keep going, Project 297 as well. Returning to the circuit now, Steve Andrew, it says, is still behind the wheel. I would assume that is the case, unless he'd completed enough of his stint time for them to go, right, let's get somebody in, fresh set of tyres, tank of fuel, and then see where that leaves us, or just go back out, burn what was left of the fuel, and then that keeps us somewhat with some leverage in terms of pit time come the end of the race. George Wright making solid inroads now, a second a lap he's gaining on Daniel Hawkes-Reid in the Aston Martin 4KA. 28 seconds the lead margin as we tick closer to 9 o'clock, where we have agreed with MSVR, or MSVR have agreed with us, basically saying, right, go to bed. You've been commentating since 9 o'clock this morning, so 12 hours later we thought, yeah, we'll let you off, as much as they like to think of us as machines.
Exactly right. And by the way, Lee Taylor is a machine, so he's continuing to lap in the 1 minute 31s in the number 95 Kachow car. He is heading up towards the NJM racing car in 9th position. So we'll just confirm when Lee comes back round what the gap is there. But George Wright again, 1:31.1. That's 2 seconds quicker than Dan Hawkes-Reid that time around. So George Wright making this look very easy in yet another professionally driven Ford car.
Just looking in terms of timing, 200 laps completed at this stage in the race in 5 hours 20, so doing some very quick mental arithmetic, albeit very poor mental arithmetic. We should be getting close to the 895, which we did a few years ago, subject to what happens. Naturally, it somewhat swings that way when you get to a point of fewer cars, less risk, and everyone has seemed to be very well behaved as well. The only interruption we've had so far from the safety car has been to ensure that marshals are fed, watered, looked after, as of course we have to do, of which the drivers have said, why are you just doing it then? Let's do it more often. The driver's massive in the support for the Orange Army that are out there, and they're not just here for today, they are here all night long as well. So a massive thank you to all of the marshals that are here this weekend, giving up their weekend, volunteering their weekend, for allowing us to go racing for 24 hours in what has become quite a windy Northern Wales.
Yeah, so that's what the Ford cars have got to contend with then for the remaining hours we've got in this race. Just a reminder that time left is 18 hours, 38 minutes and 25 seconds. But I think that's as good an opportunity of all to bid you adieu from me, Ian Thompson, and from yourself, Jack Werrell. Thank you very much for having us over the live stream, and we will be back at 9 o'clock when you'll hear our lustral commentary again.
down. As oil down.
Track It gives teams real-time insight from the garage to the grid.